chat. Put you over on this window. Switch it to live chat. And I am seeing timestamps and moderation activity. Jerry Martin is first! You made it first! Cyber Bob, how are you doing? I got the kitty cats right there. Oh, it's on! My Walmart finally got something that's so evil in stock. Oh my god, it's so evil. It's like one of my favorite things in the world. I love these so much, but they're surprisingly hard to get out here in New Mexico. I've been able to get them like twice in the 5 years I've been here. Cinnamon donuts. I love cinnamon donuts. Oh my god, they're like my favorite thing. I love cinnamon donuts. But they so rarely have them in stock for some reason. These are so good. I love cinnamon. What the hell was that? Oh. Yes. It's really good. It tastes exactly like if you go to Sonic and get Diet Dr. Pepper with blackberry flavor. Exactly the same thing. There's one that I'm surprised they haven't done yet because it's insanely delicious. It's like you don't realize how good it is until you try it. If you ever have a chance to visit a Sonic, Sonic is a like a 50s car hop type fast food joint. But first of all, make sure you install the app, because if you order through the app, all drinks and slushes are half off all day. So that's a no-brainer. You're paying $1.70 for a 44-ounce soda. Yes. But they also, it costs extra, but they have the ability to add flavorings. All different flavors that you can add to the soda. And I get the Diet Sprite with vanilla. And I'm not a big vanilla person. It's good. I like vanilla. Vanilla's fine, but it's not like, oh my god, I have to have it kind of thing. But Sprite with vanilla? Wow. I can't believe they haven't bottled it yet. It just works. But also the Zero Cherry is really good. The Zero A&W Root Beer is surprisingly good. It's very slightly on the weak side, but not bad. And my all-time favorite that I'm trying to figure out how to duplicate is the Canada Dry Ginger Ale Zero with cherry. That one I like. But yes, I love the Dr. Pepper Zero Blackberry. I want the dark berry, but I can't get it around here. I got a bunch of soda this week only because they have them on sale for $5 a case. It's amazing. $5 used to be the regular price, and we would wait until we get like 3 for $5. Now $5 is a sale price for 1. I don't know how people with soda machines are in business. It's so expensive to buy soda anymore. It's crazy. The 7-Up Cherry Zero is also really good. I just got that. I'm surprised how good it is. I shouldn't talk my mouth. I'm trying to come up with the cash to buy some specific filaments. I want to get some Zyro Sparkling Clear, and I want to get some Zyro Sparkling black. Oh, they're not even close to the same. Really? You think they're similar? Oh, they're not even remotely the same, dude. 7-Up is nothing close to ginger ale. You know, lemon lime Sprite. Hey, Matt, how are you doing? Oh, wow. Maybe I'm more sensitive to the ginger, but I love ginger ale. Ginger ale is one of my favorite flavors. Like, oh, if you want, the Canada Dry has a bold ginger ale that's really good. It's got a nice, sharp ginger taste. And if you prefer sweet ginger ale, get Werner's. Werner's is really, really sweet. I've gotten the yeah, it does kind of seem like it has a hint of vanilla. I'm not sure if it does, but it does kind of have that vibe going for it. I like Werner's. Although now maybe they've changed it. I was super excited the one time when I saw Diet Werner's. I was like, oh my god, I love Werner's so much. I grabbed the Diet. It was so horrible, I spit it out. It was so bad. It was like the Baja Blast Zero when it first came out. It was absolutely atrocious. But now it's good. Really? I guess that wasn't a family thing for us. I know a lot of people associate ginger ale with an aid for being ill, but I guess that just wasn't a family thing for us, so we never got that association. Is it good? I'll have to try to find it. I haven't been able to find it yet, but I would love to get some Werner's. But I've got to stay away from regular soda. Just can't. They're really hitting it out of the ballpark with these zero flavors. They've figured out the chemistry to make it taste good. I mean, to the point where not all of them, of course, but some of the zero flavors are better than the regular. Like, I prefer the Canada Dry Zero Cherry over the regular Canada Dry Cherry. Like, to me, it tastes better. The Dr. Pepper Cherry tastes better in zero. The Blackberry tastes better in zero. The A&W Root Beer, the regular tastes better. But the zero's not bad. It's really not bad. Because with some of these flavors, the flavors are a little bit subtle. And what am I doing? No. The camera is backwards. Some of the regular flavors, the sweetness overrides the flavoring. Like cherry 7-Up, the zero tastes better than the regular. The sweetness of the regular kind of mutes the cherry flavor a bit. While with the zero, the cherry flavor pops more. So, and since they've gotten rid of that diet tang, you know, the difference between diet and regular, there's that little bit of a tang difference there. They got rid of that with zeros. Fight scams with Frank. How are you doing, Frank? Oh man, I really want to try Werner Zero now. Werner Zero, sure. Oh, they do have Werner's, and they do have it at Walmart, but only scalpers have it. Yeah, only the scalpers have it for fucking $18.39. I hate when I get a notification from Walmart and it says, "Hey, it's back in stock." No, it's not. It's back in stock with the scalpers. It's not back in stock with Walmart. Because who the hell is gonna pay? I mean, I guess either you're wealthy enough that you don't care. I see. There's the problem. There's enough people that are wealthy enough that they don't care, and so they're willing to pay $12.39 plus $6 shipping to get this. See, pickup and delivery is not available because this would be from Walmart, and this would be $7 to $9. But this is a scalper. See, sold and shipped by Infonest LLC. It's a scalper. They buy up the stock so nobody else can get it, and then they slough it off for 2 times what it normally sells for. Literally, this is double the price. This is $18.37 plus tax, so it's going to be $19. That's double the normal price. It's like, screw you, man. Walmart's just giving themselves a bad name doing that. Smith's has 2 liters, but not 0. 8-pack of 12-ounce bottles is that's pretty expensive still. But is it in stock or is it just scalpers? $8 shipping. No problem. Just pay $16 with tax for 8 little 12-ounce bottles. Yeah, sure. Oh, they're such scalpers. Eventually I'll get it. What are you gonna do? I'm doing good, Frank. Well, I got some good news. Some actual legit good news. The the police knocked on my window. Was it yesterday? No, day before yesterday. Day before yesterday, the police knocked on my window, scared the shit out of me. I go to the door saying, who the hell would not only be knocking on my door, but knocking on my window? And it's a police officer, it's Sergeant Brown from the Edgewood Police, nice guy. And he's like, yeah, we're just checking on you. Your neighbor was worried about you. You know, he came over and he got stuck in your driveway. I'm like, stuck in my driveway? How the hell did he get over here? He came over in his mobility chair. He's missing a leg, and he's got some nerve damage. And so it's harder for him to stand up now. And so he uses a mobility chair, one of those jazzy chairs. And he came all the way over in his jazzy chair and got stuck in my driveway. A 3D medic. And so he had no choice. I mean, it was kind of my fault. I gave him my new number, but I guess I didn't explicitly tell him that this other number was also for me. And my 215 number is gone temporarily because I lost the SIM card. And I pulled the SIM card tray out of my phone, and I guess I was bending it when I pulled it out, because the moment the SIM card cleared the phone, it went ping! It's somewhere in the car. I can't find it. I've ripped the car apart. I pulled the mats out. I took a vacuum to it and checked the collection bin in the vacuum. I cannot find that goddamn SIM card. I heard it hit plastic when it landed. You can tell the difference when plastic hits plastic, it's a sound it makes. And so I heard it hit plastic. So my guess it's between 2 body panels somewhere, because these freaking SIM cards are like this big, the Nano SIMs. And so I'm waiting for the company to send me a new SIM card. I have another SIM card for them, but for some reason they can't transfer the account to the other SIM card, so they have to send me a new SIM card. I mean, it's fine. They don't charge me anything for it, so it's fine. But I have to wait for them to send me a new SIM card. So he wasn't able to reach me for like 3 days, and he got worried. Here, simmy. I wish there was a little metal in it, like ferrous metal, because I can go around with a magnet and maybe find it. But I think it's aluminum and gold. Neither of which is ferrous, so neither of which is going to be attracted by a typical magnet. God, this really is good. But yeah, he's a nice neighbor. Well, he's also worried I'm kind of the only contact he has, and he thought I was I guess it's actually kind of sad. I guess he's used to people wanting to be paid when they do anything for anybody, because he's always asking me about money. Every now and then he gives me a couple $100 when I go to run errands for him and stuff like that. And this, I guess I didn't even notice it, but I guess this last time he didn't give me anything, and I don't care. I tell him over and over again. I was like, dude, if you give me a few extra bucks, I'm gonna take it. I need it. I'm poor, but I'm never ever gonna ask you for money to run an errand for you, ever. You're my neighbor. You want me to go get you cigarettes? Normally I don't do that, Normally, to go and get cigarettes for somebody is a straight up no. That's like me buying a gun for you, knowing you're going to shoot yourself in the head with it. That's the way I see buying people cigarettes. You know, it's like giving you a gun while knowing in advance you're about to shoot yourself with it. I mean, that's immoral to me. But you know, I go get cigarettes for him. I go to the store for him. I go get his mail for him. I go to the pharmacy for him to pick up his medication, and because he can't drive his car right now, he doesn't have good enough control over his foot to be able to control the car safely. And the bigger problem is getting in and out of the car. And but I told him, I was like, I'm never gonna charge you anything. I mean, I have an electric car. Okay. If you ask me to go to Rio Rancho for you, we're gonna have to talk about gas money, because that's $20 in gas for the round trip. Okay, but you know, for local around here, I don't give a shit. You know, I'm probably gonna stop by McDonald's and get a nice coffee, and if I go to the mailbox for you, I'm gonna go to my mailbox too. It's like, you know, but I guess he has a couple other people who sometimes help him out, but they always gripe about being compensated. And you know, I mean, maybe that's just the way I was raised, but I'm never gonna charge a neighbor to help them out. I'm just not gonna do that. And he thought I was mad, and I was like, no, I just lost my SIM card. And he didn't realize that the other number that I contacted him was a good number to reach me with. So he didn't realize that he had the ability to reach me. But that was kind of my fault. I didn't explicitly tell him, oh, by the way, I lost the SIM card. Use this number for now. And so he got worried. He thought maybe something happened to me. And he's a little lonely, which I don't blame him. But he's a good guy. I like him. You know, he's a nice guy. And you know, his other family apparently is big on being compensated for helping him out. And it's like, seriously? Like, it's like, come on, just. I mean, I guess if you're driving hugely out of your way, I can get it, but it's family. You don't. When you start mixing money and family, money and friendship, it's no longer a friendship. I mean, it's going to blow up at some point as soon as the money becomes an issue. So, I follow the principle that I told my brother, is that, you know, he was worried about loaning money and to, you know, friends and family. And I told him, I was like, you never loan money to family. Never. You give money to family. It's a gift. If you get it back, great. Bonus. But always assume it's a gift. If you can't afford to give it away, then don't. Because, I mean, do you want to destroy a friendship or a family relationship over $20? I mean, really? $100? You're going to wreck a family relationship for $100? No. It's like, if you can afford to lose it, then just give it. And if you happen to get it back, great, you got it back. And if you don't get it back, well, you already accepted that you weren't going to, so no big deal. You know, that's just I don't know. I get it. We're in a pretty bad position money-wise in society today, and so money is a big deal. And there are friends and family who will use other friends and family for a money source, and then drop you like a hot potato as soon as they realize they can't get any more money out of you. Logan just had that with one of his what he thought was one of his best friends, and you know, he found out that he's just using them. You know, he overheard a conversation he wasn't supposed to overhear, and it hurts. I get it. That hurts a lot when you think someone's a real friend and you find out they're just using you. That's like being stabbed in the heart with a knife. That really hurts. But I like the guy. I want to. Eventually, I want to open up a section of the fence between our yards, and then the next time I can afford to get some millings, because I want to finish putting millings around the house as a fire break. If he's okay with it, I want to put a milling path in his yard. Like, I don't need it in my yard, but I need it in his yard, because the yard between his house and my house is too soft, both for walking and for his chair. He'll get stuck. So if I lay down a 3-foot wide path to his back porch with millings, then he'll be able to come straight over to my yard and we can do like dinners and barbecues and stuff like that. And because I have a carport with table and all that stuff. And because he's lonely, he lives alone. You know, he's got no local family. They're in Albuquerque, and you know, he doesn't really have any local friends, and so I imagine it gets pretty goddamn lonely sitting over there all day doing nothing. So, you know, I like to invite him over when I can to, you know, I'll make a barbecue or something like that. But he's a nice guy. I like him. I finished some more of the mini toolboxes, so I got the blue one done. So this is using Everyone Transparent PET G and Prusament Blue. So that came out really nice. I had to use a little bit of wood for this last drawer. Oh, I forgot to print handles. I got to print handles still. But I had to print a little bit of... also, I have to print more of the Gridfinities. I got those to fit properly. So I got the Gridfinity working, so they're all going to come with... well, the ones I print will be 2 drawers plus 1 Gridfinity drawer. And so I had to switch over to a different plastic because I ran out of the Prusament Blue. Because this one ended up being a fail on me. I was testing out making the shelf a Gridfinity, and it's all warped and messed up because the printer got turned off like 40 times. And I had to hit confirm to resume 40 times. Because the power turned off like 40 times in 1 hour. Oh, that night was annoying. The power just kept turning off over and over and over again. Like, what the hell? Come on. I also finished the... I think I may have showed you this one last week. This is the Boomat Wood Fill with the Icelandic blue from Filamentum. I love Filamentum plastic. Same deal, you know, beautiful handles. This one is Gridfinity. And then the rest are just regular. And the fit is just coming out so well. I love this. And I did 2 new ones this week. These came out really sharp. I wasn't sure how they were going to come out, but they came out good. So these 2 are using transition rolls. So these are filament rolls that... oh, there's the kitty cats. There's that one, and there's the other one. These are using transition rolls, so the colors change throughout the roll. This one's a bit subtle because it transitions between blue and purple, which is sometimes hard to tell apart. Like that looks blue and that looks purple, but in real life, this looks like a light purple and this looks like a dark purple. But it actually came out really cool. Except this one's mostly purple. This here is actually purple, blue, purple, but you really have trouble telling. It's really hard to tell the difference. You can kind of see it in the end here, where the inside is blue and the outside is purple, but it is nice. And then I have the Gridfinity trays that I print out. Now, the Gridfinity bins are really interesting. I print 9 at a time sequentially. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And if I get lucky and I hit a transition while it's doing that, you get a really, really cool effect. So this is the one that has a much more obvious color change. So you can see you got this almost like a dark blue on the side here. This looks almost brown because it's like the blue and orange mixing. And then you got green. And then the infill started to change the blue, so it really stands out nice. And then here's the really cool part. The drawers are all different. So this one went from blue-orange to green, and this one went to green, and this one went to finish of green and back to orange again. Isn't that awesome? The blue purple is subtle, but really nice in person. Now here's the cool one, is the Gridfinity drawers. Because it transitioned while it was printing those. So they're all different shades of green, yellow, and orange. Really cool. I like that. I want to get that rainbow transition filament and do this with that. I think because then you'll have like more colors. I think that would be really cool. And it's cool because like the inside of this one is like a reddish orange. And the inside of this one is a greenish yellow. And then the inside of this one is like a red-orange. And then the inside of the shelf is a light yellow-green. So, and this is all with the same roll. So that you get these really cool effects. I like it a lot. I also figured out how to preserve the more expensive filament. What I'm going to have to do is I'm going to have to stock transparent PETG or white PETG, mostly transparent PETG, because I can do exactly what I did on this one here. Yeah. So this is one of my favorites. These two transition ones, this green orange one and the blue purple one, really cool. And I'm figuring, I don't know if it's going to work. I'm going to try it. I figure I can sell these for $50 a piece. There's about $30 worth of plastic in this. So there's not much profit there. But I figured $50 a piece. Now I was worried about running out of the wood. And it turns out I didn't run out of the wood, but I would have if I would have continued. So what I did, and this actually looks really cool if you use the right colors. The bottom layers are wood, and then I switched out to the Icelandic blue. So the inside edge of this is the Icelandic blue. And that worked really well. It came out great. I mean, I'm super pleased with how that came out. And so I can do that more often on expensive colors. Like if I think I have 1 or 2 rolls of protopasta left. So, I mean, I can't afford to print one of these in protopasta. I mean, you're talking about $80 worth of plastic to print one of these in protopasta. Yeah, no, because it takes about 800 or 900 grams of plastic to print one of these, and there are 450, 500 gram rolls for $50. So you're talking about $80 worth of plastic. But what I can do is print just the bottom layers, the bottom 2 outer layers in the protopasta, and then when it starts doing the infill, switch to a transparent. And then I can do the same thing for the back. You know, print the outer layer in the... You can actually see it right there. See it? That's one piece right there. And I just switched over to the Icelandic blue. And then, but of course the lid. Now the lid, I can also do that. I can print the outer 2 layers in the expensive plastic, and then just switch to a cheap transparent PETG to print the infill. And all the lids don't take much plastic. And but yeah, I am super, super, super stoked with how these came out. They're nice. These are really freaking nice. I mean, they look professional. They look like something that was really well made and designed. You know, sometimes I forget, you know, that every now and then I actually do design something that's halfway nice. I always think of myself as being, you know, an amateur. So, you know, my stuff is kind of shoddy. But this is one of those few items that I've made that really, really, just really came out nice. I would suggest printing this with a 0.8 millimeter nozzle. You could print it with a 0.4, but it's going to take forever. But a 0.8 will give you a nice strong print. And the 0.4 will be just as strong. It'll just take forever. It'll just take a very long time to print this with a 0.4. But a 0.8 is about perfect. And a 1 millimeter, which is what I use to print these, takes a little bit of fine tuning in the slicer to make sure your thin wall behavior is correct. I've gotten the tolerances down to the point where it just snaps together. Like you don't have to. The only thing you have to do is sometimes when it's going from here to here to here to here, there'll be a little tiny stringer because it's PETG, and you just take your nippers and you just go snip, 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 snip. Take those off, and but otherwise all these other joints, the walls on the side, all these joints on the back, no cleanup, nothing. It just click, 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 and then the filament just shoves right through. What I advise doing when you put the filament through is when the filament pokes out this side, pull it back a little bit, snip it off, and then take the nippers and shove it in. This way the filament disappears inside the hole, unless you look at it straight on like that. And it also stops it from drifting so much, so, you know, moving around. But yeah, no more cleanup for the holes. You definitely, unless you have a sloppy print, you should not need a drill bit. The only time I've needed a drill bit, for example, this piece here, it warped a little bit on the corner. So I had to go in there with the drill bit and clean it up a little bit. And but otherwise you should not need a drill bit if you get a proper print. But definitely would be advisable to have a 2mm drill bit on hand, and you do need the 160mm one. You can get the ends with a regular drill bit, but you're not going to be able to run it through if you don't have the longer drill bit to be able to get through those holes from both sides. But they're like $3 or $6 for two of them, or if you don't mind waiting a month, mine still haven't come in. $2.59 will get you a 5 set that comes at like different sizes. So they're super cheap. But this is one of my favorites. I love the wood in the Icelandic. I've sent the messages to a couple of different, to CookieCAD, Protopasta, and Filamentum. I'm hoping they'll be willing to send me a couple of rolls so I can make some really nice boxes using their filament. And then I'm hoping they'll send me an extra couple of rolls, and then I'll make a custom box for them at Rocky Mountain Rep Festival. So they're probably not going to see this. We're too far into the video. I'm trying to get a roll of the Zyro Twinkling Clear, and then I think I have some nice blue that matches their logo. I had them send me their business logo in high res. So the vendors that support me a lot, like Diamondback, Vision Miner, and whatnot, and whoever else tends to support me a lot, I'm going to make garden flags with their company logo on it and just have it on my light post at the show. But I also want to make them a custom box. And so if they send me the filament to make a custom box, I'm gonna put their company logo in the lid. I think I was gonna put it in the sides, but I think it'd be best to just put the logo right here, just right there on the lid, and then maybe also, because it'd be really easy to do, maybe right here on the shelf, put the company logo, and just so they have a nice themed, really beautiful box that they can actually use. I'm kind of deciding against capturing the drawers. I was trying to work on a way to capture the drawers so they don't come out all the way, but I really like being able to pull the drawer out and take it where I need it. So just pull the whole drawer out and set it on the table in front of me and work with what's in there. I really like being able to do that. I've been doing it a lot, and if I capture the drawers, I won't be able to do that. So I think I'd rather deal with that and have the ability to remove the drawer completely, because I really like that. But the files are designed such that if you're using a 0.8 or a 1mm nozzle, you can get away with a lot of fudge factor with the flow rate. Print them at 90%. Not 90% size, 90% flow rate. Either in your slicer, set your flow rate to 0.9, or slice it normally and then right on the printer, just lower the flow rate down to 90%. It's shockingly effective. With a 0.4 nozzle, that's a lot. A 10% difference on a 0.4 nozzle might affect how it prints. But 10% for a 1mm or a 0.8mm nozzle is really not that big a deal. But it makes such a, look how nicely these drawers just slide in and out. Just beautiful. By printing at 90%, that creates just enough tolerance that these parts just fit together. I think I'm going to make this bottom plate 0.2mm wider, because where it's held together at this point at the bottom drawer is tight. Not super tight. You can pull it out, but it's a little tight. So I think I might open this up just like 0.2, just 0.2mm, just for that little tiny bit of extra. I'll see how that works. But yeah, I am super stoked with this. I love this. Now, what I want to work on today is I want to add more solar lights to my yard. And I kept wondering how all of my solar lights ended up leaning one way and bending. And yeah, I watched it happen yesterday. 50-mile-an-hour winds coming through. Yeah, all the lights go. Yeah, the winds are pretty harsh here. I got a couple that stopped working. I got to take them apart and figure out what's wrong with them. It's either a bad board or the battery moved inside or something like that. That's usually what it is. I got a new second favorite pair of earrings. I absolutely love these. They're made of metal and they're a super bright deep pink. They're my second favorite. My first favorite is still the acorns. I love the little gold acorns. I like autumn, so anything autumn themed is a big deal for me. But ooh, I have some of the blue purple PETG left. I'm going to reprint the stanchions for my lights on the roof of my cars. I'm going to make them, first I'm going to make them about 5 millimeters taller, because I think they're a little too short. But I'm going to print them in the blue purple for the Nissan. And I think I have enough of the green PETG for my green Kia, because I want to put lights on the Kia too. And so I'm going to get those done this week. But I also want to put more lights on my carport out front. Like I got this beautiful red roses. They're like little roses that are translucent plastic, and they have red LEDs inside. So they look like little glowing red roses. And I actually wish they were red plastic instead of clear plastic. Although the clear plastic should look good too, because it's a milky plastic, not like a transparent. And because I want them to be visible during the day too, as static flowers, and at night they light up. The problem is my front of the house faces north. And not only that, but any solar panel I attach to the carport is covered by the roof of the carport. And so any solar panels that are on the front of the carport just don't get enough energy to properly charge. And so what I'm going to design today is I took my tape measure out to the I took my what was it, $1.79. I think this is 3 meters. Yeah, a 3 meter tape measure. Really nice metric tape measure, and it stays out when you pull it out, and then you push the button to retract it. Really nice. They have them in 5 meter length too, but these little 3 meter ones are super handy because they're so tiny. I like little cute tiny things. But it's 105 millimeters is the size of my metal post. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to make a 3D printed clamp that'll go around my carport post, and that clamp will have a little piece that sticks out with a thread on it, so that I can use my model rocket tubes that I designed and make a flagpole, basically a post that will go, so the arm will go out far enough to clear the edge of the carport, and then the flagpole will come out and stand up on top of that, and then I'll mount the solar panel on top of that. This way the solar panel will clear the roof, and these things will be able to charge up. And I could do 2 on each one, because the carport's a square, so I can come out this way and I can come out this way. So I can have 2 posts coming up, and put the solar panels above the carport so that they can properly charge, and I can also tilt them to aim toward the sun better. And so that's what I'm going to design today. So I guess the first thing I need to do is to put down the car post. 105. Let's do. What exactly was that? Yes, that's 105. Okay. Okay, so what I should do is have it be 100, and then have the threaded portion extend out past that, so that there will actually be a little bit of a clamping force. So let's do 100. 100 by 100. And instead of making one big thick one, I think I'll make 2. And the second one will have a hole for the flagpole to pass through, so that I'll use a lot less material. Although, would one thicker one use more or less material than 2 thinner ones? I gotta think about that. Because there is value in having a single print as well. There's definitely value in having a single print. I'll think about it. Let's do this. Now I'm going to need a couple of pieces. I love reusing parts of my other models. Let's fix this real quick, just because I want to get this done, and it's going to be a real easy fix. Because I do need to make this taller. take this and this. And we take this and this. And we take this and this. And we do this. Okay. Now what I do is I take this and I raise it. Of course it's off the edge of the screen. I mean, why wouldn't it be off the edge of the screen? We do that. And then we raise this up into it. Like that. I think I want it a little bit taller. Let's do that. And then let's raise it up into it a little more. There we go. And then we join. That works. I want to bother doing that. I do think I want to put a flat edge on that. Like I said, when guys can sponsor me, the what was it, 700,000 would cost to buy the rocket motors necessary. Just 700 grand. I might be able to get a discount. Okay, so let's do this. We take this and we rotate it like that. We're going to rotate it 45 degrees actually. Because I think I want a flat edge on here. So the zip tie. As Mr. Beast. Launch my house, Mr. Beast. Launch my house. That's better. Because one thing I'm worried about is the zip tie trying to shift. And so by having a flat edge here, it'll be able to tighten up and shift. That should take care of that. So we export the light lift. And I will slice that later and get that printing. Okay, so now we need to come here. Oh man, did you hear the shitstorm that Mark Rober created with his video with the Tesla driving through the wall? Ooh, the MAGA heads are angry. They think he made an anti-Tesla video. He owns a Tesla. He's going to be buying a new Tesla. He also owns the flamethrower, the Tesla flamethrower. He's a Tesla fan. He likes his Tesla. He was just making a cool science video, and people are just, he canceled himself with this video. No, he didn't. You canceled yourself by being so dumb that you don't understand what B-roll is? You've never heard of B-roll? Because he pieced together different parts of different videos to make his final video. That's normal. That's called B-roll. That's what editors do. But just yeah, I'm not gonna get those people angry. We's gonna stay out of that. Okay, where is my? There it is. So I'm gonna use this. Come on. Get it together. Get it together. Let's go. So I need a copy of this and that's already a separate copy. So I need to duplicate this. And let's turn this straight. Okay. Let's split it up. Good, just like that. Let's do a join of those. and a delete of these, and I take this and this and copy it. And we go back to our new model. You can get a flamethrower. I mean, it's not going to be a flamethrower, but you can get something similar. Just please be careful and don't start a fire. Well, here, I'll get you a link. There you go. 20 bucks. And you can get one with hoses, so you can attach it to a hose, or you can get one where you can just screw the little 1 pound tank right to it. Sometime today, please. Come on. Come on. There you go. There you go. Go buy a flamethrower for $22. Then you go to Walmart and get the little 1 pound propane tanks, and you have a little flamethrower. They're actually very effective, but only if you live in a place without a fire risk. Please, don't be dumb. If you want to hook it up to a 20 pound tank, you can get one like this. And here's a nice one with a case and everything. You know, for 40 bucks with 5% coupon. But yeah, they're not expensive. Just do a search for a grass burner. If you don't want to use the affiliate link, just use a search for a grass burner. Oh. I have one somewhere, but I wouldn't dare use it around here. The fire risk is just too high. Okay, so what I need to do now is to duplicate this, turn it into a solid, and make it 120 by 120 by 110. And then we're going to center it like that. Which dimension's this? No, that needs to be the 120. 120 and 110. Okay. There we go. Let's do this and this. Now, before we do this, what I need to do is to make 110. Yeah, I gotta redo this because I learned a neat little trick. So this is gonna be 120, and this is going. Why'd you jump over here? This is gonna be 110. And then the height is going to be, I guess 20 millimeters is probably enough. Maybe I'll go 30. No, we're already 20, so let's go 40. Nope, wrong bit. What? Oh. Weirdo. Let's go 40 tall. 40 tall. Okay. That looks a little too thick. No, we're going to thin it out. Okay. Now, I'll show you the reason we're going to do that. If you change the dimensions of the object using these values here, instead of changing these values here, it understands what you mean when you say radius. So when you do that, it actually works. The coolest filament out now. I don't know. I like TH3D's Galaxy filament. I like the I like Cookie Cad's filaments. Cookie Cad has some really nice transition filaments that are freaking cool. Zyro has more colors in their sparkle and diamond line. Actually, I have some of them in my wish list, I think. Hang on. How am I doing on Amazon this week? I haven't checked in a week. Whenever I do the stream, it reminds me to check. 70. Yeah, that's not good. We only have 10 days left, and I've only done $70 on Amazon. That's bad. Let's see. Let's go to wish list. This is really cool. Strong Hero 3D has some really nice metallic, like they call it Vertigo Galaxy. They're ripping off Filamentum's name, but that's okay. But that's just a stunning filament. I really want to make a toolbox out of this. Like, I badly want to make a toolbox out of that filament. Amelin and also Polymaker have some really nice matte colors. Zyro has some new colors that are cool. They have a sparkle pink now. I keep trying to get this effing goddamn shirt. I want this shirt so bad, but I don't know if this one's gonna fit me. I don't know what the dimensions are, but it's available on Temu. But every time it's available, I don't have any money. But like, for example, I got $20 now, so I have enough money to place a Temu order because I need to order some magnets for these Gridfinity drawers. And of course, they're out of stock on the 9X again. It's starting to really annoy me, but I want that friggin' shirt. But Zyro has some new sparkling colors. They used to only have a couple of colors in sparkling, but now they have a green sparkling and a purple sparkling and an orange sparkling, or twinkling, what they call it. They call it caramel. But yeah, they have a lot of new twinkling colors. Here's a blackish green as well as a regular green. And there's their transparent. There's their original colors were the blue, the red, and the clear. And then also they, for a little while, they had the black, which is surprisingly nice. The twinkling black. I want to get a roll of the twinkling black and the twinkling red because I want to make a box for Vision Miner. So it'll be a black box with twinkling red and twinkling clear as the contrasting colors for the logo and the drawers and stuff. And then I want to try to get them to print my drawer handles in Ultim 1010. So it'll only take 18 grams of filament, so it won't take much filament if they have a big nozzle. It really is a nice sparkle. Everything I've printed with these has come out beautiful. This sparkling pink just looks delicious. And I want to combine the sparkling pink with the dark pink here. The solid pink. I think that might be a good combo, maybe. Or the twinkling pink with the matte pink. Might look really nice. But I like the metallics and the sparkles and the transitions. And you can get them in PETG too. So PETG transition. IMAI has a few that are really nice. That's not transition. Oh, I misspelled it. Did I? No, I didn't. Yeah, I spelled it correctly. This is a co-extrude. I didn't know they've done PETG co-extrusions. That's new. Is it a transition or a co-extrusion? Because that's a big difference. Yeah, that's the co-extrusions. But they're usually just PLA. I've never seen a co-extrusion PETG. It says co-extrusion, but is that actually a co-extrusion or is it just a transition roll? I can't tell. That's awfully pretty, whatever the hell it is. Yeah, I wouldn't mind a roll of that. Where's my... What the hell? Where's my save? There it is. Save it to my list. Oh, there's the one. I can't... There it is. This is one of them. This is the darker one, but I want to do a box in this. I think that would just look shit hot. because it has so many different colors. And I've also done IEMAI. They have some nice filaments. Strong Hero 3D has nice. I've done the blue transition. That's nice. Here's a silk rainbow transition. Now that's a sharp color change. Wow. All the parts will be different colors. That would be hot. Oh, at least it shows me the Amazon price now. That's good. Is there any reason why you won't open this? Because you're a dickhead? That's kind of janky that they charge more for non-Amazon. That's kind of a ripoff. And still require you to reach $35 for free shipping. Ouch. Yeah, that would be slick. And using a 0.8 or a 1mm nozzle. Yep, there. I know. I just posted a link to it. The Rainbow Pet G is really nice. Too bad I destroyed it, but I did a real big rocket in that. Now, the only thing that annoys me is that one filament company that used to exist. They kind of turned. People thought they were a scam, but it was actually just a company going out of business. They had a monthly filament program where you can get a kilogram a month, but they had a filament called Dragon's Breath. Basically, it was gold and silver filament with like an overabundance of glitter in it. So it was like super, super, super glittery. And wow, that's a nice red. If it's actually that red. That would be pretty. So this is a dual color. So this is where they, does it show you a picture? Sometimes they show you a picture. No, it doesn't. To show you guys, oh man. It's cold today. Like my hands are cold. Here we go. This is what a co-extrusion looks like. So you can see it's literally the two colors together. Now the reason this works is because when the filament flows through the nozzle, it's actually laminar. So the filament does not mix. So these colors maintain their separation as they're extruded. That's how you're able to get that really cool effect on a co-extruded print. And they also have a tricolor, but the tricolor is not as good. Because if you get any twist in that filament as it goes through, you lose the alignment. You see this alignment, how half of it is blue, half of it's red, and you see the split in the middle? That works really well with the dual extrusion, but you start to lose the effect when you do. You start to get this, where it starts to smear and mix, and it just doesn't look as nice. But do they do a co-extruded? So PETG, do they have a dual color? Because as far as I know, that nobody's done a PETG like this. Here's the rainbow one I use. This is the one I would love to try. And I've also done this one. This one's also, actually that's the one I just printed. This looks a lot better when you do a vase mode print, because you get that really nice blue, dark blue, purple separation. But that is this filament here when you print it dark. But this one here is really, really nice. I think, okay, this is not, I think this is the same thing. I think that is the same thing. Yeah, I get, well, this might be a little more transparent, but I've done this before. It's beautiful. I don't see a dual color PG. I wonder why nobody's done PETG. Well, this says core shell. I wonder what that means. So there's something in the middle, and then there's on the outside? I know they've done that before. Wow. That's pretty.
But yeah, I've purchased this before. I had to buy 3 rolls to do that one rocket. I wish I had a roll left because I'd love to print my box in this. But is that temperature change? That's glow in the dark. Oh wow. Now that's a pretty one. But this is better. A box won't print as well in this because you're not going to get the same effect. But yeah, I like the glitters. I like the metallics. I like the bright, vibrant colors. You know, the hots and the blazes on the neon green and the neon blue. I like bright colors. I like the transparents and the brights. Okay, so when you do this, curving of here, when you radius your corners, you need to change the dimensions in here. Let me show you what happens if you don't. So this is 110 by 120 by 40. This is something I didn't know. So 120 by 110, and then 40. Now what happens if I radius? See how it doesn't look the same? See how it's flatter and it doesn't have this nice roundness this one has? See the difference? So change the dimensions here to as close as you can to what you're doing, or at least the same proportions of what you're doing, and then do your radius, and the math it does on the radius is a lot better. Yeah, that's a little trick that I wasn't aware of. Okay. Actually, I think I need to make this 2 separate pieces. Yeah, I think I do need 2 separate. It's my parts. Okay. So this should be easy to do. All I need to do is shove this all the way through. Come on. Just shove it all the way through like that. There we go. Let's go all the way through. And now this is a wing nut of sorts. There we go. Now that's an all the way through. Let's get it out of the way. Okay. I don't like this being a sharp corner like that. I think I know how to fix that though. Now we need this. And we need to do that. And we need to do this. There we go. So first thing I can do is I can shorten these up so the file isn't so wonky. There we go. Now we take this, and we need this to be much bigger. We're going to embed it so it's okay, and then we do this. So that's about 10. So let's make this 10 tall. Yeah, I like that. Let's make this slightly radius. Just a little. So it's not a harsh corner there. To stretch this out so that we have a nice flat out here. Yeah, that's all I need to do for that. No, I need 2 edges. No. I'll figure it out. Let's make 1 for now. So we do that. Okay. Now we bring this into here. Okay, so that needs to be quite a bit bigger. Okay. So we need this to be out here like this. So this is going to need to be like 140 by 1. That's not going to work. By 120. Uh-huh. That. Let's try 130. And now let's align them. We are aligned. Oh, it's a center. That's nice. This is too big. 115. And let's shift it. Let's go out. Good. Cannot be altered because this is the size of the post. Oh, that has to be 106. Let's go 108 to make absolutely certain. Okay. I think I need to make these smaller. Or am I undersizing this? Okay, that's 14. I scale this. These don't have to match. So I can scale this a little bit. If we do this and this, and then we do this to 15. As long as I scale them together, right. Okay, let's do this. And let's drop this. It's touching the wall. Yeah. Okay. Alright, so this is now 11. Let's make it a little smaller. Oh, 13. There. Now it's 10. That's good. A face here. Pop. This. What I need. This can now be. I can make this the same height as this. So 6.94. So height 6.94. Make it the same height. We can lower the radius a little bit until we get a proper overlap. We're still not getting a proper overlap. That's good. Okay. I can live with that. Now this, just a smidge. No, let's leave it the same height. Fuck it. Now what I want is so let's cut this since we now have the right size. Control D. Rotate around this way. And we do this. Let's do this. Move your radius. Turn it back into a. Okay, your radius should be. Oh. We extend this to this way.
take this, again, we take this, we duplicate it, and we throw here. We put the ball here, and now we get it to drop. That puts it in the same position on both sides. And that should be enough extension. Maybe a little more. There, that's why. Let's bring this out a bit. I think it's enough. Now, why is there? It should not be like that. Let's move this one just a smidge. Let's go 0.25, and then we'll take these two, them, and then center them on this, like that. Still not quite what I want. Let's move it out another corner. I don't want that artifact created, because that artifact will cause me problems in the future. And I can't do nothing until it finishes joining. Come on, come on. Why is this taking so long? This is not that complex, I don't think. Oh, actually, maybe it is that complex. I need to simplify this. Let's simplify this, keep it from getting too complex. Export, STL. I am showing you my screen, right? Yes. And then we will re-import the file we just... Where is it? Where's the file I just... Oh. It was in the wrong folder for some reason. Import. I want another donut. Yum, 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 yum. I love some donuts. Okay. So now, we take this, and this, and we stretch it like this, and control align with this line here and here. You and you align here and here, and now I can delete these complicated versions. There. Now it's much simpler. Now I should be able to take this and this, join them. There we go, much faster. Then we take these two and we align it on this one. There. And there. No pokey pokey. Okay. Okay. Now we need to make end cap, which is going this piece. So I have to separate these again because I need to know the dimensions. They are 10 by 7. Let's see. What is the easiest way to make that? Why is it always in my way? So we're going to make this 10 tall. Let's make it 6 wide. No. It's way. This needs to be 7.4 tall by 10 wide. Okay, and now we need to put these on here. And this needs to be 7.25 by 2. And then we align these two pieces on this one. We're going to do this and this. Right. Did I make that? Oh, I made it 7.4. 7.4. Control D. Flip this way. Put a floor here and drop. And that should do it. This should be all one shape. And now we don't need to be 14 wide, 12 wide is probably enough. Because that's a 2 millimeter variance. Actually 11 is enough. That's a 1 millimeter gap, a half a millimeter on each side. Screw it, 12. Now we're 7 millimeters tall. Let's make it 7.6, I think will be enough. Yeah. Because we're going to print this piece vertically. Which means the tolerances will be good. Okay. Now, this needs to be joined. Nope, actually it doesn't need to be joined. They need to be separate. Okay. One has to align with this. Let's do this and this. This one has to align with this one. Make that the master. You, and you. Okay. Now, these two pieces join together into one. Now I simply make this big enough to cover all of that. Okay. So 10 I think will be enough. And let's go 136. Let's see what that looks like. So now we take this and we align on this. Center this way and center this way. Is that? Yes, I think that is enough. What is the variance? We are at 7.6 versus 10. That means 2 millimeters. That's only 1 millimeter, 1.4 millimeters on each side. That's not enough. I need at least 2 walls. I'd prefer 3 walls. 3 walls means I need a 6 millimeter difference. So 7, 8, 9, 10, 12, 13. That means I need 14 millimeters. stickers. Ooh, that is so much bigger than I thought. That is way bigger than I thought. It doesn't look that bad, though, I guess. Make this thicker. I don't think it needs to be. I could thin this out quite a bit. Okay, take this. That's not what I asked you to do. Take this and this. Join them. Okay. Now, this slide over this like a C-clamp, like a muffler clamp, and then these two will hold this together. I could thin this out a bit. Let's do this and this, and turn you into a hole. Make you much wider. Make you even wider. And I can rinse some material that I don't need. Too much. Control D. Rotate 180. Bring it this way. Okay, you out this way, and you out this way. Let's center it on this, there, and there, and then chop it. Since this is going to be printed vertically with the layer this way, this is going to be, well, they'll both be very strong. Okay. I could chop out a hole here too, but I don't want to do that because I don't want this to bend. Because this is actually going to be under a pretty decent amount of stress when the wind blows on it. A tremendous amount of stress, but enough. Okay. Now we join these two together. They are centered. Good. I was like, please tell me I can fit the center of those. Okay. Now what I need rocket parts. $18mm will be enough, so I'll just grab my 18mm body tube. Am I out of donuts? Oh no, I'm out of donuts. You suck. Arrgh. I'm all out of donuts. I love those donuts. They're so good. Okay. What is this? Oh, that's the light post. 60 millimeter is 2 inches. I don't need it to be that big. I know I have an 18 millimeter version, so I'll just find that. Because all it's doing is holding a solar light. Da, 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 da. Long shot. These are big. I need a little one. Oh, I think the Red Nova uses, isn't that a small one? That's 40 millimeters. I guess that's okay. Come on. Sometime today. Let's copy this. Go back to this. Let's split you. Let's grab all of you. No, I can't do that. Let's grab all of you and delete you. Let's grab all of you. Okay. I need this to add to this. But first, let's make this smaller. That is bigger than I need it to be. So I'll grab everything. Let's make it 1 inch, 25 millimeters. So this is going to be added to this. This. I have the piece cut out of it, right? There it is. Okay. So I should be able to extend this as tall as I want. So let's make it 12 inches. I think that should be plenty. Is that really? Wow. Okay. So we take this and make it 350. And we take this and we make it 300. Okay. Ow. Let's see. How big are these little plastic things? Are they all the same size? I guess I can make a graduated hole. So this is 18 millimeters. What I could do is put this piece on both ends. So Control D, and then we rotate this way, and then we align it with this piece, freeze this piece, and go to the top. And that'll give me threads on both ends. And they'll all print in vase mode. Although this is designed to print with a 0.4 nozzle, not a 1mm nozzle. Ugh. Shit. Oh, I forgot about that. Okay, I need to increase the spacing. Let's undo this. For this to work, this is going to need to be quite a bit bigger. This is going to need to be like 28 by 28. And then we align it with this piece. No, this is not going to work at all. This is totally broken. You need to be gone. I need a new cylinder. 28 by 28. And then increase the number of sides. Why did you see that? Did you see that? I moved right and it went left. It's like, why? That's a Windows thing, not a Tinkercad thing. Because I've seen it do that other situations. Okay, this and this. Okay, that should do it. I need the wall to be thick enough to accommodate a 1mm nozzle. That looks good. Okay. Now, mastering. Right, radius, sides, align, center. And I think I only need like 5 ribs. I don't need very many ribs for this. Because with a 2mm thick wall, this is going to be pretty damn strong. I probably don't need any ribs at all. Probably, in fact, 3 ribs is probably enough. So let's do 3 ribs. Excuse me. Ignore me again and you will rue the day. I will make you feel the pain of my wrath. 0.02. And once again, you ignored me. And did whatever the hell you wanted without paying attention to what I told you to do. Good way to piss me off, by the way. I will fucking bite you. Yeah. Let's see. We're going to center on this one, on the edge. Then we take this and we bring it in 1.9. And then we take this and this, Control D. Let's just do 4. No, I like the idea of doing 5. I want this to last forever, so let's do 5. Because snow might push against this in the wintertime, although, no, it shouldn't. That would be 60? No, 72, I think. Is it 72? Let's see. I think it's 72. 360 divided by 5, 72. 72. Did it do it? I think it did. Control D. Why does that not look right? Oh. It's going counterclockwise. That's why. Okay. So that creates our interior ribs. However, this rib needs to penetrate in order to complete the vase mode. And that should do it. There. Let's see here. Let's make this a tiny bit bigger. 28.1 by 28.1. That's not what I wanted. So we have just a little bit of slop because this doesn't need to be super tight. This should not have any cuts. Nope. Good. So I need a second one of these. That one's going to get printed. Though it's going to get printed that way. But now we have our extension tube. Now we need to extend this. How do I want to do this? Okay, let's do this. Align. Center on this one. Now, how far out do I want to go? This is the edge of the thing. So 6 inches would be 150. So 4 inches would be 100. I think that's enough. 4 inches. Let's go 125. Be safe. So probably that far. 100 maybe. This is 6.94. 6.94. 6.94. Okay, we take this, we center it on this, and then we put a layer here and we drop that on there. So now that will stay in place. So that's going to be something like that. I guess it's actually easier to use this shape. And put you back down here. Make sure you are dropped. Let's do this and this. 6.94. Okay. That's going to be like this. We're going to embed in here like this. We'll probably make you a bit wider. Like that. Is there any reason not to make it as wide as the whole thing? I can't think of one. And then this needs to come out all the way to here. Now I'll get rid of the red one. We align these. Center. I wish I could bevel this to radius this, but there is no way to easily... yes there is. Oh, yes there is.
this. You're going to like this. So you take this piece like this, and you extend it into this piece, and then you, let's keep it flat. Then we take this piece, we duplicate it, we turn it into a hole, and we cut it out of this. And now we have that. Now we take that and we do a copy. We put the work plane here and we do a paste, which now gets this piece aligned with that angle, except we have to rotate it this way. Like that. And then we do this, and then we do this. There. And drop. Now it's at the correct angle to put a bevel into this piece. So we turn this into a hole. And what we do is we bring this in like this until we fully engulf the edge like that. Now I should be able to what's the easiest way to do that? The easiest way to do that is to put a flat plane here, then tell this to drop. Now we take this, we Control D it, we flip it. No. We flip it this way, and that'll be the one for this side. We put the work plane back on here, and now we stretch this out. Like this. Which I can delete this and just reduplicate this. Okay. Now we put this back down here. We take this, we duplicate it, we flip it that way, and we take these and we join it like this. What the hell did it do that for? Where did that come from? What did you do that for? Tinkercad being an asshole again? No, I can't do that. Why did it do that? This is an artifact. It should not be doing that. All right, let's do this. There must be too much complexity. Import. Let's also get rid of our history. Okay. Let's get rid of the history. You do that by loading something else. Now all the history of that workspace is gone, which is what we want. Let me guess. Yeah, I loaded a rocket, of course, a complex part. And now we go back to this one. You gotta be a nudge, don't you? You gotta be a nudge. Oh, wow, that's got electricity in it. Yeah, we need to get rid of all that. Oh, this is still got a whole bunch of crap in it.
don't need all that. That's going to help to get rid of that. Okay, this is still complex. Is there anything inside of it? No. So let's decomplex this. Export STL. Import. Bring that back in. I can get rid of that now. There we go. So we have one here that I need. Control D. Bring you over here. Work plane. Drop. Okay, another work plane. There. Drop. Right, that should work. There we go. That's now you're ping. Now I don't have to punish you. Let's do this. Control D. Flip it. Rejoin these. Okay, bring this in here. And put the work plane here. Drop again. Join. There. Now that has the same curve as it does. Alright, we align these on this center. Let's add this and this. Align on you, center. Let's make this a teeny, itty bitty bit smaller, but first let's chop the end off by doing this. All we have to do is figure out where we want to chop it. So something like that. No, let's bring it in close. And now we add another block here to finish chopping it off. And do that. There. Now we have a really chamfered part. Let's see if this brings together correctly. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, that's good. I'm gonna put holes in this. Just doesn't need to have all this. Okay, and then this, this. There. That works. It looks good. These are not joined yet. Oh no, it failed. Drop dead. Join. Don't argue with me. Why is it having a problem? You'll have to see if somebody else has the same problem. If someone else has this problem, then it's fine. If someone else doesn't, if anyone doesn't have the problem, then it's your end. Okay, I don't like that. I hate when it does that. So let's make 6.95. 6.95, which should be just to make it taller than those pieces. Stop. Well, it's not what I want you to do. Do that. There we go. Actually, do you. Let's leave you overlapping a little bit. I like overlap. Okay. So one thing I want to do is I want to pull in this. Does not need to be this rigid. Okay, let's do this. Sides. Let's make you 18. And then along with this. There and there. Shove you all the way through. Not enough. Shove you all the way through. Yep. Right now. I like hexagon. Way through, right? Yes. All right. Let's do. There's not going to be a lot of weight on it. I guess that. Control E. And do another one there. Let's join these two there, and then center them. That. Now, unjoin. Control E. Let's put one right in there. Let's rejoin those and align. Centered. And let's do that. We do that. That didn't work. I know why. Control D. That. That. And that. Okay, we delete this one. That gets to be the only one there. So now we control D this one and move it the same as this one? Yes, the same as that one. This and this line on the corner, this and this align on the corner. This one's right where it is. Control D, D. This and this align corner. This and this align corner. How am I going to do this one? I know how to do it. Delete. Delete. What I take this and I join it together, and then I control D, and take this, slide it this way, this, this way, take this, and we unjoin it. Now this, and we align it on the corner. No. I have to do this here. It's twice. How do I do the math on that? math should be doable. Okay. So this is 55. This is 20. So 40, 15. So I need to move it 0.5. This has to go 75, 15. That's what I asked you to do. As you're told. Okay, that gets me exactly where I need. But how far off center is it? What's the delta? I know that I'm trying to figure out how to do this. To do it right. I think it's another 7.5. Isn't it? No, maybe it's half of 7.5. 3.25. It's the wrong way. To be negative. Oh no, that is the right way. Nope, it's not. Is that the right distance? That's the right distance. God, I'm an idiot. Alright, how did I do that? I need to add another one in here, I think. Yeah, these move up. Let's just do this. Let's do Control D. One of these about here. That actually looks pretty good. That actually looks pretty good. Control D, 35 this way. And then I think I just take these and D and move them this way. Then I take this one, Control D, and align this. There. That creates my grid. And now yeah, it looks like I think I got it. I take this, I turn into solid, and then cut them in half. We're gonna need to get rid of the part that there. Actually looks really cool. It's like giant infill. I should have another piece here, but I'm not going to. Oh, that looks cool. I'm not digging that. Yeah, I'm not digging that at all. So we're just going to delete that. Yeah, I'm digging that. Okay, that looks freaking cool. I like that. I like that a lot. Now, if I really want to do this right, there's one more change I should make. I need to make this wider. So that the angles look better with the hexagon. Did I end up keeping that centered? No. Okay. Yeah, that's better. I should make it even wider, but I don't know if I want to. Because I'll start messing up this edge if I'm not careful. Now what I can do... I should have thought of this. I didn't think of this. It's choppy, and let me restart it. Give me a moment. I'll be right back. Let me know if that's better. Now what I can do is I can fine tune. The wider I make this, the better it's going to look. So if I do that, and then I do this, and then I do this. Now I join these two pieces, and then I take these two pieces and this piece and join them that way. Now we have a perfect edge. And then we chop off those. We add all the holes. Still choppy. It looks okay on my end. Choppy as in I'm clipping or not enough bandwidth. I am seeing a little bit of dropped frames. Only 12 frames though. We're getting 4.2 kilobit per second. Let me try lowering the volume a little bit. Because I am hitting yellow a little bit. How's that? Is that any better? You might need to refresh on your end. Like if it lowered the resolution and didn't put it back to a higher resolution. We're holding 4K, so not 4K resolution, okay, kilobit per second. So we should be good. We're only tapping the CPU at 58%, although that 34%, between 34 and 58%, that's a lot with Tinkercad going. And then we join this. Why did you do that? See, it keeps trying to grab more crap than it's supposed to grab. Oh, it grabbed it. Because you're a douche nozzle. Why? Why do you want to grab the nose cone? Poop. Why did that go away? These are still joined. You bitch. They're still joined. When the hell did it join them? That's when it joined them. Look, it keeps trying to grab the damn body tube. So it must be the CPU requirements, Tinkercad, and OBS. Stop the boob. We're almost done editing this, so it'll get better in a second. Oh, really? I should have known I was going to do that first. Then I can do this. And a goddamn body tube again. Fetish for this body tube. Okay. Oh shit! It deleted the whole thing. So at some point, this got joined. No, it did it just? It selected it again. Look at that. It keeps wanting to select body tube. Let's stick you over here. Get in my face, punk. Okay. I think so. I print this. This gets attached to the post of my carport. This slides over top of these two. Two of these get threaded on, and it clamps it in place. This dimension is slightly smaller than the post, so there'll be some compression when I screw this together. And then this is a thread that is into. And then I print one of these with whatever method I need for whatever solar panel I'm attaching, even multiple solar panels, and that will screw into the, and it should be that. So if I do this, I can start off by simply putting a 19mm hole in this. 19 by 19. Increase the number of size. And we want to have, let's say, a 3mm bottom layer. I don't think you're going to need that much. 2mm is probably enough. Okay. And we do that. I can just wrap tape around. I need more. This is deep enough. Yeah, I think that's deep enough. Yeah, definitely not deep enough. So let's do this, and then let's do Control D. Turn you orange. Bring you up. Let's drop you here. Drop. How big is this? 25. Let's make this, I guess, 25. Twenty 24 by 24. This does not need to be this tall. That should be more enough. We align all three of these. There, and join them. I don't like that. That's really ugly. Control D. Bigger. Sure. Control D. Follow you. Join. Hello. And then bring you down here like this. You up this. And that'll give us a nice. It's selecting more crap again. What is it now? Now you want that? You have that part now? That should do it. Let's make sure this is clean. We have a little glitch there, but is that? Oh, that's not a glitch. It's a glitch. I'll run it through the fixer. So that'll be the map for one of these tubes. Where'd it go? That'll be the. Allow me to stick one of these in there. And I can design different ones for if I have a different mount. Okay. Mm. Where is a can? Where's a can? Now, it's possible that this won't be strong enough on its own to keep this from bending. The solution to that is I make a duplicate of this. Start. Okay. I did not want to do that. This is 28.1, which means I need to make this 28.4. Do I need it to be that much? I bet you I can get away with a tighter tolerance. 0.2 is a 0.1. Yeah, let's do 0.4 because that's a 0.2 millimeter tolerance. 28.4. Now we take this and this. You are not obeying me. This. We align on this. Here, here. We delete. We shove this right up its butt. Just like that. And we join them together. And join them together. There. Now, if I need to, I can select one of the 6 inches above the first one, and then that tube will pass through the second one, and that'll give you 2 spaced out points of contact to handle the torque. So I'm going to try it with one, and if it looks a little too weak in the wind, I'll just print a second one of these and a second set of these, and it'll pass through the first one. It'll attach to this one, pass through this one, which will hold it steady. Now I could also there's a few other things there's a few interesting things I can do with this. I can also put a garden flag mount on the end of this. That might be interesting, but that would weaken it. I'm better off making the garden mount a separate piece. Okay. So this is going to be CPM, Carport mount. And this is base. Export. STL. And this is going to be base in case that's needed. And this is going to be tube. Export. I might not need this to be 300 millimeters tall, so heights. This is going to be the clamp. Technically, the whole thing is the clamp, but you get my point. And then the nut. And then, what do I call this? Adapter. There we go. Ooh, that's taking a long time. It's probably those flaws. Those wonderful, lovely flaws. Yeah, it doesn't like that part. Yeah, something about that is annoying. Definitely going to run that through Prusa. I'm going to run all these through Prusa. Go away. Available. Yes. Next. Run installer after download. It's cold today. That's okay. It's only another day. Only another day. And then we're going to have like 70 degrees for a week. Starting Saturday, it's going to be nice and warm. Yeah, I think it, yeah, 47 degrees today, so it actually is cold. Hey, SPC. Tomorrow it's going to be 58, then 62, 69, 64, 70, and 71. Yes! Warm weather. I am so looking forward to warm weather. Install. Yeah, close it. Go away. Shoo. Shoo. Hey, SPC, I don't know if you saw my new boxes. And anybody else who joined in after I showed my boxes. I finished the blue one. So this is Everyone Transparent Pet G. And blue. I gotta make the handle still. I think I'm gonna do them in orange. Make them pop, do them in orange. I had to do the last half of this drawer in wood because I ran out of the blue. That actually looks really hot. I kind of like that. But I kind of wish the front was blue still. But I had to use a PLA. That was the only PLA I had readily available because this is PLA, not PETG. Most of my filaments here are PETG. But that one came out really cool. Oh, that's the drawers for the little you know. I have the Boomat wood fill filament with Filamentum Icelandic blue. That came out really freaking nice. I really like how that came out. And then here's the really neat ones. Add a couple rolls of transition PETG. This is a multi-shade purple-blue transition. It's a little hard to see in the video, but some parts are bluish, some parts are purplish, and it really came out slick. So you can see that looks purple, and you know, different shades of these are the Gridfinity drawers. That one's more blue on the bottom. But it really came out nice. This looks, yeah, that's pretty blue there. This really looks nice and transparent when you can see all the filament shining through. It's really nice. I like this one. This one's pretty cool. But the one that really pops nice is this one. This is all one roll of filament. This is not me swapping. This is one roll. So you got the greens, the blues, the oranges. And what was really cool is when I printed the Gridfinity drawers, I print them sequentially in vase mode. I designed my own vase mode one, so I still have the magnet holes on the bottom. They changed color as they were printing. So it went from the orange to the yellow to the green. It looks really cool. This one here is actually all three colors. You actually see it transition to the end of the blue, orange, the green, and back to the blue again on the inside. I'm actually really surprised how well you see another transition here. It goes orange, green, blue. That's because the drawer took up a lot of the green. Yeah, this really came out nice. I'm I'm really pleased with that. I'm figuring I probably won't sell many of these. It's available for free. You go to printables.com or thingiverse.com and the files are available. I'll be uploading the Gridfinity drawer today now that I know it works. So I'll add that to the files so you can print this you can print those because these need to be 21 millimeters tall, otherwise they don't fit. So those are vase mode Gridfinity bins and the drawer with the Gridfinity on the bottom. Look at all this snot. Ew. Snot is so slimy. But I really like how this came out. The fit and finish of the parts is amazing. I advise printing this with a 0.8 or a 1 millimeter nozzle. 0.8 is probably the sweet spot with a 0.3 millimeter layer height. They print pretty fast. If you have a 334 printer, you can print multiple parts at the same time. So for example, I print the left and right sides plus the shelf as one print. And then I print, if you know you're gonna have a perfect first layer, you can fit the lid, the top, and both hinges all in one print surface with the a 300 by 300 bed. But if you're not sure your first layer is going to be perfect, print them separately. And then I print those 4 pieces all as one platter, and then I print the bottom and back as one platter. And then I have 2 prints for the drawers. 2 drawers print sequentially one after the other, although I'm going to change that to print them simultaneously because this way you can check that first layer before you walk away. And then a 3rd drawer by itself with the Gridfinity layout inside. And then of course you have to print the bins, and then you have to print the pulls, the little handle pulls here. I still have to make a modified version of this that'll work with a 0.4 millimeter nozzle. I think that's going to be a little too thin with a 0.4. It should work fine, but I'm going to add some ribs just to stiffen it up a bit. But yeah, that's, printing one of these in green and yellow would be pretty cool. I do have some neon green, neon yellow coming. One of you guys is sending it to me. So I might do that, green and yellow. That would be a Green Bay Packers colors. That would be, there's a couple of international flags that are that colors. That'd be the dichotomy of Green Lantern and Yellow Lantern. There's a lot of interesting things you could do with that color combo. But yeah, they came out really slick. I'm figuring if people want to buy the actual box, like I printed out for them, probably $50, because that's like $30 worth of plastic right there. Now, I mean, sure, if you print the whole thing in white, you can do it for you can do this one for like 11 or $12 just for the plastic. But if you want one of these, like this one here, this is probably $40, $45 worth of plastic right here, because this filamentum is $45 for 700 grams or 750 grams, and this stuff is like $44 a kilogram. So this is probably $45 worth of plastic sitting right here. But it looks so goddamn awesome. I just look how clear it is. You can actually see the drawers inside. I mean, that's just... And then these handle pulls in the Icelandic blue just look so slick. I love that. Absolutely love that. I did this to save filament, but I actually think it looks shit hot. I might do that on purpose more, just because it looks so cool to do it that way, where you change the filament so you have a different inside and outside. With this, particularly with this really nice filament, that just looks good. Like, this might have been cool if I started off printing. Well, they slide out pretty easy, don't they? This would have looked pretty cool with the if I'd have done Icelandic blue for the bottom. So that the drawers themselves would have a transparent floor, but the fronts would have the wood fill. I think that would have looked really cool. So there's lots of potential for customization here to really make these nice. And again, no glue, no fasteners, no adhesives, no nothing. It all just mechanically assembles. I am so super stoked by these. I want to do one of my the B chest, the bottom chest, in this filamentum in wood, really badly. Really, really badly, I want to do that. I just think that would look so freaking hot. God, I want to do that bad. I think I have enough. I definitely have enough of the film of the blue because I'll for the chest. All I need that for is the handle poles. The rest can just be wood. And so I would need to get another roll of the wood. Is that even available anymore? Like, can you get that? Filament's 5 years old, 6 or 7 years old. Let's see. And that's a Boomat Elite. Yes, Boomat Elite. Bumat Elite wood. You forgot the letter I added. Don't do that. Oh no, it's not available. Nope. I don't see it. Filament? Boomat. Am I spelling it right? B-U-M-A-T, yes. Oh, there's Boomat. So they are still available. I don't see wood. All I see is ABS. Oh. Eligo has wood. I was hoping to get the exact same filament. Oh man, some of these filaments look so nice. I love wood grain filament, wood fiber filament. It's also more structurally stable too. Looks like about $22 is the cheapest wood filament you can get. Dark walnut looks pretty good too. So that means I would have to reprint the whole box if I wanted to make sure it matched, to make sure the wood grain matched. Eligu has a real wood fiber. It's a pretty bland one though. It looks like MDF. I don't like it that much. It's $19.79. That's a pretty good deal. This company, you guys can't see what I'm looking at. These are nice, but they're only 250 grams. And so that's not enough nowhere near enough. See, this looks like cardboard. See, this is nicer. The darker color. The Sunlu's not bad. It's okay, but see, this is what I'd rather have. Where you can have colors like these two in the middle. Actually, these three on the end look really nice. Oh, you could do a lot with that. Adding highlights and different shades of wood in the same print. Oh no, this is 250 grams too. That's annoying. Oh, here's 1 kilogram. Okay, you can buy 1 kilogram rolls. Okay. That's yellow wood. Sandal. I like the sandalwood. I don't like the light wood too much. The yellow wood's nice, and the sandalwood is nice. Yeah, I really like the wood print for the boxes. It just looks so nice. It really contrasts well with the high-end transparent PETGs. But okay, that's it. All you gotta do is size the stuff. Now, how much of this can I print all in the same print? Let's go through and check my files first. Launch, yes. Alright, let's get rid of the wizard. I guess I just need to go through the wizard. Oh, come on. Whatever. Do I even have a login? I don't want to log in. Okay, I don't have to. Whatever. I just want this goddamn wizard to stop coming up. I'm just so tired of it. I do have... Where the hell is... Oh, here it is. I do have a Mark II. I can't... You no longer have... For the Mark II? Oh, here it is. I'm assuming it's this one. Well, I want that one too. It's like, whatever. Just shut up and load. I'm tired of looking at you. You're still doing something. Okay. Alrighty. Downloads. Let's check the adapter. I bet you this is going to have a bunch of errors. No errors detected. Really? Considering all the trouble you gave me, I'm surprised. Alright. Just in case. Let's check the rest of the files. CPM base. Ooh, 16 errors. We're checking them. Fixed by Windows algorithm. Export. Base. Base 2 is probably going to have the same open edges. 36 open edges. Ouch. Whatever. Base 2. Okay. Delete you. Let's do clamp, nut, and tube. Fixed by Windows algorithm. Did it mess up my file? That might break my file. I'm going to save that as a separate file. It's tube 2. Because it might be closing that 0.02 millimeter gap that I create in my files, which would be bad. No errors detected. Let's run it anyway. Auto repaired errors. Let's fix it. And then oh no, cancel. Export. You're the nut. You're the clamp. Is there anything else? I did the bases, I did the adapter, I did the nut, clamp, and tube. And that's all there is. Let's check out the light lift. No errors. Okay. And now we create a folder setup. Carport mount. Okay. We need a folder for STL. We need a folder for G-code. And we need a folder for the factory files. You know, another thing I really like about my longer LK5 Pro printer is that it will, it sees folders. So I can upload to my SD card a single folder for an object I want to print, and then I could upload a single folder for something I want to print, and that folder could have 10 different profiles in it. So like when I upload my box to my SD card, it just says, you know, mini toolbox, you know, MTB. I tap that on the screen, and then I'm presented with PLA and PETG. I tap on PETG, and then I'm presented with, you know, 0.4, 0.8, or 1.0 millimeter. I tap 1 millimeter, and I pick whatever I want to print. Oh, now I'm printing the wood PLA. I tap MTB, I tap PLA, I tap 1 millimeter, and I print the wood PLA file. It's so nice. Now, the question is, can I somehow, I don't think so. I'm pretty sure it's not going to work because of that extension sticking out, but can I print all the parts on the same print bed at the same time? I doubt it. But I'm gonna try. Because I'm a glutton for punishment. We are going to go 9.5. We're going to go 0.3. We're going to do 3 top layers, no bottom layers, 3 perimeters. Infill is going to be 20%, and it's going to be grid, and we are doing PETG. This should have my new script. Yes. Okay, update the profile. Let's just see what happens if I drop everything in here. No shit. Is that actually gonna work? No way. That's pretty cool. No shit. Now the only thing is, I would like these two to swap places. Let's see if I put you over here and you over here. Will you do it? Why do you insist on putting this here? Like, why does it demand that this go here? What logic is it using to do that? Because I really want this one up here. I guess it doesn't matter, as long as these both are far away from this. Because this has to move to here. That should do it. Now see, that's why I want this to move. Oh, I know how to fix it. Just put it back here. There. That solves the problem. And we will take you and put you in here. Take you and put you in here. Control CV. There we go. Put you there and you there. Because I want nothing around this. This is short enough to sit below the print head because this is going to print sequentially. Control CV. So this, I'm going to turn this off. No tube for you. And this is going to be just the tube. Tube. And this is going to stay at 0.95. And we're going to print this in vase mode. Okay. That should work. Select all, sequential, 999. Go. Okay. I don't like that at all. Hello, Sun Turtle Camper. How are you doing? Let's get this stuff away from the edge, because this does not need to be this way. We can do this, and we can do this. We can do this, and this. This can rotate 90. And we could bring you over here like this. Okay. Now, let's group this all together so it stops moving the models and center. And now, let's increase this distance by 5. Much better. Actually, I don't even... whoa, 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 whoa. Why is it doing that? What the fuck is it doing that for? Why is it filling the model? There must be some stupid setting set. Close and heal. Oh, merge all boundaries. That's better. And that is phase mode. I don't even need to have fill here. I could probably save a lot of time and plastic by getting rid of that. I don't need top layers. Just no need. Yeah, that actually looks kind of cool. I think that's enough infill. I mean, 25% might work better. It only saved 11 minutes, but it's okay. Let's increase to 25. Man, it's fucking cold in here today. Yeah, I like that better. I really like the juxtaposition of the squares with the hexagons. That's really cool. That doesn't really need infill, but I'm going to leave it anyway. It's not hurting anything. These also don't need infill. This also doesn't need infill. Any size nozzle you want. There's no restriction on nozzle size. The printer is not a nozzle restriction unless you can't find a nozzle in the appropriate, mechanical format that your printer requires. But otherwise, you can use any nozzle size you want. If you want to print with a 1mm nozzle, do so. You just have to slow down, that's all. You start using volumetric flow to control your speed instead of, yes, you could put a 1mm nozzle on there. I would suggest a 0.8mm nozzle. That gives you a very good compromise between detail and super strong prints, while still allowing you to use a 0.3 and 0.4mm layer height when you want to. And you can over extrude to 1mm if you want, but yes, you can use a 1mm nozzle. You can get up to a 1.2mm nozzle, in fact. And there's a couple of companies that made 1.5 and 1.8 millimeter nozzles. Yes, they actually work. Not very fast though. Your 1.5 millimeter nozzle, you are severely pushing the thermal capacity of a standard hot end. So I would not go past 1.2 millimeter without a custom hot end. Okay, so there are ways I can make this more efficient, and I'm going to do that. So the way I'm going to do that is by removing the clamp, the nut, and the adapter. Okay. Control CV. Let's see. Select models. Take it off of those. And I think I need one more. Control CV. And now this one has to go down here. This is the tube. Tube. Bases. Let's make this clamp and nuts. And that is going to have no infill, 0%. And then this is going to be the adapter. It's also going to have no infill. However, it needs bottom layers. Let's do 5 bottom layers. 5 times 3 is 1.5 millimeters. Let's go 6. It's almost 2 millimeters thick. Or should I go... I can go that. And this only needs 3 perimeters. Clamp and nuts probably can also get away with. No, let's leave it 3. I guess I better make these separate. Control CV. So clamp. Select models. Clamp. I want that to have 3. This is going to be nuts. Select models. Nut and nut. This only needs 2 perimeters. But this needs to go above tube. Now we take, let's see, did I set these models right? Nope, that gets adapter. Let's make sure I have it set right. 2 bases. Clamp. Nuts. Adapter, and this should just be the tube. You just have to manually change it in Prusa Slicer. So let me show you. Give me a second, I gotta remember how to find this. I'm not super... Really? Go away. Okay. Printers. Let's see. Extruder 1. We are in expert mode. Extruder 1. Here we go. Nozzle. So you go under extruder right here. And you see where it says nozzle diameter? You just change that to 1.0. That's it. That's all there is. Now also don't forget to... does it do that automatically? I think it automatically changes the extrusion width to match the nozzle diameter. Position, travel, retraction. Let's look under general. Which is interesting because you can change the extrusion width. Where do you change extrusion width? No. Machine limits. No. Don't want to do this. Where do you change the extrusion width? Are you not able to change extrusion width? Do you just divine that with nozzle diameter? Maybe in Prusa Slicer, that's not a separate thing, but yeah, all you do is change that to whatever you want. You know, you could put a 1.2 millimeter nozzle in there. That's fine. Just make sure that's what you actually have on there. Now, if this works the way I think it does, if you have, say, a 0.6 millimeter nozzle, you could put 0.8 here, and it will over extrude to get you to 0.8. Depending on whether your nozzle has a fine point or a flat tip, you'll get differing results. But to an extent, you can over or under extrude your nozzle. Just be careful with overhangs. Overhangs do not like when you over extrude the nozzle. Okay. What am I doing? Here. Okay, that should work. I think I might need to move this. No, because the fan's on the right, the head's on the left. Okay. So we should be okay. Now what I need to do is I need to group this together because I don't want them to print these sequentially. It'll crash. I want it to print all of this at the same time and then print this. So by grouping it together, it treats this as one object. See? How? Oh no, that's because I have the group selected. Should do what I want it to, I hope. Yeah, that's kind of what I expected. I don't like this huge travel move, but there's not much I could do about it. I could put these pieces over here. That would help with the travel moves. So we have to ungroup these. So what I can do is I can move these pieces over here like this. And I could bring this closer to this and closer to this. Okay. Now let's try grouping them again. Let's see what that looks like. Yeah, I like that better. At least I'm spreading out the travel moves. So that you have less tendency to glob all in one place. Except, yeah, this is working correctly. Good. So now when I finish, this is the tallest thing. It's going to come over here, drop down, and print this all as one piece. That should do it. So now you see the last part printed is that. And the head stays in the right spot. How do my walls look? The walls look good with just a tiny bit of overlap. Goody, goody, goody. So it will print the tube last because that's vase mode, and now it'll print all of this together just like that. And only 200 grams. Nice. That makes me happy. What is all that? Oh, this is travel moves. Ooh, that's a lot of travel moves. But that's okay, it's on the inside. I don't give a shit. So this is just all walls, which is good. What's my first layer look like? I don't like this. So we need to get rid of that. I thought I already moved this. I thought I already took care of that. Okay. Oh. Yeah, my neck felt that. I liked it. Okay, I don't like this. Oh, that's a curved edge. So that's okay. What does the perimeters look like? We're good. That's 2 millimeters. That's almost 3 millimeters of plastic. I really should make that thicker. That really should be a little thicker, but I think it'll be okay. I think I'm overestimating the stresses that are going to be applied to this, because that's almost 3 millimeters of plastic, which is really thick. That would be like 6 walls of a normal print. So I think it's plenty strong enough. I might later thicken that a little bit just to add a little, to see this come in here and complete. That wouldn't be that hard, would it? No, it would not. Let's do it. So this, we take this, we take this. That's it. What we have to do is move this out just a little bit. Let's move it out 3 millimeters. 3. Looks good. This doesn't actually need, but I want them to match, because I'm a weirdo like that. No, it doesn't have to match. Just this one needs to be changed. Screw that. You're never going to see that 3 millimeter difference looking 8 feet up in the air. You'll never see it. And this is base 2. Okay, now I should be able to drop it in here, and it should recognize that I dropped in a new file and ask me if I want to replace it. It's going to move it, but that's okay. Carport mount. Why do you put it on top of the window? That's like the single worst place you could possibly think to move that file. Like, why? Why would you do that? Dumbass program, Windows. Bite me, Windows. Bite me. Yeah, I knew it was going to do that. Okay. Oh, no. I hate when you do that. See, I hissed at it. It knows better. Oh, man. Okay, that should do it. Regroup. Group. Now, did I break the selection? Nope, selection's still good. Make sure this one's still good. Selection is still good. It retained all of my settings. Good. Okay. Now let's see what that looks like. Oh, even the top layer has 2 complete perimeters now. Good. And yeah, 4 perimeters. 5 perimeters. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's 6 millimeters of plastic. If that's not enough, nothing's enough. There's no way in hell that'll fail. Okay. Let's try slicing, sequential, select all. Plus, another reason the parts open like this is that you don't have to worry about retaining water. Okay. There's my Venmo tube. And there's all the parts. Sweet. Okay, and we're only talking 5 hours and 22 minutes and 171 grams of plastic. I am happy with that. That's such a light amount of plastic, I can even afford to use nice plastic so it won't look ugly. What are you doing, cat? Don't think I don't see you. Messing with crap. Let's see. Carport mount. G code. And this is just CPM. .G code. And then save the factory file. Save factory file as mini toolbox. Let's go with CPM. Carport mount. Factory. CPM. PETG. 1.0 millimeter. Save. And people are more likely to have a 0. Well, see, now I have to redo this tube if I want to use a 0.8. This tube will not work. I'll have to redo it. I'll have to make 2 versions of the tube for people who want to use a 0.8 millimeter nozzle, since people are more likely to have a 0.8 than to have a 1.0. So I will also slice this for, let's do that real quick. Let's get it done before I forget. This actually should be a pretty easy edit. Control, nope. Yeah, I do want to do that. Okay. So this is the one. This is going to be the 0.8. That's going to be the 6. This is going to be the 4. Because of the way I'm doing this, this has to be specific to each way. There's just no way around that. Go radius, sides, Control D, D. Let's do U, align on U, center, center, align U2, center, align U2, center, center. Okay, so now we hide all these, hide, which allows me to select all these and delete them, then bring them back. Actually, we're going to do this a little differently. We're going to delete all you guys. Like a little easier. 300. I 0.02. Now we take the view, we do an alignment here, front edge, center. Right. Now we hide this. Take, oh, wait a minute. Now we're doing 0.8, which means 1.6, which means we're going to do 1.5. So negative 1.5. Now we take this, Control D, and we do it 70 degrees. That should be it. Or do I need one more? One more. Or did I not need that? Now we take this, we slide out, 3 is enough, back, and there we go. We have 5 vein outlier, join, Control D. No, we don't want to do a Control D. We have to do a so we do a copy, and then we do an undo, like that. There we go. Now we do a paste. This one's 8. I'll do this 1.1. Negative 1.1. And Control D. We select this as well. We select this. 72 degrees. That's 1, 2, 3, 4. This and move it out. So this is our 0.6. We copy, undo, and then we paste. That's our 0.6. Now we take this, we move it negative 0.75, negative 0.75. Control D, select U, and U, 72, 2, 3, 4, and there we go. Now we have that tube in all nozzle sizes that are likely to. Okay. So this is tube 0.8 millimeter. Export STL. All right. Now this one is going to be 0 millimeter. Export STL. And this one's going to be tube 0.4 millimeter. STL. Okay. So 1.0 millimeter, 0.8 millimeter, 0.6 millimeter, 0.4 millimeter. That I can look at these in the future and know what these are. Just because I am innovative, I'm going to line these up. Okay. Yippee yippee yay yay. Yippee ki yay. Alright. I think that's it. I think I have everything I need. Okay, so carport mount. STL. This is going to be renamed to dash 1.0 millimeter. And now we come and grab the new ones. Come on. There. 4, 6, 8, and 1. I didn't need this. It sliced just fine. These are all my temporary files. I don't need those. Let's get my light lift printed out. How many do I need? I need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I need 20. Let's do a couple of extra just in case. Let's do one more. There. So that will be, what is that? 20 of them? Oh, that's only 20. Let's do that. Just in case a couple fail. Let's see. We're going to do this with the 1mm nozzle. Yes. We are going to do 0.95 is fine. We're not going to do single outline. We are going to do 2 perimeters. And I don't think we need top layers. But we are going to do 2 bottom layers. Let's do 3 bottom layers. Make sure it's nice and smooth. Let's see what. Yeah, I kind of figured that was going to be a mess, but that's okay. We do need more infill. So I need to make sure I have support underneath it. Although I believe we can get away with rectilinear and probably use 25. Hey, really? Really? Get out of there. No. You can't eat that. I'll have to look it up and see if it's good for you or not. "4 hours, 100 grams of plastic." Oh yeah, that's good. So that's a nice solid base to print this stuff. That's what I want. Yeah, that's good. Okay. Let's double check the settings. I told you no. Stop it. Oh, you mangy cat. Ah. You're a pest, you know that? Oh my god, what a pest. Let's see, 0.3332. Retract is 1mm. Well, that's not a direct drive. That's a Bowden. Let's do 5mm retract. Okay. I'm going to have to fix that on the other file too. Okay. Yeah, that's right. I'm watching you. Pest. That needs to be fixed. That's a no bueno right there. Additional. Let's do a 3mm. That's more like it. I could probably go even further. No, I like the back and forth. Okay, export. Design. That's supposed to be stanchions. Light lift. Come on. Pest. Light lift tall. Save factory file. Desktop. Light lift. Light lift tall. I'm watching you, cat. Okay, that's it. Oh, we do have to correct the other file because that was incorrect. CPEYSWX 1. These all have the wrong. Well, the retraction doesn't matter for this one because it's phase mode, but I want to correct it anyway. I don't know if I can adjust retraction for the entire group. Let's see if it'll let me do that. Yes. Export. Carport. G-code. CPM G-code. And save the factory file. Goody, 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 goody. That's it. I'm done. I gotta figure out what roll of plastic I want to use to print that. I gotta find a roll that has got 200 grams on it, because I have to use PETG for that. I cannot use PLA for that. Light lift underscore tall, and that goes into this folder. Let's rename this to be what it's supposed to be. These are stanchions, not scientists. Okay. That's it. I can't think of anything else that I want to do today. Yeah. I want to print I want to try printing some earrings on the 0.2mm nozzle, and I really want to use the blood diamond red, but it has glitter in it, and I'm pretty sure that's going to clog the 0.2mm nozzle. Hi. Come here. Want me to pet you? Want me to pet you? No? Okay. he's giving me the screw you look because I didn't let him take the shrimp shells. Now I got to get rid of them because now he knows they're there because he keeps looking at them. All right, that's it. The boxes are coming out great. I'm super happy with those. The holes are printing so clean now that these are still a little tight, these hinges, and sometimes I have to use the nippers to help push them through and have to wiggle it, but I want them tight because that allows it to stay in place when you do something like that. It gives it some friction, so it's less likely to move on you. I want a nice tight fit for that. Plus it helps keep it closed. But the rest of the holes, the filament just shoves right through. Real clean. I'm super happy with that. And even the drawers that don't work out for me, they aren't a waste, because these are great little parch trays just for around the table. So I have one of these next to each. Like this one's going to go in there. It's going to sit next to my other printer. So I just sit this next to the printer and I put the little parts in it so I don't lose parts again. And so even all the failed ones, they're not going to get thrown away. They're going to get used. I might even reuse these drawers and print out attachments to attach to the aluminum profile extrusions of the printer, so that I can add a drawer to any printer I want, because that's actually a pretty nice sized drawer to add to a printer, because that'll hold your nippers, a couple tools, nozzles, bits, heaters, hot ends, stuff like that. It'll hold a decent amount of stuff, and it'll fit under any printer. So all I have to do is design the bracket to engage this to bolt into the frame of the printer using T-nuts, and then you'll be able to add a drawer to any printer you want. Yeah, I think that'd be pretty cool. And so I'm probably going to do that, make a little printer drawer. There's a universal printer drawer. Add it to any printer. And, but yeah, it's good. It's good. I want to get a, I got a final version of this printed. So I do have a, really, where's all this coming from? I have a final version of this printed, this one right here, and it came out great. It's also an appropriate green. I just need to I want to print a second one so I can use the two different bulbs that I have, and I need to print the final version of the actual lamp that goes in here to make it so that it properly, I can glue them together properly or screw them together. So I still haven't perfectly figured out how I want to do that. But otherwise, yeah, I want to bring a couple of these to the Rocky Mountain show. And I want to bring one of my 8-foot lampposts to the Rocky Mountain Red Bat Festival. I'm going to bring all my boxes. Hopefully, I will find and remember to bring my big giant sword. I love my sword. I think I'm going to print a new rocket. The base tubes are okay. I can reuse the tubes, but the fin unit is kind of and I need a new nose cone. So I think I'm going to redo the rocket and actually design it to be flyable this time and not just as a showpiece. And maybe I'll go to a launch and give it away to somebody. It's going to cost me a lot. It's going to be like $50 in materials to build it. But if I give it away to somebody in exchange for them flying it, I think that'd be worth it. And I'll at least be able to see it fly. See my 10-foot rocket fly. A K motor should lift that just fine. But yeah, that's it. I will see you guys next week. Don't forget, you can join my Patreon to support me monthly. You can send me a PayPal or a Zelle if you want to support me one time. I got an Amazon wish list. You want to send me some filament? I can use some PETG. I got lots of PLA. I got like 400 rolls of PLA, but I don't have too much PETG. And around here, I can't really use PLA outdoors. But I can use PLA for these boxes. So this weekend, when probably Friday, when the first warm day we have, I'm going to go out to the bus and start hunting around and see what kind of cool colors I have. Hopefully I have some nice colors. I tended to buy whatever was the cheapest, so it tends to be white, black, gray, blues and stuff like that. But I'm hoping I have some nice colors out there that I can make some, because it's worth using a nice color to print something like this. And I could use a bunch of these boxes, so I don't mind. I found this really neat. I was going to print it, but it seems kind of dumb to print something that's readily available so cheap. I mean, it is so ungodly cheap. It genuinely seems dumb to print it. I mean, I could, but it's like, why? Well, I guess there's plenty of reasons why, just because I can. But it just seems silly when I can buy a ready-made solution. Let me show you. Here we go. So these are less than they're less than $4 a piece. They're absolutely cheap. I'll show you in a second. Yeah, $3.38. So I can just buy these. This is $3.38. It includes this clear case and it includes 56 of these little bins. So this would allow me to store pretty much all of my earrings. $30 worth of these. That's enough for 600 earrings. And you can, and because they're clear, you can actually look and see inside what you're looking at, each one. So I'm probably going to get these, and then what I will 3D print is a shelving organizer to hold all of these. So basically, a vase mode printed box that has slots in it the size of that box, and then just slide the box in. And that's probably what I'll do. So I'll probably just buy these and then print out a holder to hold them all, so I can just grab one, pull it out, and go through it. But When they're only $3.38, it doesn't make sense to print it. It just doesn't. It seems silly. I mean, I could even make this with a compliant hinge. That's totally doable. It just seems like such a waste, and especially since I will never get it this transparent. You know, where you can see through it like this. So I'm just gonna buy it. And but yeah, cool. See, Tinkercad is powerful. Never estimate Tinkercad. I mean, look what I just made in Tinkercad, even with nice rounded edges and everything. I love Tinkercad. Tinkercad's awesome. That's it. I might print a couple more boxes, especially once what's his name? I am not going to pass this point until I say his name. I am so bad at remembering names. It's humiliating because you know these people, you know, actually give some sort of a shit about you. David sent me a bunch of filament. It might actually be here today. I'm not sure. Yes, David. We have a cluster box for mail here. We don't have door postal service. So let me show you. People always are curious about this. If you have ever been to a mobile home park, or apartment complex, or a MIM, or a village, or something like that, you'll have seen something like this. There should be a Google Street View of this one. Yes. So when I get mail, it comes here. This is where we... Let me show you. I gotta switch screens. So I have to drive to... You dirtbag. Why do you do that? I have to drive here to get my mail. And that number 11 right there, that's my box. Okay, so obviously the filament you sent me, it ain't gonna fit in there. Now, if I have small packages, they'll put the packages in these boxes down here. And then they'll put a key in my box. And most likely the 5 kilograms of filament you sent me won't fit in here. Either these boxes were already filled or the shape of your box isn't conducive to fitting in here. So anytime I get a package that can't fit in here, they don't even bother bringing it. It stays at the post office. And then I just go to the post office and show my ID and they give me my package. Because we do not have... Well, they'll deliver a package to your house if you're within a half a mile of this box. So if my house was like right here or right here, they would bring the package to my house. But because I am 1.1 miles from the this cluster box, they don't. So what's going to happen is there's going to be a little piece of paper inside my box saying, "Hey, come get your package," and I'll take that paper to the post office and I'll get my package. But that's how packages get delivered out here when you're rural. There's not enough business to support the number of employees, infrastructure, trucks, and maintenance to do actual door-to-door service. They actually use their own cars. They use their own private vehicles. There used to be a lady. I think she moved or quit or retired or something. But now it's a guy. He comes up in like a Ford Expedition or something like that. And he opens up his hatch. He opens up all these doors. Not the individual doors. Like, it's kind of neat. So these are individual doors. But... you can see it. Where is it at? I don't see it. Oh, in here. It's in this spot right here. This whole entire front opens up so that they can put all the mail in the slots. And then our keys open up these individual little doors. And so I get one of these doors. And that's how we get mail in rural America. It doesn't come to your door. They drive to, like, at the end of the street, there's another one. I'll show you. Let's drive down Church Road. This road's about a mile long, so we'll be there in a moment. I'm really annoyed by the Church Street Market, by the way. I'm going to have to go yell at them one day. Yeah, they definitely need to be yelled at. Wow, it takes longer to get down here than I thought. Because the Church Street Market, we just passed it. They got rid of it. Like a welded metal art sculpture right in the middle of this field, a big robot-like guy. They got rid of it. Like, why? That thing was cool. But as you can see, here is somebody getting their mail. So here's a lady. She stopped. This is the other one at the other end of the street. So here she is getting her box, getting her mail. This is like an assisted living center. But, you know, we have these scattered all over the place. So now instead of having to drive to 6,000 individual homes, they drive to maybe, 50 of these boxes. And they'll open the hatch of their car. This is not supposedly, this is one of my neighbors. I don't know who she is. I have no idea who she is. They'll open their hatch and they'll just fill all this with all of our mail. And that's it. That's how we get mail out here. So now, of course, they don't really have a way of marking that as thing, so they mark it as mailbox full, but they never even brought your filament to me. They just left it at the post office because they knew it wasn't going to fit inside the little box, and so they'll just put a little tag in the box and I'll go to the post office and get it. It's annoying, but it's not a big deal. I don't have to worry about porch pirates. I don't have to get my 12 gauge out and shoot somebody for stealing my packages. The only problem is sometimes the mail lady puts my package in the wrong box. And of course, whoever gets it never returns it. Of course they don't. They're just going to keep it, thieves. I've driven to people's houses to give them their mail back. Why not? It doesn't cost me anything. But, some people, they just keep it and it's gone. And of course, the problem is now I'm screwed because someone got my package, which means my package is gone. And I also can't get my money back and I can't get it reshipped. Because when I contact the seller to say, hey, the package never got here, they're going to look up the tracking number and say, well, the post office says it was delivered. Yes, it was delivered to the wrong goddamn person. And, the USPS hasn't come up with a solution for that yet, because I've had that happen twice now. $40 worth of stuff for the 3D printers, that I ordered off of AliExpress, gone. It's history. It's never to be seen again. It's gone. And that's annoying. Just a little annoying. They need to have a way of unmarking it as delivered and marking it as lost. The problem is, how do you keep people from abusing that? That's actually probably why they don't do that, because there'd be nothing to stop me from getting a $200 item and saying, hey, I didn't get it. Where is it? You must have put it in the wrong box. And now they mark it as undelivered, and I call up and say, hey, it got lost in the mail, and I get a free item for $200. How would you stop? If they're willing to steal $40 of my 3D printer stuff, they just threw it away. I guarantee you, they just threw it in the garbage. They opened it up and go, what the fuck is this? And threw it away. Because they didn't want to admit that they took my stuff. And it's like, you don't have to admit you took it. Just turn it in. And you're like, well, but it's open. I open packages when I get the wrong package. Every time I've gotten a package that belongs to somebody else, I've opened it. Why? Because I don't know it's for somebody else. I don't read the damn label. It's in my mailbox. I get packages every day, so I assume it's for me. And I tear it open and go, I didn't order this. And then I look at the box and go, oh, it was not for me. I don't look at the label first. I tear it open first. What are you going to do? People can be scummy. But, what are you going to do? All right. I will see you guys later. I'm going to have lasagna tonight. I got one of those Stouffer's lasagnas. I love lasagna. All right. I will see you guys later. I will see you next week. I don't even know if the chat is still working. I haven't seen nobody post. Oop, that was weird. Am I missing the chat? No, I don't think so. What's Kurt? But that's it though. I will see you guys later. See you next week. 3D printing PA. It's too bad we never got to meet while I was in Pennsylvania. That would have been cool, just to meet up and talk printers. Now I'm 2,000 miles away from you. So that doesn't work anymore. But what are you gonna do? I'm telling you, this desk viewer, to use a tablet as a second screen on your computer, it works so well. I mean, it's free. That's amazing, you know, as long as you use it non-commercially. Even still, New York's pretty close. But yeah, and it uses like no battery power. Well, this thing's got a gigantic battery, but this thing's got a 20,000 milliamp hour battery. Whoop! Did you get something, Nosy? Huh? Did you get something? Did you get the mouse that you released in my room? You see the cats? It's good. They're both mousing now, and even Noel's catching mice now. And Noel's actually catching more mice than Ender. And I know exactly when Noel's got a mouse. Hey, baby. I know exactly when Noel's got a mouse, because instead of a meow, meow, I get a because he's got a mouse in his mouth. It's like, oh, Nosy's got a mouse. I turn on the light and I look over the bed. I was like, yes, you do. I was like, and now you're going to release it in my bedroom, aren't you? And yup, that's exactly what he does. He comes right over to the bottom of my bed. I pat him on the head and he lets the goddamn thing go and it runs off underneath my bed. It's like, I was like, I hope you at least wounded it enough that it's going to die. Oh, cats. Although, I would rather them not eat them, because that's how they get parasites and worms. So, I'm glad they're not eating them. Usually, if they beat them up well enough, I can, eventually they get lazy enough because the mouse is not running anymore. When the mouse stops running, they stop torturing it, because that's what they're doing. They're torturing it. They're not intentionally torturing it. They don't know what they're doing. They have the instinct to catch the mice. So they have that, instinct. That's why when you wave a cat toy in front of their face fast, they go after it. It's instinct. But what they don't have is the training from mommy that says, okay, this is dinner. You eat this. And because, that's not food to the cats. The mice isn't food. The mouse is a toy. It's like when I toss the little fake mouse, the plushy mouse. He goes and gets it and brings it back. Yes! Actually, let me upload the additional files, because I got the Gridfinity part finished. Let's get that done right now. Printables. You guys might as well watch, so it's something interesting for you to look at. Let's see here. What the hell? Oh, a coffee tamper. I thought it was a pipe to smoke something. I was like, you can't print that. It's gonna melt. Okay, so there's the toolbox. We are going to edit. All the files are good. I just need to add these. Okay, update 2025-0319. Added shelf and drawer options, as well as 21mm grid vase mode bin. GRI. Okay, so I'll copy that since I need to make the same change for the Thingiverse listing. Mini toolbox, STL. Okay, there's the shelf. Where's the Gridfinity drawer? Oh, there's a shelf, but oh, it must still be in the downloads. MTB. Are these different? I'm assuming this is the newer one. Okay, so the bin and the drawer. So we got that, and we got that. We add that to this. And publish. So now the drawer is, you can print the shelf with Gridfinity grid, and you can also print the drawers with a Gridfinity grid. And now let's go to Thingiverse. See profile. This one, not what I wanted to do. Edit. Add you. And thing files. Oh, that's because it creates an image of each model. Okay. Let's go here. We add you. There it is. Shelf GF, MTB GF bin, and then the drawer GF. So the GF files are the Gridfinity files. Save and view. Because otherwise I'd forget. Okay. That's it. All done. Hi, baby. Come here. Come here. I love my cats. That's it. All done. But now the files are uploaded on both. They are updated. They will print fine. If you're using a 0.8 or a 1.0 millimeter nozzle, I would print with either 95% or 90% flow rate. They print just fine. They look. The first layer is so freaking clean. Oh my god, that first layer is so good. Just look at it. just wait. Do you see this layer? It's just look at that. That is just so nice. I love that. Because for the front, for the lid and the front, the only part I have a problem with is right here. Because when it starts printing the infill, it comes to here and goes like this. And that first little bit never sticks. So you always end up with that itty bitty imperfection. I wish it would start, you know, here in the corner. But it's trying to be intelligent. It wants to fill that in because then when it fills from this onward like this, it doesn't have to stop and come over here. I wish it would just stop and come over here because the filament would already be flowing. But, you know, it's someone like me who notices that. It's like, whatever. But yeah, it prints really nice. And you want that first layer to be nice because, you know, that's what you're going to be staring at whenever you use this thing. I thought the floor was droopy and needed more plastic, but no, it's actually really smooth. What you're seeing is that first bridging layer, and that actually adds an interesting effect. It adds a depth. It gives it like a jewel-like depth. I really like that. So that's cool. The way I noticed this is I looked at the wood fill one, which is opaque, and you don't see that. See? So what you're seeing is you're seeing that first layer through the transparent filament. So yeah, this box is very conducive to transparents and wood grains filaments. Wood filaments and transparent filaments just look really, really nice when you print this, and it's so damn useful. It's so small. It's so useful. Now, I'm really glad I added the little lip in here to support the lid, because now you can actually squeeze this and it doesn't flex, like it doesn't, the lid doesn't push in because it hits that shelf and stops. But yeah, and just make sure you grab it by the front so that it doesn't pop open on you, and you can just do whatever you want with this. Although obviously if you have Gridfinity bins in there, those parts are going all over the place now. So you might not want to do that. Hey, yeah, those are messy now. I was trying to think of a way to make the tolerances tight enough so that the Gridfinity bins would actually touch the bottom of this, so that they would trap the parts in there. And you might be able to, but if I go any closer, you'll have trouble sliding the drawer in. So it's just not going to work. I could have a ramp. No, because at the bottom. How would I do that? If I had a ramp on the bottom of this so that it was a little bit wider for the insertion itself, so that the ramp would actually push the Gridfinity drawer down a little bit if it was off a little bit, and then it would sit tighter and hold it in place. But there's already almost no play in the drawer. I mean, that's for a 3D print, that's a tiny bit of play. That's a really small amount of play for a 3D print, and yet it fits in so nicely. Yeah, I really like how this came out. I love it. I can still smell the wood. I don't know why. I like the smell of wood. Wood just smells nice. But yeah. Now, you don't have to have an open grid on the bottom or in the back like I do. Like I have an open grid in the back there. I use that to save time and to save plastic, and I like seeing the infill from a 3D print. I like being able to see it because it reminds you of what it is. And to me, that's a value add as far as I'm concerned. It's not a detraction. But yeah, that's it. Just print everything in the orientation I provide the files. No supports needed. All the chamfers and everything are built in. Just if you over extrude, things are going to be tight. So you will actually want to under extrude when you print this. That's why printing with a bigger nozzle is nice. The part's stronger, it prints faster, and you can under extrude by quite a bit without making the part look weird. You know, this is printing at 90%, and it looks freaking fantastic. The only tight part is this here. This is actually recessed in a little bit, these two spots. So you might have to do, when you're assembling this, you might have to put your finger on here and push, and you'll hear it click in that last little tiny bit, and that'll make that filament line up perfectly. You can see here, I can actually push the filament out. Oh, no, I can't. No, I can't quite get it. I shortened this one so it doesn't pop out. But yeah, you can just take a piece of filament, push it in, or you can disassemble this. You can take it all apart. So I'm very pleased. It came out very nice. If you could print this with a 0.4mm nozzle, just make sure you use at least 4 or 5 walls when you print it. Don't skimp on the walls. Although, you know something? As long as you use a pretty decent grid infill, like 25%, 3 walls is probably enough. I'm probably being overzealous in my desire to make it stronger. If you print this with a standard 3-3-3-25, so 3 walls, 3 top, 3 bottom, and 25% grid infill, it should print just fine. The only difference that I might do is I intentionally print the lids in a transparent filament, because I love the look of seeing that grid, and that's the only place where I use hexagonal infill is on the transparent parts here. And I would adjust the infill amount, use full honeycomb until you have this nice wide grid. Now, of course, when you do that, you're not going to be able to print the top layers. That's not going to bridge properly. So I just don't. See? No top layers, just the bottom layers, which is actually the outside. And this way you can use this fancy grid, use triangle grid, use regular grid, change the angle of it, whatever you want to do. You can also drag this into Tinkercad and add a cutout for like a logo or something. If you're good enough at printing that first layer that you know it's going to stay put, you can add like a multicolor logo. If you have an AMS, like a bamboo printer, all these parts will fit on the bamboo printer or an Ender. And also the lid doesn't take much plastic. So practice with some cheap plastic and then use the lid. These 4 parts here is where you really want to use the nicest plastic, because that's the showpiece of the print. That's what's really going to show it off. And I also use that same plastic for the drawer pulls. So the drawer pulls get whatever plastic the lid gets usually. Although I still want to do a rainbow print where I just print every single piece in a different color. That was kind of the litmus for this. To printing this, the litmus was to get this multicolor aspect to it, and it came out really neat. But now I want to actually go further, use opaque colors and really just print every part a different color. Yellow, blue, purple, pink, green, red, orange. Just random colors, just bright in your face random colors, and make every part a different color. I just think that'd be fun. Oh, nice. Wow. Yeah, I wouldn't mind having that. I would kill for a Cobra 2 Max or a Cobra 3 Max. Basically, it's an updated Chiron. And I also got the mounts for the Chiron, so maybe not tonight because I'm cold, but tomorrow when it's warmer, I think I got the Chiron pulled out and sitting right there on the table, and I'm going to get the Chiron going tomorrow. I've got the new hot end, all metal hot end for it, since it's primarily only going to print PETG. And I have the new mount that should fit that to allow me to get that running again. Because the printer's fine. There's nothing wrong with the printer, just the hot end was bad. I think there was actually a piece of foreign material in the filament. Because whatever it is, I can't drill through it. It's either stone or it's metal. But there was actually a piece of foreign material in the filament, and it got jammed so goddamn tight in that hot end, I can't get it out. I actually had a pin that fit in the throat of the hot end, and I was hitting it with a hammer. It didn't budge. Whatever the hell that thing is in there, it's permanent now. It's not coming out. You would have seen it if you watched one of my streams before where we were tearing it apart. I ripped that thing apart to its constituent components. There's no getting that out of the throat, whatever it is. I'm guessing it's a piece of stone, like a piece of pebble or something like that. Got stuck in the hopper when they were processing and making the filament. It's probably a pretty rare thing, but there was a foreign contamination in the filament extrusion, and somehow it made it through the extrusion process, and it didn't make it through my nozzle. It's a permanent part of it now. But I got a new hot end, and I got the mounts, so I'll get the Chiron going. That's going to be nice, because then I'll be able to print 450 millimeter tall parts again. And also having that 400 millimeter bed is nice, because I can fit more parts on it. When you're printing with a 1 millimeter nozzle, you have a lot more leeway when it comes to bed adhesion. You're a lot less likely to have, that part of the bed was just a little too high or low and the part fails. I could be off by 0.2 millimeters and it'll still print fine. When you're printing a 0.4 millimeter, 1 millimeter wide first layer, as long as the plastic actually sticks, it's probably going to print just fine. You're very unlikely to have a first layer problem that actually fails the print. That's one of the advantages. I've gotten lazy with my bed leveling because it's so easy with the big nozzles. I've gotten real lazy. Now I go back to a 0.4 printer and it's like, yeah, I just ripped the nozzle off there and put a 0.8. I was like, screw that. I'm not dealing with that. If I don't have to, I don't want to. It's just amazing how much easier it is with a big nozzle. Although I had to stop using the Mingda. The heat break is leaking because the Mingda needs an E3D nozzle, not an MK8 nozzle. And so I'm going to have to basically only use E3D nozzles from now on, because an E3D nozzle will fit on an MK8 printer, but an MK8 nozzle will not fit on an E3D printer, because the threaded portion of the nozzle is longer on the E3D nozzles. And because I'm using an MK8 with a shorter threaded part, it doesn't reach all the way and mate properly. So what happens is filament leaks out the top of the heat block, and not very fast, not very much, but what happens is eventually that filament drips over the side and drops blobs into your print. And so I got to get some. I have some. I don't know where they're at. I got to find them. I still have stuff in crates from 5 years ago that I still haven't unpacked because where am I going to put it? I did a very, very poor job of packing when I moved from Pennsylvania. There is shit that I brought with me that I wanted to bring with me that I now realize was dumb, that I did not need, that I should not have brought with me. And there was stuff that I ended up leaving behind that now I regret leaving behind. That was just dumb of me. I shouldn't have done that. But, you know, dealing with working 3 full-time jobs, dealing with trying to buy a house, dealing with the guy trying to screw me out of the business, which would have left me homeless, dealing with the tax people coming after me, dealing with the debt collectors coming after me for my dad's debts, dealing with both of my brothers stealing from me on an almost daily basis. It was too much. It eventually got to the point where I said, I'm done. I just started shoving things into the bus and said, we're out of here. We're leaving. I'm done. I need to get away from this. It was messing with me. It was just, what are you going to do? Got to stop dwelling on the past. Got to start thinking about the future. It's done with. It's over with. The one brother's a lost cause. He spiraled. He's going to end up dead, overdosed, or in jail. My other brother, Logan, he's doing amazingly. I'm just praying his body holds out. He really fucked his body up pretty bad with the drugs and all the stuff, and I'm afraid that his body's going to fail him and cause him to, what do you call that when you relapse? I'm afraid it's going to cause him to relapse, but he's doing so damned good. I mean, he's really turned himself around. He's just doing so well. I want to see him succeed. If you know anything about heroin addiction, self-curing from heroin addiction is like one of the most impossible things to do, and he's doing it. He's 5 years clean. He's got a good job. He's got his own place. I mean, he's got his own truck. He's paid off all of his debts. I mean, he's doing good, and I want to see him succeed. The other one, he's done. He's gone. He keeps trying to get Michelle to give him our address because I think he's desperate for a place to live. I told him straight up, you show up at my house, I'm going to greet you with my shotgun. I'm going to shoot you, Matt. Because I can't have you knowing where I live because I know you'll just rob me. You already stole $20,000 worth of stuff from me and pawned it off for pennies on the dollar. I was like, you and I are done, dude. I mean, you stole my all my tools. You stole all of my laptops and computers. I mean, I had all my laptops and computers in one big giant crate about this big, and it had there had to be 10 grand worth of computers in there. He took the whole damn thing. Probably pawned it off for next to nothing for drugs. So I don't know. I am deathly afraid to say anything because the ball's in their court. I did what I was supposed to do, and there's nothing else for me to do unless they tell me to do something. And so I'm afraid to say anything about it. See you later, printing PA. That's what I'm going to do. I'm not going to touch it until they talk to me. Just like, no, I'm not going to touch that hornet's nest. No, thank you. But it's terrifying me because government issues don't go away on their own. Eventually, someone's going to notice that, oh, we never finished dealing with that. And then they're going to. And I just hope it's a different person. This guy has ambitions of going to state, being a state employee. And so I'm hoping maybe he's in the middle of doing that and he's forgotten about me. I don't know. I do not want to ruffle feathers or disturb that hornet's nest, so I'm leaving it the hell alone. Now that it's warming up, I'm going to finish cleaning up out front. I mean, there's no mess out front. All the garbage is gone. There's no debris. Everything is neat and orderly, but it's still stuff out there. And I would rather have that stuff in crates covered so you don't even know there's stuff there. And
So I want them to, you know, drive by my house and forget why they were driving by. Like, what's this? Well, who cares? I want them to forget I exist. That's what I want. Just forget I exist. But otherwise, that's fine. You know, no problem so far. For now. You know, but technically, that's still an open case. Technically, until they sign off on that paper saying that I have abated the problem, technically it's an open-ended case. And they're just choosing not to do anything about it because they're either not, or because they forgot, or because they're busy with other stuff. Who knows? I don't know. Maybe this Campbell Ranch thing is occupying their time, and they just don't have time to deal with other crap. I don't know. I don't care. I don't want to deal with that. So hopefully I am forgotten. But yeah, I'm going to go out to the bus probably tomorrow, maybe Friday, because I think tomorrow's still going to be cold. Oh, don't even start with that. Oh my God, the people they're mad. They're frothing at the mouth at anybody who dares to challenge Elon, Trump, and Doge. I mean, just Jesus Christ, stay away from that subject matter. My God. Just go look at Mark Rober's latest video. And then just do a search for Mark Rober on YouTube, and you'll see all the hate videos saying Mark Rober just canceled himself for making this video, this anti-Tesla video. He owns a Tesla. He owns a Tesla flamethrower. He's going to be buying a new Tesla. He loves his Tesla. He just made a cool video about LiDAR and optical imaging. That's all. I mean, it's not really a cut on Tesla. I mean, if somebody creates a fake wall for your Tesla to crash into, you've got bigger problems than full self-driving. Okay? You know, like who the hell is going to put that much effort into killing you? Okay? It's... Did he actually launch it? I know I haven't watched it yet, but a few months ago he made a video about making a satellite. Did he actually launch it? I'll have to go watch that video now. That's cool. I love Mark Rober's videos. His videos are great. I love his glitter bomb video for Porch Pirates. That was so good. But the amount of hate that like Mark Rober didn't cancel himself. You just canceled yourself being stupid. Oh, this clip is different than this clip. Have you never made videos professionally before? You've never heard of B-roll before? That's the way it works. You take the best clip and you put them together. You know, there's nothing nefarious going on. I mean, what he said is right. In both times when he crashed through the wall, the autopilot turned off, you know, about a half a second before he hit the wall. And he's probably right. The ultrasonic sensors in the front of the car at the last second probably detected something in the way and disabled autopilot. Or maybe him just cringing at the idea of crashing into a wall, you know, he moved the steering wheel enough to do it. Who knows? But it did it both times at the exact same time. The point is, at 0.5 seconds to the wall, it still hadn't seen the wall. So it doesn't really matter whether it's on or off anymore. I mean, come on. Get over it. If anything, Tesla should invite him down to make another cool video and go over his data and see what they can do about improving the autopilot. I mean, that's what he does. He makes cool science videos. He's got no dog in this game. He's got no what do you call it when you when you've got no vested interest in the outcome here. Like he said, it was first of all, it was a poor decision of his to post the video when he did. Although I guess because of the kind of content he makes, he didn't expect such vitriol. Like you could see it when he did when he talked with somebody else who, you know, did a Q&A, like an interview. You could see he was just like, what? These people are wacko. You know, these MAGA heads are just nuts. They're truly off their rocker. I mean, what the Doge team is doing is unconstitutional, illegal, a federal crime, and it's absolutely nuts. I mean, we're going to find all the corruption and the waste and the graft in D.C. Yeah, by cutting microscopic programs that people actually need. That'll make no difference to the federal budget whatsoever. If you want to have any impact on the federal budget, you start with the Air Force, Army, Marines, and Navy. Okay? You start with those. And you don't start with the soldiers. You don't fuck with the soldiers or their benefits. You fuck with the $58 million jets. Okay? We do not need the military that we have. We already outspend the next 25 countries combined in military expenditures, and 24 of them are allies. Okay? Do you know what would happen if the entire world ganged up against the United States? The world loses. I'm not kidding. If World War III started and we were the bad guys and the whole world was attacking us, the world loses. We do not need the amount of military we have. You could take 1%, or was it 2%? It was 1 or 2% of the money that goes to the military, which they would never even miss. Oh, so they'd have one less aircraft carrier over the next 20 years. We have 27 aircraft carriers. We have 816 military bases. 1 or 2%, they're not even going to notice it. And that 1 or 2% would fix all of our roads, would provide educational improvements across the country, would provide universal health care across the country permanently. I mean, that you Elon Musk, if you're listening to this, you want to fix things? That's how you fix things. Okay? Have your team figure out how to, in fact, don't even take anything from the military. Streamline them. I can imagine, considering the amount of our GDP that goes to the military, I would imagine you could probably cut 5% from the military's budget while costing them nothing, while cutting back on nothing. Just efficiency improvements and reducing waste without actually cutting any programs. And you could probably cut 5% from the military budget easily. I bet you can cut 20%, but that would take a lot of work. 5% should be a no-brainer for rocket scientists. Just figure out where the waste is and fix the waste. Don't cut the programs, just fix the waste so that the money goes where it needs to go. And then universal health care. Fix education. Free college. Okay? Do it. Instead, they're cutting USAID and EBT benefits and... What? I mean, Elon Musk has his head so far up his ass that his own daughter has disowned him. I mean, because he can't accept her. I mean, it's your kid, man. You take them for what they are. No questions asked. You don't negotiate. It's your goddamn kid. Okay? He didn't disown her. She disowned him. Because he's a monster to her. I mean, oh, man. I just wish he would take all that energy and use it for good. You know? Be a hero. You know, let us put you in the history books as the person who turned the country around and saved it from this megalomaniac called Trump. You know, just do something good, man. I mean, do you know what the fraud rate not the fraud rate. The fraud rate for welfare benefits, keep in mind, the United States doesn't have any welfare benefits. The fraud rate is less than 1%. Florida famously tried to institute a drug testing requirement for anybody who was on welfare benefits. The amount of people that they were able to remove from welfare benefits and the money they saved by not having to provide benefits to those people was so tiny that it didn't even pay for the drug testing kits to test them. I mean, the United States doesn't have a welfare system. Nobody lives off the government teat because there is no government teat. It's dry. That government teat is empty. The amount of money that we spend on food for Americans is so tiny, it's nothing. I mean, we spend more money on a single jet than we do on the entire EBT program. I mean, it's nothing. It's the and here's the crazy part. This is what a lot of people understand. Well, why these people need to get back to work. You're a moron. 89% of food stamp recipients who receive an average of $114 a month, which isn't jack shit, 89% of food stamp recipients have jobs. They work. They're just paid so fucking little that they can't feed themselves. Our minimum wage is so grotesquely low. Our measure of poverty, our poverty measurement mathematics is so bad that states use 140% of the federal poverty line, and it should be over 200%. Because they're still using metrics from the 60s that don't apply today. Because no Congress wants to go down in history as the Congress that increased the poverty level from 9.5% to 60%. Because that's what the poverty line is. The poverty line is at about 55-60% of the country. We just have lots of cheat codes that allow people to survive. And if we actually measured it correctly, even though that poverty existed before you measured it correctly, they still think that they're going to go down in history as the Congress that increased the poverty level just because that number went up. But the number you have now is fake. I mean, that was done 40 years ago. That's why it pisses me off so much that they're attacking with tariffs. Because what they're doing is they're attacking Americans. People don't realize this. They're not attacking China. This is not about China. It's not. It's not about China. It's about forcing you to... Where is it? Where the hell is it? It's about forcing you to buy this from Amazon for $25 instead of buying it from Temu for $5.80. That's what it's about. That's what it's about. It's welfare for Amazon and Walmart and Bed Bath & Beyond and Harbor Freight, and because they can afford those tariffs. They're just going to pass the tariff on to you. You see, what they originally wanted to do, and now of course they're backpedaling on the tariffs because they realize they're going to absolutely fuck our entire economy if they actually went forward with this tariff crap, because he's an idiot and doesn't understand how tariffs work. You see, you don't pay tariffs. Well, not you. When I say you, I mean the seller. Okay? Temu, AliExpress, etc., Shein does not pay tariffs. That's not how tariffs work. The government has no legal authority to charge Temu anything, because Temu is not an American entity. And why they still have their masturbation hard on about TikTok, who knows? Oh, China's collecting all of our data. Ask me if I care. Ask me if I care if China is spying on me via TikTok. What is a Chinese government official going to do with Chris Taylor's cat pictures? Oh, they know where you are. Okay, so some Chinese secret agent over in China, 14,000 miles away, knows that I went to the mailbox today. What the fuck fuck is he going to do with that information? What's he going to do with it? Think about it. Okay, so let's say China collects your information just like Google does, just like Facebook does, just like Twitter does, just like Instagram does. Google knows every single place I go. They even have a case now where they know even when you put your browser in incognito mode, Google still tracks you. It's just not public. Okay? Google's a local company. They can actually do something with that data. They can sell it to people. What the hell's Xiaomi? Or what's that company that got banned from selling phones in the U.S.? That Chinese phone company. They're not allowed to sell phones here in the U.S. anymore. It's not Xiaomi. It's the other company. But what are they going to do with the data? Do you think they give a shit that you went to McDonald's today and bought a McFlurry? Do you think they give a shit that you went to Olive Garden and enjoyed your unlimited breadsticks? Do you think they give a shit that you went to the park with your neighbor? What are they going to do with it? Think about it. What are they going to do? They got all this data. They can't. Huawei. That's it. Huawei. That's the one. What's Huawei going to do? Oh, they're in bed with the communist government. There is no communist government. China is not communist. The Chinese government is not a communist government. They're a socialist, capitalist dictatorship. That's what China is. China has more capitalism in their left pinky tip than the entire United States does. I've shown you this before. Let me show you capitalism. Actually, it's easier if I show it to you on the tablet because the tablet can do image search. Okay? I'm interested in this. Let me show you capitalism. Here's everybody who's selling it, and I could find the best price. That's capitalism. Find this on Amazon. Find that on Amazon. Find that on Walmart. Instead, what do we find on Walmart? Verner's Ginger Ale. Instead, this is what we find on Walmart. Scalpers taking $3 worth of soda and inflating the price to $22 because you can't get it anywhere else. Scalpers taking $12 worth of cans of soda and selling it for $35 plus shipping because you can't get it anywhere else. That's not capitalism. That's feudalism. Okay? That's oligarchy. That's market manipulation. This Chinese website has more capitalism in a single click. I just tell it to do an image search and it finds every single seller selling anything with that image as a listing, including similar things. So for example, if I were to do a search, say I want this shirt, okay? I just tap this little image icon, and now it's going to go and find everybody who's selling that shirt. Oh, hey, there we go. There's a men's version of the shirt, and it goes up to size XXL. Okay? Okay? And let's see, $11.48, $8.28, $9.01, $5.18. Ah, here we go. $3.91. That's capitalism. This isn't corporations doing this. These are all individual Chinese and American and South American and European individual sellers. Okay? Each of these is from a different seller. Like you, me, and 3D Printing PA, and Mike, and CTW. These are all individual sellers. And they're battling each other to the bottom to get the best price because they want your sale. And so you have, this is probably a guy clearing it out. He's probably clearing out that and trying to get rid of it, so he lowers the price to get it to go away. And but yeah, the price ranges from $3 all the way up to $12 for the same exact thing. And I can just, with one button press, I can go through here and say, okay, well, there's the cheapest one, or there's the style I want, or there's the size I want. That's capitalism. There's no such thing as communism. Communism doesn't exist. It's a 1950s fabricated fictional fairy tale American boogeyman that we created to scare Americans and to be patriotic against the red. Right? The Vietnam was never communist. Korea was never communist. China was never communist. The Soviet Union was never communist. There's no such thing as communist. Do you want to see communism? It's the Borg before they added the Borg Queen. That's communism. And that's the only way you can get communism. You would need a collective. You would need people to forget about individuality. That's the only way you can have communism. As long as individuality exists, you cannot have communism. If you created a Truman Show in the real world, you remember the Truman Show? That was a great movie. Kind of sad, but kind of fun. Also a good movie, but it was a good movie. If you created a Truman Show and you fabricated the perfect communist country, and all you had to do was press the big red start button. Let me show you how long communism would last when you press the start button. It's already gone. Instantly. Your communist perfect country Truman Show would cease to be communism before you finished pressing the button. Because it's filled with individuals. And those individuals are going to try to game the system to gain advantage. That's not communism. and the only natural system that exists is anarchy and feudalism. Those are the only natural systems that exist. Every other system is artificial. Socialism, artificial. Capitalism, artificial. Communism, artificial. All democracy, artificial. All these systems are artificial and require structures to be put in place to maintain them. Because the participants will always drive those systems either toward anarchy or feudalism. And so the only way you can stop those systems from being anarchy or feudalism is to put controls in place. That means you need a regulatory body. Well, what's that body for capitalism? It's called a free market. And it's the government's job, if they wish to have a capitalist country, to aggressively and viciously maintain the free market. But here's the problem. Once they make a correction to reassert the free market, they have to then back off and go hands-free. And only step in when they need to make a correction. Because the participants, the Walmarts and the Amazons, are always going to attempt to destroy the free market. Because a lack of a free market means more money for them, because they're incumbents. They have all the wealth already. And so the only way it works is for an entity more powerful than these corporations, and the only one that exists is the government. Because no other entity has power over these corporations. You can't do anything about it. I can't do anything about it. Vote with your wallet. Bullshit. There's 340 million people in the country. The amount of difference your wallet's going to make is nothing. It's linked. You're blowing dust in the wind. That's more effective than your wallet. When you have a town of 3,000 people, okay, you can vote with your wallet. When you have a country of 340 million people, that doesn't work anymore. Because there's always going to be enough people who will utilize that system. And so I love it's just, oh man. When people said, let's do a don't buy anything. Let's show American businesses what we mean. Okay, so do I buy this the day before I don't buy from Walmart, or the day after I don't buy from Walmart? I'm still buying it. I still need the milk. I still need the cocktail sauce. I still need the screws to finish my deck. So we don't buy from Home Depot today. So I just buy this the day before, or I buy this the day after. You're actually helping the businesses. You're helping the corporations. Because on the day where nobody goes shopping, okay, you two go home. We don't need you. We're slow today. You just cost 2 people a day's wage. That's all you did. All you did was cost 2 people a day's wage. Well, what about tomorrow when more people come to shop? Well, they just overwork the people that are there. They're not going to bring in more people. They just overwork the people that are there. So now all you've done is cost 2 people a day's wage per store. Okay? And now you're going to make those poor schlubs work harder tomorrow because they're not going to bring in extra help. They win every time. Well, then you're saying it's pointless? There's nothing we can do? You do it with the government. We did it. We know it works. We did it for 30 years. We know it works. You have enforcement of a free market. Okay, so anti-competition laws, anti-collusion laws, anti-saturation of market laws, all the laws that we had in place. That was why there was 1,000 different radio stations and 100 different TV stations, because you weren't allowed to own too much of the same thing in the same market to prevent anybody from developing enough power to override the free market. That was the point. That was why you couldn't own every Clear Channel station. They're all Clear Channel now. You walk into a grocery store and you see 20 different options, and you don't realize that 3 companies make all 20 of those options. They're all the same company. What is it? I could be wrong on this, but like 83% of our chicken comes from Tyson or something like that. I mean, so, I see 5 different brands of chicken, but they're all Tyson. They're just subsidiaries. They're making it look like there's competition. But when you own all 3 of them, that's just delusion. There's no competition. I mean, look at the price of eggs. Oh, it's bird flu. Oh, yeah? Show me the shortage. Bird flu does not raise the price of eggs. What raises the price of eggs is that bird flu causes a culling. We have to kill the birds that have the flu so it doesn't spread. This causes a shortage in eggs. There's not enough eggs. The shortage of eggs invokes supply and demand. There's lower supply, but you still have high demand. The price goes up. But there's no shortage of eggs. The stores are glut full of eggs. So why are the prices 45 cents an egg? Because they can. They can get away with it, so they are. That's not capitalism. That's not competition. And while the theory of the operation of the Doge team is a good one, find corruption, find waste. The problem is they're not. All they're doing is firing a bunch of people saying, see how much money we saved? And then all those facilities break down. Oh, fuck! We actually did need that nuclear engineer. We actually did need that climatologist. We actually did need that doctor. Oh, shit! And what did they do? A month later, they hired them all back with back pay because the whole fucking thing was collapsing when you fired them. Because you don't know what you're doing. It's like trying to fix your 3D printer with a sledgehammer. Whack! Whack! That didn't work. No shit, Sherlock! Try something a little bit more precise next time. Oh, man. We're capable of so much. We can, I mean, look at this. I mean, just look at this. In 2 weeks, I manufactured 6 of these in my home. And each one is perfect, precise, and cross-compatible. I can take parts off of this one and put it on this one, and parts off of this one and put it on this one. I have precision manufacturing on a $250 printer in my own home. And you could do this with a $100 printer. You could buy a Micro Center discounted Ender 3 for $100, $129. And then you could buy a $20 roll of filament. And you can make one of these. I mean, to buy one of these is going to cost you $40. And you don't really get much choice in what it looks like. Well, you just spent $110 to make that one. But now make 2. 3, and 4, and 5, and 6. Pretty soon, the amortized cost of the printer is, make 50 of these, and the amortized cost of the printer is $2 per box. Now all of a sudden I'm making a very nice customizable bespoke box that's worth $40 as a metal plain one, and I'm making them for 15. Now this one costs a lot more because it uses really nice fancy filaments. But if you make a plain one like they make, you could just buy cheap filament. You could buy filament for $10 or $12 a kilogram. Slant 3D is making American-made filament at $10 a kilo. It's just basic black or white, but it's American-made, produced and sourced filament for $10 a kilo. That's because there's not much manpower involved. Anything that doesn't require manpower, we can manufacture here. But as soon as it requires manpower, you can't manufacture it here. It's just too expensive. Unless you can automate it, you can't make these here in the U.S. I paid $2.16 for these. They're gorgeous. They're beautiful. I love these. These are like one of my favorites. Right? But you can't make these for $2 in the U.S. unless you can figure out a way to automate it. And even then, I don't think you can make these for $2. It's a different economy of scale. But the way that these machines give us the ability to do home manufacturing, precision, repeatable home manufacturing without a specialized apprenticeship. To build one of these, say, out of wood, it would take an extraordinary amount of effort, years worth of training and practice, and several $100s, if not thousands of dollars worth of equipment. You'd basically need a wood shop if you wanted to make something as nice as this. Okay? And with a $100 3D printer and a $15 roll of plastic, anybody can print one of these with the files that I put up online. You could go and buy that Tech Bear's Pet G on Amazon right now. You could pay $20 and get 2 kilograms of plastic. That's $10 a kilo. You can make this for $8 if you don't mind it being all white. I think they have a couple other colors, but I mean, if you want fancy like this, it's going to cost you more because this plastic costs more. But I can make a semi-fancy one. I could use the $10 kilogram plastic to print all of these parts, and then I can make, 6 or 7 sets of these lids with the fancy filament. So now it's only costing me $5 to add this nice accent to it. So now it's like $12 with the nice fancy lid if I used plain plastic for the rest of it. It's just look at the things that we just designed today. I made those little stanchions for my car. I don't know where they are. I don't know where they went. Okay. I'm putting up these lights all around my property. I've already got 3 of them installed. The little yellow lights that I have outside with the 5 lights on it when the fairy lights going down the middle. They're wonderful. They actually light up the whole ground around the area. They're beautiful. They work impressively well. What else? I designed entire rockets out of 3D printing. I can even make basic hand tools out of 3D. This is precision stuff. This cost me less than $1 to make, and I can do this at home with a 3D printer. The things that we can do today are amazing, and we throw it all away with greed. You just throw it all away with greed. It's sad. What are you gonna do? I don't know. I shouldn't be talking about this stuff on the channel. I really need to start doing like a Saturday stream on my politics channel. We could talk about this stuff there, and if nobody shows up, then I know nobody's interested. But I shouldn't be forcing people to listen on this one. But it just, I don't know. It just drives me crazy. What are you gonna do? I know what I'm gonna do. I'm fucking hungry. I haven't eaten breakfast yet. The only thing I had was a couple donuts, and I'm gonna order more of those donuts. I hope they still have. I'm pissed off. Oh, I'm so fucking angry. I don't need it. It's really bad for me. I really shouldn't be drinking it, but oh my god, that strawberry banana milk, that Moana themed, the Pixar movie, Disney movie themed. They had a strawberry banana flavored milk, not like a Nesquik, like an actual half a gallon of milk. What's your pillacy? I don't know what that means. what does the word? Oh, Mind of Nerys. Anytime I have a politically contentious topic or video to post, I post it there. There's not many subscribers there, but just to keep it separate from this, I don't want to post it here because that's a way to alienate my viewers. And because people come here for 3D printing, they don't want to watch videos about that shit. And one time I accidentally posted one here and that was bad. I had to delete it and repost it there. Well, I guess it's okay to do it at the end. When we get to the end of a 3-hour, 4-hour stream, people can just stop watching at that point. But what I need to make sure I at least don't do is I need to not mix it into the middle of the stream. Because now people have to either suffer through and watch it if they don't want to, or they have to figure out where to jump to get away from it. And so I got to make sure I at least don't do that. And at the end, I guess it's okay. We're at the end of the stream. We already know we're done. And we're just chatting. It's fine. But, I mean, I just wish we could do better. I mean, we have enough. We know how to do it. We know how to fix it. After World War II, people said, well, the United States won. They had the golden age. I was like, the United States helped the rest of the world recover from World War II. This is back when we were G.I. Joe. This was back when we were the good guys. Now we're the bad guys. But back then, we were the good guys. Like, genuinely the good guys. People looked up to Americans as heroes. Now they look up to Americans as idiots who don't know what the capital of the country is. Oh my God. I actually stopped watching them because it just made me so sad. But I was entertained watching those videos where people show screenshots of oblivious Americans who don't know what they're talking about. Saying dumb things. Like, and the funny thing is, Europeans and Africans and Asians, they're just as dumb as we are. They're not better. They're not better educated either. We think they are because Americans have loud mouths. It's hard to miss us when we start blathering. Okay? But the reality is, the rest of the world has just as many dumb people as we do. Someone posted, well, America invented the car. You wouldn't have a car without America. And one person replied, well, Germany would have something to say about that. And then I replied, yeah, Germans didn't invent the car. The first car was, when was the first? Ireland? No, the second car was Scotland. It was an electric car. It was made in Scotland in 18. But there was one, but French. The very first, what we could legitimately call an automobile, a motorized vehicle made to go on the road, was France in the 1700s, late 1700s. And second was Scotland. They made an electric version of the car. If you say, well, that's a three-wheeler. So was Mercedes-Benz's first gasoline car that they patented. It was also a three-wheeler because three-wheelers were easier. Okay? So, like you're wrong, too. It wasn't Germany. They may have gotten the first patent for a gasoline-powered automobile, but the electric car was invented before them by Scotland, and I think a steam-powered one was invented before them by France. So you could argue that the first automobile was made by France, not Germany. Even the second automobile was made by Scottish, not Germany. They made the third automobile. Then someone was comparing this is another contentious topic that you got to be careful talking about. But although this one's a little less contentious because it's talking about guns, but what it's talking about is not really guns, but citizens killed by police. So deaths in the hands of police officers. And they compared it was Norway, another small country like Norway, maybe Finland, and Germany. And then they compared to the US. And and of course an American with eagles and flag icons posted that well, you can't compare cities to countries. Well, last I checked, Finland and Norway were countries, not cities. But his comment, while idiotic, has merit, because those countries are cities. The population of each of those countries was just over 5 million people, except Germany. Okay, but the first two countries, about 5.2 million people and 5.5 million people. New York City has over 8 million people. One American city has almost as many people as both those countries combined. So he's not wrong. It is valid to say you're comparing city-type numbers with country-type numbers. On top of that, Germany, which is a legit large country, is still a tiny fraction of the U.S., about 82 million people. But at least we're well beyond city size now. But that's still only about 23% of the U.S. population. Even all three of those countries combined are only about 25% of the U.S. population. So it's not really a valid comparison. Now, what is a valid comparison, and this is why the guy was still an idiot, is you compare the European Union to the United States. When you compare the United States to the rest of the world, you would be more correct to pretend that it's the United States Union and that the 50 states are countries. If you think of the 50 states as countries, all of a sudden the comparisons start to make sense. Most people just do not comprehend how absolutely massive the United States is. It's fucking huge. It's really big. I mean, people don't know anything. They think the United States is the world. Well, Europeans think Europe is the world. How many Europeans know jack shit about Zimbabwe and, New Zealand and Brazil and Portugal? Probably next to nothing. Okay, but they know a lot about the European Union. So when you start to think of the European Union more as a country and the European countries more as states, it starts to make more sense. Because the European Union has about the same landmass as the United States. And the European Union, not Europe, the European Union has about the same population as the United States. Suddenly the comparisons are a lot more valid. And do you know how many of the European Union countries? Well, the part of the problem here is reporting, but we have that problem here too. Only about 488 deaths per year, compared to like 1,200 in the United States. So he's still an idiot, but he did make a valid point. You were comparing invalid numbers. It is not valid to compare Norway and Finland to the United States. You're talking about two countries that have a total population only slightly larger than a single U.S. city. That's not a valid comparison. But now if you compare the European Union to the United States, that's very valid. You're talking about an apples-to-apples comparison. And but we know how to fix these problems. And the way you fix these problems is what we did after World War II. I mean, we don't need the goddamn EPA. Does the EPA have problems? Sure. You don't throw it away. You fix it. Because the EPA is good. Have you looked at pictures of Los Angeles and New York and San Francisco from 50 years ago? I don't know about you, but I don't want to fucking live in those places. Just look at the smog. Oh my God, I don't want to live there. Look how clean those cities are today. Look at pictures of rivers from 50 years ago. Companies, without any concern whatsoever, just dump their waste into the river. Someone else's problem. The only way you can make a corporation do something right, the only way, is to make it cost more to do it wrong. And that's what agencies like the EPA do. You fine them for doing it wrong. Now doing it correctly is cheaper. And now they'll do it correctly. That's the only way it works. Because they're not people. They're corporations. They're monstrosities. They're entities. They're algorithmic functions, and they're gonna do things that are the cheapest, no matter what. They had a good example of this. Is the what is it called? The NHS, National Health Service. That's the universal healthcare in Britain. They had a problem. I'm vague on the details here, so just go with me. They had a problem with patients spending too long in temporary beds, not being put in permanent beds. So they weren't getting proper care. Like they even had a case of a couple people who died, sitting in the hallway. They never got taken care of, and they ended up dying. And so they mandated that they had to reduce the time and the number of people who were in temporary bedding. But they didn't provide any means to actually achieve that objective. They simply made a decree, do it, but did not give them. It's not like we're talking about hospitals here. We're talking about doctors and nurses, not corporate entities making money. These people actually care about their patients. You think they wanted to leave those people in the hall to die? Are you nuts? Do you know what the churn rate is for nursing staff? Because of how many times can you watch a person you care about die in front of you before it mentally fucks you up? Knowing I gotta watch this lady die. Nothing I can do to help her. She's going to die. That's what I'm dreadfully afraid of with Michelle. Her roommate is not in good shape. She goes to the hospital like once a week. And my biggest fear is that if I don't get Michelle out of there, if she doesn't get well enough to get out of there, that she's going to have to watch her roommate die. I can't imagine how much that's going to fuck with her head. And knowing that she's stuck in that same bed, I don't want that to happen. Now imagine you're a nurse and you get to watch person after person after person die. Ouch. That's why it takes a particular kind of person to do that kind of job. It's a rough job. Watching people you're caring about die is just, that's not fun. I couldn't do it. No, I couldn't mentally handle that. No way. I'd go crazy. But, so it's not like these people are doing this out of a cost incentive. It's not like they're doing it because they're saving money. They're doing it because they don't have the resources they need. So when you make a mandate without providing the resources to actually accommodate that mandate, you get bullshit responses. So what did they do in the hospitals? You're going to love this. They got no resources, they got no funding, they got no increase in staff. So there is literally nothing they can do about these people. So what did they do? They complied with the mandate. They removed the wheels from the gurneys, and that made them into permanent beds. Why would you do something so stupid? Because you didn't give me the tools to do anything else. Okay? That's what things like the EPA do. That's what things like the ATF are supposed to do. And they don't. So you fix them. The problem is they're not broken. They're doing exactly what they want them to do. They're being used as tools against people instead of to help people. After World War II, we had a 93% top-tier tax rate. Now, if you convert that to today's dollars, basically any profit you made over $400,000, the government took 93%. So your first $400,000 was whatever tax brackets you were in. Then, and let's say you made $500,000. You would pay your normal taxes on the $400,000, and then on the $100,000 that was over $400,000, you owed $93,000 of that to the government. Seems pretty insane, doesn't it? I mean, how could you take 93% of somebody's profit? It was the best thing the United States ever did. It literally resulted in the creation of something that has never existed before. A mass-scale middle-class population. It was the golden age of America. It was one of the largest growths and expansions in the country had ever seen, that the world had ever seen. It was the largest transfer of wealth from the few to the general population that the world had ever seen. Everybody prospered. Everybody won. Now, of course, there were obviously still people who were poor. The system wasn't perfect, but we could definitely see this works. So why don't we do it anymore? Because the rich people want to keep all the money. Even though they were still filthy rich, they want to be richer. They want, because it's not really about money. Once you have 7 figures, the money doesn't matter anymore. Unless you're an idiot buying mansions and Taj Mahals and shit like that, the money doesn't matter anymore. Now it becomes, the money converts to power, and that's what they want. They want power. And that kind of power on this kind of scale requires the ability to hoard it. And a 93% top tier tax rate makes hoarding it inadvisable, because the government's just going to take 93% of it. Now, did they ever actually tax anybody at 93%? Maybe, but I doubt it, because I know I'm a businessman. I'm a capitalist. I am a 100% born and bred capitalist. And over my dead fucking body am I giving the government 93% of my profit. I'm going to spend that money on everything deductible. I'm going to buy everybody new cars. I'm going to give people pensions. I'm going to give people health plans. I'm going to open new branches. I'm going to upgrade computers and equipment. I'm going to, provide paid vacations. I'm going to provide leave. I'm going to provide, new services. I'm going to open up a cafeteria for my workers to make them happier. Anything to spend that money in a way where I gain benefit from that money, rather than cutting a 93% check to the government. Wait a minute. That's what we did! That's exactly what we did! That's what happened! That's why the middle class exists. Because these businessmen came to the same conclusion that I just did, that I just described to you. That I would rather spend this money on my community, my people, and my business, which will benefit me in the long run, rather than cut the government a check of 93%. Because over my dead body am I giving them that money. I'll spend every penny upgrading everything. Oh, you got new computers last year? It's okay, we'll get new computers this year too. Which helps everybody. Everybody wins. But they don't win enough. And they're greedy. They want more. And so they worked to destroy this utopia that we were building. Was it a utopia? No. But it was heading that way. We were heading that way. It was working. But the people in charge, it wasn't enough for them. So they killed it. They destroyed that entire system that we built after World War II. And now we live in a situation where 65% of the country is under the poverty line. Yay! We succeed. People don't realize that we're headed toward a financial cliff. And it's like a black hole. And once you pass that event horizon, God help you. Okay? Because the wealth distribution in this country is an exponential curve. And we're not down here. We're up here. And we're about to hit the infinity mark. And once you hit that, long before you hit that point, shit's going to get bad fast. And nobody's doing anything about it. Because they can't. They tried. Remember the Great Depression? The Great Depression was caused intentionally. Well, it was caused by an intentional act with unintended consequences. Basically, what was it? Was it Nevada or Arizona? I forget where it was. Sun Bank or something like that. They had a bank run. Now, we already knew at this point how to solve bank runs. You fill the bank with money. You get every truck you can, you fill it with money, and you send that money to the bank, and you give everybody whatever money they want. And after a day or two, people calm down. They realize, okay, it's taking a while because of the line, but I'm getting my money. Because people don't comprehend the distribution of money. They think, well, if this bank doesn't have my money in it, then my money's gone. They don't realize that money is distributed everywhere. No bank has all of the customers' money. I mean, think about it. If there's 200 Wells Fargos, does each Wells Fargo have every depositor's money? No, of course not. It's spread around. But that's not the way people think. People don't think that way. If I can't have it right here in front of me, it doesn't exist. And so the way you solve a bank run is you flood the bank with money until the people calm down and they realize their money is safe. Well, these people who are in charge of this country, they're not idiots. You might think I think they're dumb when I describe them. I don't. I think they're evil. Okay? I don't think they're dumb. They're not idiots. They're very smart. Probably smarter than me. Right? But they're evil. Evil doesn't equal dumb. Okay? Dumb evil people just end up in prison or dead. And smart evil people end up as CEOs and lawyers and politicians. So they understood that we were approaching a problem. They could do the math. They can see the writing on the wall. They can see that this curve was an exponential curve, and that eventually they were going to have a very, very serious problem. And like, well, how do we fix it? Well, we're not going to give up. The way you fix it is you give up your wealth. You stop hoarding the wealth. You take what you earn and you don't steal, because that's what it is. It's just another form of theft. When you underpay somebody, when you pay someone minimum wage, you're a thief. But that's the minimum wage. Doesn't matter. Just because you've legalized it. I mean, slavery was legal. Is slavery right? I didn't ask if it was legal. I asked if it was right. Okay? At no point in history was slavery ever right. It may have been legal. It may have been accepted. It may have been justified. But it was never right. And stealing from someone is never right, even if it's legal. And when you pay someone less than a living wage, you're a thief. You're a slave owner. Fact. I'm not going to pussyfoot around that. I'm not going to sugarcoat that. If you pay someone less than a living wage, you're a slave owner. Don't like that? Too bad. You don't have a right to force your corporation to exist by underpaying people to make it viable. If you can't afford to pay people a living wage, then your corporation's not economically viable. You are forcing a slavery version of your corporation to work instead of an economically viable version. But we call it okay because, well, I'm paying them minimum wage. And then even that wasn't good enough. Paying them a quarter of a living wage wasn't good enough. So now we have tip credit in 60% of the country, where you can pay people as little as $2.13 and hope they make enough in tips. You know, there are waitresses who get zero paycheck. Their paycheck actually comes, it has a dollar amount, it has deductions, it says zero, not negotiable, not a check. Your paycheck says not a check. Because the taxes they owe are greater than the $2.13 an hour wage they're getting. But how can the taxes be greater than the wage? Because they assume you're getting tips, even if you don't. Oh, you're just lying. Of course you got tips. Because I have to sleep at night, so I have to pretend you're actually getting paid. I'm not kidding. This is legal. This is how it works. Well, why do they have that job? You could make minimum wage $1 an hour and people would still take that job. Why? Because death is an incredible motivator. And even $1 an hour will allow you to delay death a little bit longer. So you'll do it. You'll do anything to avoid death. That's hyperbole. You're blowing it out of proportion. No money equals no home equals no food equals death. Of course, your birth certificate is not, or your death certificate's not going to say cause of death, poverty. It's going to say, weather exposure or malnourishment or kidney failure or whatever. It'll say something else. It's not going to say what actually killed you, poverty. It's mind blowing. It's just. And we pretend it's okay by, and when you finally corner somebody, they just get angry at you and walk away because they don't want to think about the fact that they're a horrible person for doing what they do. So, yeah, one of the greatest villains in the history of the country is Ronald Reagan. He will go down in history as being the person who put the final nail in the coffin of the golden age of America and shifted us completely back from capitalism to feudalism. What are you going to do? What are you going to do? go make some lasagna. I'm hungry. It's 5:30. What the hell was that? Did that filament just snap? Huh. I think the filament going into the printer broke. That happens when the filament gets straightened out. It gets micro cracks. And if it sits there long enough, a couple days, I haven't printed on that in 2 days. Those micro cracks, sometimes the stress is too much and it just goes and the filament snaps. I don't see the filament going from the roll to the printer. I think it just snapped. But, yeah. What are you going to do? What are you going to do? I can't think of anything else. So I'm in Rocky Mountain Rep Festival mode now. I'm trying to think about projects I want to finish in time to bring with me. I want to try. The biggest problem is I don't have enough filament that's all the same color. I'm hoping that David's filament that I'm going to pick up at the post office tomorrow because it's after 5 o'clock. Damn it! So I'll go pick up his filament tomorrow because I want to make some combo toolboxes that are all color themed, where both halves are the same theme, and because that'll look nice sitting on the table. So that means I need to get a little more white to replace the off-color drawers in that one, and I need to get some more transparent to replace the off-color parts in that one. That'll be 2, and I'd like to do a couple of these in the theme so that the top and bottom chest match. I've got one of these to bring with me. I need to print the bulbs for that to bring with me. I got to work on the fin can and the nose cone for the rocket. Once I have the Chiron going, I'm going to dedicate that to making the rocket. I got a couple lamps. I do still need to print a new version of the 8-foot lamp that goes outside that has the updated base on it that I could put a post inside to secure it to the ground. Right now it's laying on the ground. With the winds were so high, I just laid it down. I didn't want it to break. In case I don't get a chance to print another one, I'll have to bring that one. And so I laid it down until these winds are past or until I figure out a way to properly secure it. I did get the solar panel light bulb for $3. I got those in. They are very cool. Not as bright as I was hoping, but I think they're bright enough to be usable. So I do want to make some lanterns around that. I want to, my house has 4 pillars out front. 4 like 6x6 posts sticking in the ground. And that's what I have my numbers on and my LED lights and stuff like that. I want to put actual lanterns on top of those because that'll really stand out nice. They'll get good light and look cool. So I think I'm going to print those because they're about $20 a piece to buy them, and I can print it for well under 10, and then the light unit is only $3.18, and I have 2 of them already, so just buy 2 more and I'll have 4. Eventually I'm going to put a 6x6 post at the other 2 driveway entrances as well. I think one already has one, but the other one doesn't. This way they'll all match. And but yeah, I want to do that because I think that would just really look nice. It would look sharp. Probably a downscaled version of the orange, the big orange one I made. But I want to try to get the lamp to like 300 grams if I can, so I can make 3 per kilogram. That'd be nice because then 2 kilograms will allow me to make all 6 lamps. And what else? I don't have the money to order anything right now. Hey, Michelle. But I have the mirror, the 3-way mirror, not the 4-way one, but I'm going to add that one too to my AliExpress shopping cart so that when I have the money I can order it, because I want to try to put a mirror in one of these boxes because I think that's a great idea. But I want to try to embed it right in the lid. Hey, Conrail. Conrail John. Oh, Conrail, isn't that a train? Or is that your name? go-go juice. So I'm going to have a root beer. You work for the trains? You like trains, hobby? Oh, what I was telling you, guys, earlier, great news, and I forgot to finish telling you. One of my physical activity objectives have been met. I've been working up to where I could walk to my neighbor's house there and back without having to, really stop or sit down or anything. And when my neighbor came over and got stuck in my driveway, I, of course, walked him all the way back to his house to make sure he didn't get stuck again. And I made it all the way to his house, including the backyard, because that's where his ramp is to get in the house, and then back to my house. And I wasn't destroyed. I was a little bit out of breath. I was breathing a little heavily, but no pain, and I wasn't destroyed. I made it all the way there and back. So I was like, fuck yeah! It's like 1,200 feet I walked. So I'm super happy about that. So now I'm going to start seeing how far down the road can I get. How about to the next neighbor's house? Just another 200 feet there, 200 feet back, plus the distance, to get there. And, see how that goes. And after a week, try the third house. Eventually, I'd like to get to the point where I could walk a half a mile. Because a half a mile is the community center, and they have activities there. So it'd be nice if I could just walk there, enjoy an activity, and walk back instead of taking the car. I mean, it doesn't cost me anything to take the car, really, but I just want to be able to walk a half a mile without being dead. So I'm going to try to work up to, maybe by midsummer, being able to walk a half a mile there, sit down, rest, do an activity, and then walk the half mile back. That's my objective, is to now that I have gotten to my neighbors and back. So he lets me use some of the space in his trash can since he doesn't have that much trash. So now instead of driving over with the car, I can walk over with the trash bag, put it in his can, and walk back. And so I'll get more physical activity that way. I've got to get a piece of fiberboard or plywood or something to put up on the wall in the bathroom. That's the only place in the house where I have sufficient space is in the bathroom. I want to put up my punching thing. And I want to use that more because I like it. It's fun. I tried to mount it and I made the hole bigger, so I can't do that. I got to put a backing board on there to fix the wall. I got a hole in my wall in the bathroom because of me. Sometimes to clean up after a number two, you got to reach around, and I have trouble with that. So I have to pin my arm against the wall and force it back far enough so I can reach, because I'm not flexible enough to get there on my own. And if I have to feel where the beam is in the wall, and one time I missed the beam, and when I put my shoulder against it and started pushing, I pushed right through the wall. So now there's a hole in the wall. So I got to fix that hole, and then I'll be able to mount the punching game there. I'm hoping that that guy will come out and help me like he promised to finish my shed out back. He said he would help me do that. I'm hoping he's still willing to. He got his lawn tractor and never talked to me again, so I don't know if he's going to now. But I'm hoping he will. If he does, I have a recumbent stationary bike, but you can't use it outdoors. I'm just not going to do it. I know I'm not. I'm just not. It's either going to be too hot or too cold, and I'm just not going to use it. But if I can get it indoors, then I'll use it. So if I can get that shed finished, which is attached to the house, not attached, it's connected. There's no actual physical attachment. It's just foam between them to create a seal, because I'm not allowed to actually bolt it to the house. That would be considered an add-on. But the shed that is outside my back door, I could put the semi-recumbent in there. I'm also going to put the washer and dryer in there so I can have an actual little pantry. But, if I can get to that point, I can start losing weight. I still got to find a piece of wood to try to use a scale. I'm not getting a reliable measure from it. It shows 435 to 455, which I know is wrong. I know I'm over 460. So I gotta find some way of. I think there's 2 transducers in the scale, and when it's designed to put packages on, so when I stand on it, I think I'm wiggling a little bit, and so the 2 numbers can't stabilize and it can't get an average reading. So I need some way of stabilizing when I stand on it somehow. So I'm hoping that if I put a piece of wood on it, that'll help spread the load better. Average it out better. But yeah, I was super stoked by that I made it all the way there and back. I didn't even realize until I got back to the house. I was like, it didn't hurt. Usually I'd get about to the end of his driveway and be like, nope, gotta turn around and go back. Because I realize that I'm getting to the point where I might not be able to make it back if I don't. And I even thought about bringing a folding chair with me in case I have to sit down. And because the what I'm finding out the problem is that I'm over 460 pounds, and I'm very top heavy. Okay, I'm also very big. I'm 6'4" tall, and I think what's happening is that when I stand, I'm constantly moving. My muscles are constantly adjusting to keep me from falling over. It's just a natural balance thing. You do it. You don't even think about it. You just do it. And because I am so big and so heavy, those muscles actually have to work continuously to keep me standing erect, and that causes strain, especially on the mid back, the lower back, and eventually it's amazing where it's even to the point where if I just take a hand and just place that hand on a wall, or place that hand on top of a chair standing next to me, I can feel all those muscles just stop. Now, instead of my muscles going constantly firing to keep me stabilized, as soon as I put my hand on something, the muscles just go and they relax. Because now I have 3 points of stability, 2 feet, 1 hand. And that means that those muscles don't have to work as hard to keep me standing up. Now just that contact with that third thing is enough to keep me up. That's why when I'm walking around the grocery store, I don't get tired nearly so fast, because I can lean on the cart, I can lean on a wall, I can stop and give those muscles a break anytime I need to. But when I'm out in the middle of nothing, and there's nothing for me to lean on, nothing for me to sit on, I can't stop the muscles. If I stop the muscles, I fall. So that's one thing. A hiking stick might help. Something, that third point, not even for the walking, just for when I need to stop. I could plant the stick, and now I have 3 points of contact with the ground. And so I'm thinking that might help a lot. And that's why I end up having to sit down. It's not because I'm tired. I'm not tired. What it is those muscles are just burnt up. They've worked too long, too hard, and now I need to give them a little break. And just stopping isn't enough to give them a break. And I can't sit down on the ground. First of all, getting on the ground is an interesting experience. But first of all, staying on the ground is a problem because I'm so heavy. So like even just getting up right now when I got up, it was a little unsteady because I'm pushing so hard on the chair because of my weight that it cuts off blood circulation. And so there's a little numbness as the blood starts to flow again properly into my legs. And if I sit on the ground, that happens. Well, here's the problem. If I sit on the ground too long, I can't get up. It's not that I'm not strong enough, it's that my legs stop responding because they've gone numb. So if I stay on the ground too long, I can feel it starting, so I know it's going to happen, so I can't. And on top of that, getting up freestanding without anything to grab onto is an interesting experience. Basically, I kind of look like a runner with their feet on the stops, except my feet are spread out. I have to spread my feet out really wide to bring my center of mass down and get up on my hand, on my third hand. I have to pull my other hand back like this, and now I'm on 3 points, and now I have to push up and pivot at the same time to get my mass above my center of gravity. Otherwise, I just go and fall right back over again. Because there's so much mass here. It's physics. You have to balance the mass. And normally, if I have anything near me, table, chair, whatever, I can just grab onto that. Now it's no problem. I balance with that and I stand right up. No big deal. It's why I still haven't fixed my sink. because I have to squat in order to get under the sink to get to the plumbing. I can't sit, because when I sit on a chair, I'm too far away. I can't reach the plumbing. So I have to go right up against the countertop and I have to squat. I can squat, no problem. I can squat, I can stand back up. But if I squat for more than like 30 seconds, the legs start to go numb and it starts to get more and more difficult to get up again because the legs don't respond correctly. And the one time I did that, I was squatted a little bit too long. I grabbed the countertop to help pull me up, and I heard the joint between the counter and the wall crack. And I was like, oh shit, and I let go of the countertop and fell over backwards in the kitchen because I was more afraid of damaging my countertop than falling over. As soon as I heard the crack, I was like, no. And I was like, shit, bump. It was hilarious. Scared the shit out of the cat. Doing it as okay as I can, Red Light. If you just joined in, you missed all the political discussion. That's good. But I finished more boxes. I got the blue one done. Everyone Pet G transparent with Prusament blue. Although I had to use a little bit of wood to finish that drawer because I ran out of the Prusament blue. The one night I was trying to print a shelf with the Gridfinity on it, and you can see this piece is not usable. It's all warped like crazy, and that's because the power went off 40 times. I'm not kidding, 40 times in an hour. It just kept going off over and over and over again. It eventually got to the point where I just turned off the printers, let the parts fail, and went to bed. I just gave up. I had to keep hitting, wait until the power comes back on, hit confirm to resume, hit confirm to resume, hit confirm to resume. It worked great. It did work well, but of course the bed cooled down a bit each power outage and allowed it to do this. And so that was annoying, but that caused me to run out of the plastics, so I didn't quite have enough to finish. This one, I think I showed this last week, but this is wood filament and Filamentum Icelandic blue. I'm hoping they'll send me more filament because I'd really like to make some pretty boxes using Filamentum. But yeah, that came out absolutely stunning. I just absolutely love the way this came out, including the Gridfinity grid. And then I still had 2 rolls of Transition Pet G. I bought them to make rockets out of, but I never used them because I can't make rockets out of them. They're too brittle. For a vase mode rocket print, they're too brittle. They crack too easily. So they just sat there being unused. I'm trying to find a good use for them because they're 25 bucks a roll, and I did. So when you're making something hefty like this, it's okay if it's a little brittle. So this is the blue purple blue roll. It transitions between blues and purples. It's a little hard to see on camera, but you can see how some parts are bluer and some parts are more purple. It really, really came out nice. The purple parts look a nice deep purple, and the colors are wonderful. I got the Gridfinity printed, so these are all the little Gridfinity drawers. I haven't got the magnets yet. I have to order the magnets. And when you get lucky, if you catch the transition right, you can print the Gridfinity drawers. I print them sequentially, so you see the color change slowly as it goes from bin to bin. It's really cool. And then this one is really pretty. I love this purple blue one. But one that stands out visually more stunning is the blue orange green, blue orange red green, whatever. But so I printed all 4 of these at the same time, so they do all be the same color. But they came out of green with a blue backdrop, and then you can see how some parts transition. So it starts off as a little bit of green, then the orange, then the blue, and this one here is orange, green, blue, and this one here is orange, and this one here is green. And then what's really cool is the little grid bins are all different colors. As the color transitioned, it was printing the bins. That is so freaking cool. You got some yellow, some orange, some green. These are just turning out incredible. I'm hoping to try to sell some of these at Rocky Mountain Rep Festival. I'm figuring 50 bucks a piece. Because they got like $30 worth of plastic in them. They're pretty expensive to make. But and of course the files are free on printables and Thingiverse if you want to print one out. I also just today uploaded the bins and the Gridfinity versions of the drawer and the shelf. So if you want to print with Gridfinity, you can do that. I would suggest printing with a 0.8 millimeter nozzle. That's the optimal size for this. I use a 1 millimeter, and I have to tweak the slice a little bit for the thin wall. but with a 0.8, these print great. In fact, this one was all printed with the, well, I printed this with the 1mm nozzle, but I printed all these parts with the 0.8mm nozzle on the Mingda Magician, and they printed great, no problems. The Gridfinity drawers print fine. I print everything at 90% flow rate. I just cut the flow rate to 90% with a 0.8 and a 1mm nozzle. You can get away with that, and the Gridfinity drawers just fit right in there perfectly, no problem. And I got to order magnets, the 6x2 magnets for them. But yeah, so the bottom two drawers are just regular drawers, and that drawer is a Gridfinity drawer. But yeah, I still have to print handles for this. I forgot to print handles for that one. But yeah, these really just... Where's those other drawers? I hear something else moving around. Oh, is there a third one? Oh yeah, this one I did all Gridfinity. Why the hell is that upside down? Okay. Yeah, this one, the third drawer, is also Gridfinities. So I decided to do this one with all three Gridfinity drawers. I just thought that would be neat. Something to play around with, to mess with. I got to print more bins for this one. But yeah, those are turning out great. I got to find enough filament that's all the same color, you know, two different colors, so that I can print a top box and a bottom box all color matching, but with nice colors. So it's going to be like 65 degrees this Friday, so I'm going to go out in a bus on Friday, and because I can't print my outdoor stuff with PLA, and that's mostly what I have. I have like 500 rolls of filament, but it's all PLA. But I can print the boxes with PLA, so I'm going to go try to. I'm hoping I have some cool colors, and I can make some really nice boxes. I also got the parts in that you guys helped pay for to fix the Chiron, so that will be hopefully running this weekend. Because I got to print, I want to print a more viable version of the 10-foot rocket for the Rocky Mountain Rep Festival. I also need to print the updated lamp heads for my, the lamps for outdoors. So I want to bring a pair of those with me. And, yeah, we also designed, I made the stanchions for the lights on my car taller. So I'm going to print those out in a little bit. It'll only take a few hours to get those installed, so that my lights will look pretty on my car. And I also designed a clamp, a 3D printed mount and clamp that's going to go around my carport's 4x4 metal posts, because I want to put lights on the posts coming down and underneath and stuff like that. And the problem is I need the solar panel to be above the carport, because the front of the house faces north, northeast, northwest, or north. Yeah, north, slightly west, so northwest. And so those solar panels do not get enough light. So I need to, I created this. Let me show you. I created this. So this will wrap around the 4x4 metal post. This here will slide onto the end here, and these two nuts will clamp it in place. Then, using my model rocket wall vase mode thing, this is for 1mm, 0.8, 0.6, and 0.4mm nozzles, since I'm going to upload this for other people to use. These parts you could print with any nozzle, but these parts are specific to each nozzle. The spacing has to be correct. So I made a version for 4, 6, 8, and 10. And then that will screw into this, and then this will screw into the top of this tube. And what you do is this right here is just an 18, 19mm hole. It's designed to take these tubes, which most solar lights use. And so usually when you have a string of lights that has a separate solar panel with a stake, it usually has a tube this big on top. So that's designed for that, but otherwise you could put whatever type of hole in here or mount you want for whatever fixture you want to mount to the top of it, and then screw it into the top of that. And then that screws into this. So this extends out far enough to allow this tube to get above the carport so that the solar panel can get sunlight all the way to sunset. Now, if the solar panel is heavy or the winds are really high and you're worried about this tube and this joint, because that's a 12-inch long tube, flexing too much in the wind, you print a second one of these with a hole in it. And you mount this about 6 inches above this. And so now your tube will attach to this and pass through this. So that'll keep your tube from bending. But you only have to print this if you need to. Good news is I can fit all of this on the print bed as one single print. So that's really cool. So I'm going to print that tonight probably. I only need 170 grams of filament to print that. So I actually made my own little hex grid to reduce the weight and increase the strength. And I think it looks really cool. But so, good progress today. Where is that other page? I need this page. There it is. Ooh. How much is the shipping? I'll find a way to get the money. Are you kidding me? You actually don't want them? I will. I'm going to take a picture during the day once I get more set up. But fuck, Mike, that's... Wow. Yes, let me know what the shipping is. Hell, Logan will probably loan me the money temporarily if I have to, because it's probably going to be over $100 to ship them. But, oh my God, hell yes. If I remember right, those are big printers. So you're talking about the Neptune 3 Max? This one. So you're talking about these? Neptune 3 Max with a 420 by 420 by 500 build volume? Oh my God, I'm having an orgasm. Yes. Oh my God, yes. And then the 4 is saying almost as big, 420 by 420 by 480. Why would they make it shorter? That's weird. I don't care, but that's weird. Oh my God, are these what you're talking about? These machines? $800 worth of machines? Dude, that would be monumental. Wow. And these are well-built machines. Hell yeah. Very first thing I'll do is rip off whatever nozzle's on there and throw a couple .8s or 1s on there. Well, the problem with the CR10s is they're finicky. These newer machines are a bit more rigid. The big thing is the do they have brackets? Yes, they do. The big thing is they have the same thing that my the LK4 has, and that is the it's what makes printers so rigid. Is you have the vertical, where your carriage rides up and down on, and then you have that additional little triangular piece that connects to the base of the printer. So you have the vertical part, and then you have that little triangular arm. And that makes such a big difference. Let me find a good picture to show you. Here, you can see it here. This little addition right here. That little bit makes such a big difference. You have no idea. This makes the printer so, and this was an option that we were paying $60 for back in the day to add to our printers. I actually printed a version of this to add to my Wanhao Duplicator i3 V2. And this makes the printer so much more stable that you could pick the printer up by this bar right here, carry it to another room, put it down, and hit print without having to reset anything. Yeah, that's a big deal. These are nice machines. These are really nice machines. Wow, Mike, that's amazing. I don't even know what to say. That's incredible. Thank you. Let me know what the shipping is. I'll get it. I'll find a way, and I'll sell it to you too, so you don't have to pay any fees or anything. Yeah, I agree. The Elegoo Neptune Maxes are amazing printers. They're and plus especially the 3, because that 500 millimeters. Yeah, that's why I like my CR10 S5. Sure, the 500 by 500 is nice. You rock, dude. Just let me know. I'll get it. One way or another, I'll get it. No, I guarantee you Logan will loan me that money for a couple months and let me pay it back. For something like that, $800 worth of printers? Hell yeah. Wow. And you could probably get away with just separating the vertical and laying it down and just make sure there's enough foam in between the parts so they don't beat each other up. Very cool. You just, what, do you have too many printers? You just don't use them, or what? Because that's usually the problem with the printers, is it costs so much to ship them. Well, I can print super fast no matter what the printer is. My CR10 can print as fast as a bamboo printer. It's, the way I explain to people, the stuff that people say. Now, does it have the same linear speed? No, not even close. I've trust me. If Bamboo offered me a printer, I'd take it. I would make sure they understand I'm going to give my valid opinion that they can't prejudge any of my content, but I'd take it because it's a badass machine. It's a nice printer. Do I like the fact that it's proprietary and closed source? No, but it's still a nice printer. And watching those things print, man, just but there is another way to go fast. And you have a Raze 3D. Wow. What's his name? 3D printing nerd. What the hell's his name? I forgot his name. No. What the hell's 3D printing nerd's name? Joel Telling. He has a Raze 3D. He has one of those big Raze 3Ds. I tried so hard to get an orange Gigastorm. Oh, I wanted one so bad. I know they have problems. I know there's issues. I don't care. I'd fix them. To have an 800 millimeter build volume, I'd fix them. But yeah, the big thing is most of the stuff that I print is tall. So what I need is height. Once you get to 400 by 400, that's big enough for most things. Oh, I got a spot. I've got a spot right there. There used to be a garden tub right there. I'll clear all that out, and it'll live right there. You'll open my bathroom door and go, whoa. What the hell's that? Oh, I'm Iron Man. That's how I take off my armor. Remember the scene in Iron Man when he walks in and he's walking along the path and the machine goes around him and just starts taking off all the armor? It's great. The orange Gigastorm looks like something like that. Like you'd stand inside of it and it would just start taking your armor off. But my favorite Marvel scene of all time is when Iron Man and Loki. When Iron Man and Loki are doing their intellectual jabbing back and forth, and he says, well, I got a Hulk. And Hulk comes in and starts beating him up. And Loki's just like absolutely flabbergasted. Stop it! God! Whack! 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 Puny God. And he walks away. That was my absolute favorite scene in all the movies, was when Hulk just treats him like a rag doll and puts a hole in the floor and says, puny God. Use Nerese71 just to make sure it goes through. Use Nerese71@gmail.com. That's where all my domain email goes to. But and then in the one where they're on the planet and they're imprisoned by the guy, the game master, and Loki gets up and cheers when Hulk does that to Thor because he remembers what it felt like. I love when they do little inside jokes like that. But oh man, I love that. But yeah, most of my issues is that I want to print tall things. And if I can print taller, then I can use fewer parts. And then the part is stronger. So when I want to print a 10-foot long rocket, a 500 millimeter body tube section is a significant improvement over a 400 millimeter body tube section. And It's just fewer overall prints. Now, I can make any printer print as fast as a Bamboo. Sort of. Okay? When I say as fast as, I mean I'm going to extrude as much filament and I will finish the part in a similar amount of time. And the way you do that is you trade linear velocity for volumetric velocity. So, volumetric flow. Here, let me type that in just in case. NERYS1@gmail.com. Really? You forgot the period? Just in case, because the spelling can be weird. So when I print this, except for the first layer where I go very slow because I want that first layer to be perfect, because you're going to stare at this all day, so you want that first layer to be perfect. And like even on this one here, where is it at? Oh, this one has no imperfections. This one came out absolutely perfect. There is not a single flaw anywhere on this. I love the way this came out. And I printed all four of those at the same time. So the way you do it is I can't increase my linear velocity. If I tried to move my longer or my CR10 or my Ender 3 at 200 millimeters per second, well, if it worked at all, the machine's going to shake itself apart. But what I can do is trade volume for linear velocity. So as long as you can produce enough heat in the hot end, you just print fatter and thicker. So for example, when I print this has 3 perimeters. Now, more specifically, it has a 3 millimeter thick wall. Now, I do that at 30 millimeters per second. And I have to do 3 revolutions. So, once, twice, thrice. Okay? Now, for you to do this on your Bamboo at 200 millimeters per second, you have to use a 0.4 millimeter nozzle at 0.2 millimeter layer height. Because if you put a 1 millimeter nozzle on your Bamboo printer, you would also be limited to 30 millimeters a second, just like I am. The only reason you can go 200 millimeters per second is because you're only extruding a 0.4 millimeter wide by 0.2 millimeter thick path. As you increase the thickness and the width of your path, you're going to have to slow down as you approach the volumetric melt limit of the plastic. That's why they're trying to come up with higher flow rate, lower viscosity plastics. The high-speed PLA and PETG HF, high flow. Because that's a big problem with PETG. PETG, PLA, you can do 15 to 18 cubic millimeters a second, depending on the printer. And your hot end, more, it's not the printer, it's your hot end. But PETG, you're limited to 9 to 12 cubic millimeters, usually right around 10 cubic millimeters a second. I usually push 8.5, 9. I don't like to go any faster than that, just because you get tearing, and that sucks. But that's not a limitation of my printer. My printer can easily do 60 or 70 millimeters per second without a problem. But the plastic can't go that fast. So for you to print this on your Bamboo, for you to print one wall on your Bamboo, you're printing at 0.4 wide. So that's 7.5 turns. So let's call it 7. I'll give you the half wall. So I have to go around 3 times. You have to go around 7 times. I'm printing 0.4 millimeters thick. You're printing 0.2 millimeters thick. Which means I have to go around 3 times. You have to go around 14 times. Okay? So to get the same exact print I have, you have to make 14 circuits. 7, lift up 0.2, 7. I only have to make 3. So what's 14 divided by 3? That's 3, 6, 9, 12. That's almost 5. So your Bamboo printer would have to go 500% faster than 30 millimeters per second to equal the speed I'm getting on that cheap, longer LK5 Pro or a CR10. Okay? Which means you would have to print at 5 times 30, which is 150 millimeters per second. You might be able to do that, maybe. You might, not a max speed, an average speed. Can you average 150 millimeters per second? I'm not so sure you could. You might be able to peak at 200, 300, but maintain precision dimensional quality at an average of 150 millimeters per second? I question that. So I'm getting very near to bamboo level speeds. And when I print my cylinders, it's even better. I've printed as high as a 0.8 millimeter layer height. That means I make 1 revolution, you would have to make 4 times 4, 16 revolutions. So you'd have to go 400% faster than I'm going. So that means you'd have to go, what is that? 3, 6, is that 120 millimeters a second, I think? Yeah, I think it's 120 millimeters a second. So as you go with a bigger nozzle on your bamboo, you have to slow down. You have to limit your volumetric flow, or even though the printer's kinematics can handle going faster, your filament can't. Especially if you're printing with PETG, because PETG cannot handle the same speed that PLA can. And sure, you might get a part, but it's just going to come apart as soon as you touch it, because you're going to have no layer bonding. So if you're printing big stuff with big nozzles, yes, to go faster, we need a new material. Yep. We need something, and the problem is you might not be able to get a new material. There might not be a way to go that much faster, and here's why. First of all, the current problem we're running into is, well, an easier way to go faster is to go with a bigger nozzle, because that allows you to use a bigger layer height. But the problem we're running into is that you will print something. Where is that piece? I have a piece here that would demo this well. Well, okay, I'll use my glute mug. What happens is you melt the plastic from the outside in. And when you go to a bigger and bigger nozzle, the problem you run into is that the center doesn't melt. You get the outside melted, but the heat doesn't make it to the center. And so it destroys the laminar flow, and you end up extruding hard plastic to the center. One way to get around this is by using a big pellet extruder, so you can print absolutely massive layers, like Atomic Filament does with that gigantic, 2-story, 3-story tall printer they have. I love that thing. I actually still have a print from that. They threw it away. They threw it in the dumpster. I took it and I kept it. I'm going to use it as a planter pot. It's a PLA print that's like 3 millimeter thick extrusion. It's ridiculous. It's so big. It's so heavy. I was like, fuck yeah, I'm taking that home with me. The bottom was broken, so they threw it away. I don't care. I'm just going to fill it with dirt and put plants in it. So you bet your ass I kept that. And I loaded that bitch into the car, and that thing came from Pennsylvania with me. Oh yeah. So the problem is we might not be able to go faster, at least not much faster. Well, maybe. The Vorons are showing us that there is still potential for improvement here. The problem is viscosity. In order to go faster, you need a plastic that has lower viscosity when melted. You also need a higher heat coefficient. You need a plastic that's going to absorb the heat faster. They do. The bamboos are wonderful. The same with the K series from Creality and the Centurion from Elegoo. And if you lower the viscosity, gravity becomes a problem. Okay? So one of the problems that we have with a print, you ever see a print warp or droop when you print it? Well, the printer didn't print that, so why did it happen? Well, it's because the overhang was too great and gravity pulled the plastic down before the cooling system could freeze the plastic in place. So basically you have a highly viscous semi-liquid coming out of that nozzle. And what happens when it hits gravity? Well, it just falls. So your cooling system, the objective is to hit that plastic with enough cooling to extract enough heat from that plastic to freeze it in place before it has a chance to droop under gravity. That's what happens with bridging. Okay, some of it comes back when the plastic shrinks as it cools, but not all of it. And that's one of the problems you have with bridging, is that gravity is pulling it down. If you were to print that part on the space station, that bridge would look perfect, because there's no gravity to pull the plastic. So if you're printing a part with lots of large-scale bridging, it might actually be worth mounting your printer upside down and printing it from the ceiling. I'm actually thinking about making, you ever see those traction devices that people use? It's like a big seesaw, they sit on it, and then they tip back so their head is tilting down. Oh really? I'll definitely check that out. I heard of it. I think I saw the video you're talking about, but I never watched it. It's probably in my to-watch list. So I'm actually thinking about, like, I have a cat wheel. And, I have a cat wheel, and this is what gave me the idea. The cat spins on it, but it doesn't work. I'm getting rid of it. I'm gonna try to make that 3D printed one, or just design my own. I want to try to design one that doesn't require hardware, because this got me really excited about making. Necessity is the mother of invention. So when you have a hammer, everything looks like a nail. I have no money, but I have lots of plastic, so I want to try to do everything with plastic. So I succeeded here. This is 100% 3D printed. No glue, no fasteners, no adhesives, no supports, no latches, nothing. The only thing you need besides a 3D printer is extra filament, because you shove the filament through to lock all these pieces together. So it's kind of like a hobby of mine. It's like a challenge thing. You know, how much of this can I do without requiring any hardware? And so I want to try to make my own cat wheel that doesn't require hardware. Even if I have to 3D print the screws, that'll be okay. And but no cheating, no resin printing. That's cheating. But the idea is, let me show you what I'm talking about. Traction table. Let's see here. Here it is. Inversion table, it's called. It's called an inversion table. So it's one of these things. So you put your feet under here, and then you get your center of gravity just right, and the whole thing tips over. So your feet end up tits over ass. Your feet end up in the air, and your head ends up down here. And it's to allow gravity to stretch your body out. Well, my idea was, well, what if I made a rotating table that rotated around a pivot, so I can have the 3D printer here in front of me, get it set up, get the first layer going, and once I know the first layer is going, I unlock and I rotate the whole thing, so now the printer's upside down, facing down. That would make bridging perfect. In fact, it actually could go against you the other way. If the bridge went too far the other way, your nozzle would crash into it when it printed the next layer. So it depends on how well that plastic shrank up. But it would be interesting to see how that affects bridging, and whether you could make prints without support by using gravity to your advantage. So, you know, it would even be interesting, especially for these highly stabilized printers, or especially for a very small printer like an Ender 2. Actually, I might do this with an Ender 2. I can't do the programming, but maybe somebody else can, but I can do it manually. Rotate the printer mid-print. So when you're doing overhangs this way, rotate the printer upside down, so gravity helps you. When you're doing overhangs the other way, rotate the printer back right side up again, so gravity helps you. You ever notice when you print something like this? When you print something like this always prints very nice, but this never prints nice, but they're the same thing. What's the difference? Gravity's the difference. So print my base layer, and then rotate the printer upside down. Print this part. And when you get to the other half of the sphere, rotate the printer upside down again. So now you're always printing top layers instead of printing bottom layers. There is no bottom layers anymore. Bottom layers are the problem because of gravity. So, you ever remember when I printed the big moon and you have to use lots of walls because of all the string inside, because you're printing, it's basically a vase mode print at the bottom. The bottom of the moon always comes out like shit. Well, I bet you that moon would print a lot better if I rotated it upside down. So I might be able to print a 500 millimeter moon in one piece. See, normally we print the moon in two pieces so that the arc is always a top layer. Your bottom half, top layer, bottom half, top layer. Then you glue the two halves together. But what if I could rotate the printer mid-print? So I start the print off normally, get the bottom layers on there, and then once that bottom layer is attacked, I rotate the printer upside down. Now it's not a bottom layer, now it's a top layer. And then once I get to the midpoint of the moon, flip the printer over again, and now it's still top layers. You could print a moon in one piece without using support. And doing that with an Ender 2 would be very easy. No, this looks like 5-axis printing. Or he's calling it 4-axis. That's fucking cool. Oh, I'm going to have to watch that later. Oh, I'm going to have to watch that later. Oh, that looks good. One of these days, I'm going to get a Prusa Mini just because it's cute. And because, Joseph Prusa finally admitted the Ender 2 was that good that he copied it. I like Joseph Prusa. He's a good guy. Very funny guy. And he makes good printers, Sure, they might be overblown and people might be fanboys of them, but they deserve it. They're good printers. Trust me, if he offered me one of those core printers, the multi tool head printers, I'd take it. Tool heads are the shit, man. That solves all the problems. It solves all the problems. No more poop, no more purging. You just have a little tiny purge to get rid of the hydrolyzed plastic that sits in the hot end and cooks off. So you need just a little tiny purge, like 3 millimeters of plastic, just to get rid of the hydrolyzed plastic. But yeah, tool heads is the way. Yeah. I would love to build a tool head printer one of these days, like an 8 tool head printer. This way you could have like 6 colors, plus you could have a dissolvable filament and a PETG filament, or PLA if you're printing PETG, because PLA and PETG make great support for each other. You could do 100% support with 100% boundary layer, and the two parts will just... Yes, I saw that. I saw the Wonder Maker. That looked pretty cool. But yeah, tool heads would be... But now you're getting into high precision, and the machines really need to be built properly for it to work right. And that's one of the reasons why they tried to work on multi-input hot ends, because it eliminates the complexity of trying to tram 4 hot ends to a virtual plane. I can't believe I never saw that video, Mike. You bet your ass I'm gonna watch that. But yeah, I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna break out another Ender 2, and I'm gonna set it up on, and I'm gonna 3D print the swivel. Yeah, we're gonna 3D print it. I'll even 3D print the bearing, since I'm only gonna be manually rotating it with my hands. It doesn't need to be heavy duty. It needs to be heavy duty, but doesn't need to be super smooth. But yeah, I'm gonna rig up an Ender 2 on a 180 degree rotating 180 degree rotating platform, so that I can do a test print. And if that works out well, I don't know if I can do that with the CR10 S5. I don't know if that machine is rigid enough to be able to rotate it without the bed moving. Does the Neptune use solid spacers or springs for the bed? If it uses solid spacers, it might be rigid enough to do that, if the small scale experiment works out, because then I could do a 420 millimeter sphere in one print. without having to go crazy with support. Yeah, that's going to be an issue. 6 into 1. The problem is clogging. If you don't properly purge, the biggest issue is it sounds crazy that something so small can stop it, but what kills the multi-in filament heads. But do you know what? But now you're back to purging. You're just back to purging at that point. Yeah. Huh. I just thought of something. Okay, time index 6 hours. We're at 6 hours into the video. I want to mark this for later so we can put this in the public domain. So if there isn't a patent on this, we can prevent anybody from making a patent. I'm gonna pull a what's that guy who did the he likes to publish things to put them into public domain so nobody can patent them. So what if we combined a Flexion extruder with a bamboo printer and what is that machine? The machine that fuses the plastic together. You feed 4 plastic in, it calculates how much plastic it needs, cuts it and fuses it. What the hell is that called? It has to calculate it all in advance. Although it still has a pretty decent purge. What the hell is that called? I gotta look it up. It's gonna drive me nuts until I find the name. Oh, come on. What the hell's it called? Palette! That's it! Palette! The palette. So the palette system, what if we combined a palette with a bamboo and a Flexion extruder? And then when I say bamboo, the 2 parts we need are the filament cutter and the AMS. Okay? So hear me out here. Here's what you do. You make sure your feeder is a Flexion extruder and direct drive. Okay? It doesn't have to be a Flexion, but it has to be like the Flexion. It has to be a completely captive filament path. That's the reason the Flexion was so good. There was absolutely no place for the filament to go except where it was supposed to go, because there were PTFE tubes that were trimmed and cut to join the hob wheels, so that your hob wheel actually had a piece of PTFE tube that would join with it, like that. That's why you had to cut that point on your PTFE tube, so that there was absolutely no place for the filament to go. And just above this captive filament path feeder, we have a filament cutter. Okay? And you then have like a chameleon type system where you have multiple filaments that come in, as many as you want, and you would have all cut ends on that filament. And this would require slicer work like the palette does. But as you're feeding in the filament, you cut the filament where you only have like that much filament ahead of you to print. And you could do this during infill, for example, if you want to as well. You would cut the filament, retract, and push the new filament in, but the new filament would just push behind the existing filament. And the printer would just keep printing as if nothing is happening. It would never even know that the filament has been changed. But of course, the G-code would have to be worked out for when to do this filament swap, so the color changes would be precise. It might not work for little details, but it should work for larger scale color changes, where if you're off by 0.5 millimeter, it won't make a difference. But that would eliminate the purge. There'd be no purge. It'd still be complicated though. That'd be really complicated. I think it was DeWitt. He sent me one. I haven't played with it yet. I know the palette comes down to tuning. When you tune the fusion correctly, that's the trick with the palette, is to tune it so that that fusion that fusion functions correctly. Once you get that tuned, apparently the palette works very well, and it's actually pretty reliable. But I would use PLA pluses because they are more flexible. Exactly. That's why you use PLA pluses. They're more flexible. They're not as brittle as PLA. So I think the palette will work better with PLA plus, silk, and PETG. These are all plastics where the fuse is not going to be as brittle. And then, of course, tuning the fuse. Because if your fuse is too thin, it's going to snap. If it's too thick, it's going to jam in the PTFE tube. So from what people have been telling me, success with the palette all comes down to test until you get that fusion. And that's why they also tend to always use the same plastic, because it has the same dimensional tolerances. And yeah, apparently the palette actually works really well to do that. But that splicing engine is the magic juice. And tuning that splicing, it's like PID tuning. Once you tune that, it works very well. But yeah, it's work. Yeah, obviously the AMS is a lot easier, but it has a ton of waste. There's so much waste. Now, if you're doing cheap, basic, solid colors, that's great. It's fine. The problem is when you have multicolor, you suddenly want to use all the really nice, pretty colors. And those are could you imagine having, 200% waste while using $50 a kilogram protopasta? Oh, I don't want the multicolor that bad. And that's the problem. That's where, but something? The solution is tool heads. Tool heads fix all of that. But the reason the multi-in, one-out heads have a problem, the only reason those have a problem is a neat little thing called stringing. In order to use them properly, you have to purge filament and then yank it out. If you don't purge first and then yank, what happens is the plastic that's already in the hot end, it's called hydrolyzing. It becomes hydrolyzed. It starts to get bubbly and thinner. It starts to break down. And what happens is that plastic just strings. I've pulled plastic out of a printer where I had a thread, a piece of string that went from the hot end all the way out the Bowden tube, and it was still stringing. I had a piece of string that was over 14 inches long. Well, guess what happens when you try to put a new piece of filament in? It doesn't. Because that string jams it. Because that string is not in the melt zone. If any of that string escapes the melt zone, your new filament plus the string is going to be too thick, and it jams. That's why the multi-in heads fail. So the trick with the multi-in heads is to perfect the purge. And of course now you're wasting a bunch of plastic again. But you have to purge plastic. Basically you have to keep pushing into you can actually see this on your printer right now if you do this. Get a printer, heat it up. Wait, let it heat up. Let it run for like 5 minutes. Doesn't take long. Now manually open up the feeder and push the plastic in. You're going to feel it. That plastic is going to go in with no resistance. It's just going to be like what? And then all of a sudden it's going to be like, ooh, oh wow, I hit something. Well, no, you didn't. What it is that hydrolyzed plastic got so thin that it was like water coming out of the hot end. You'll actually see drops coming out of the hot end. It's almost like water. It's like liquid. And then when you get past that hydrolyzed plastic and you hit the fresh plastic, now you can feel the resistance as it has to melt that plastic as it goes through the hot end. Well, you have to get rid of all of that hydrolyzed plastic before you pull. Otherwise, you're going to have a string and you're going to jam when you push the new color in every single time. And there's no way around it. You have to purge enough to prevent that string from forming. And of course, Silk and pet G-string more. But in fact, if you've ever pulled filament out of the hot end and you've had a little bulge on the end of the filament, that's the filament you want to use in a 2-in-1 or 3-in-1 or 4-in-1 head, because that's the filament where you cleaned out the entire hot end. When you pull out the filament and you have that little thicker part on the end, that's the shape of the inside of your hot end. It's a little bit bigger than the throat on some of them. And when you see that little bit bigger end, you know you got all of it out. You just emptied that hot end. And that's the filament you want to use in a 2-in-1, 3-in-1, 4-in-1 hot end. If your filament comes out stretched to a point, that's not the filament you want to use on that kind of a printer. It's going to jam every time. Well, not every time, but it's going to jam enough to piss off. But when you have filament that pulls clean, that's the filament you want to concentrate on using on those printers. The problem with silk filaments is that silk filament pisses me off because it is so much stronger and tougher than PLA. You ever try breaking a piece of silk filament? You can't. You can't break it. It's so free. I can take PLA and just and break it half the time. Sometimes you can, sometimes you can't. But silk, never. It's so strong, and it's so much more flexible than regular PLA is. It's ridiculous how strong it is. And people say, well, no, it's not. My parts break. No, your part's not breaking. Your layer bonds are separating. Here's something else really cool you can do with silk filament. So, this is vase mode. Actually, all of this is vase mode, except for this piece. That piece is not vase mode. But this whole thing is vase mode, and this piece is vase mode. So, you can see I got really thick layers here. Because it's a vertical wall. It does not need thin layers. There's no reason to use thin layers. So, I could print this in one night. It's amazing how fast this prints on these slow printers because, well, I can print a 0.8 millimeter high wall thickness. 0.8 millimeters. With a silk filament, turn off retraction at the end of a vase mode print. Okay? So print this in vase mode, but turn off retraction so that when you get to the top and it goes and parks the head, you end up with that string coming off. You can now grab that string and you can unravel the entire print. You can grab it and just pull, and it'll unravel all the filament and it'll undo the entire print. It's absolutely mesmerizing to do it. They're all pretty good. My favorite is very hard to find. I think how do I forget all these names? The filament company in Delaware, south of Pennsylvania, they used to have a filament box. They're now an official distributor of Prusament. I forget the name of the company. But anyway, those people, I think they got the rights to it, or maybe it was someone else who got the rights to it. The best silk filament is Elixir. Oh my God. Jesse. That's the dog. The dog's name is Jesse. Hang on. Printed Solid. The company is Printed Solid. Now, are they the ones who got the rights to make the Elixir? Let me find out. I think they are. I think they're the ones who got the Elixir filament. Yes. Jesse Elixir. I'm pretty sure if this is the same stuff, this is it. Yeah, Royal Ruby, Nightshade, Gold Rush. Oh, they don't have all the colors. Where's the blue? Oh, come on. Where's the blue? Not the aquamarine. The one that goes with the Nightshade. You can't not do that. Those two colors are so good together. Oh, I hope they bring that back. But yeah, here, go here. If you want some just absolutely stunning colors, try some Elixir silk filament. Oh my god, the prints you can make with that. The colors are so beautiful. They're just... I can't believe they didn't do... I think one was called Night Sky and one was called Night Shade. It was a set. It was a black and a purple and a blue that just worked so well together. Oh, I hope they come out with that blue again. That blue was just... It was unmatchable. There was just... I made a few prints out of that stuff. And wow. Yeah, the Elixir is... I forget what the original name was. It was something Elixir. But I think they went out of business and they sold the rights to Printed Solid. And what was it originally called? ELIXR filament. I probably still have some lying around somewhere. I hope I do. Other companies are using the Elixir name now, but was it Polyalchemy? It might be Polyalchemy. Yeah, I think it was Polyalchemy was the name. Let's see. There's Onyx, Silver. Okay, they have Night Sky. Oh, it's currently unavailable. But what you want is Night Sky and Night Shade. Those are the best. But all of their colors are... Their Merlot was pretty nice. For some reason, doing red in Elixir is very, very hard. I think it was Sunlu? It might be... No, Esun. Esun has the closest to red, although I have not tried the Polyalchemy Elixir Ruby. That came after the Esun. But even the Esun one still had an orangish pinkish tint to it. But it was a better red than previously. I remember I did that medieval castle. You remember that big fantasy castle with all the spirouettes? It took days to print it. It took me 10 days to print that in Elixir on a 0.2 millimeter nozzle. And some guy stole my picture and was using it. And he was like, well, how do we know it's yours? It's my fucking print sitting on the roof of my fucking car in front of my fucking house. And he just ignored me after that. I put the print on top of the roof of my electric car and I took a picture in front of my house. And but yeah, that was a 10-day print. And because I did it with a 0.2 millimeter nozzle. It wasn't even that big. It was a small castle, but it was super detailed. I wish I still had that. I think I might still have pieces of it. I think I threw it away because enough of it broke that I got rid of it. For decorative pieces, Polyalchemy Elixir is the cat's meow. It is... You just gotta... Your print profile has to be perfect, though. Because zit lines, zipper lines, any imperfection in the print... The Elixir is going to turn on a megawatt laser neon and say, look at it, you fucked up. It's going to shine a megawatt fuck you laser on that imperfection. It's going to make fun of you. All right? Because any imperfections you make are going to stand out like a sore thumb. So you really, really need to tune your print profile well. But if you do, the result is just stunning. It's just absolutely I got one to show you. Hang on. I actually have one. It was given to me by another creator at the Maker Faire. I gotta put my shoes on to go out in front, so hang on. I know exactly where it's at. I'll be back. This is a multicolor print from well before bamboo days. So it's not quite as nice as you would get today. And there's a lot of ringing and stuff like that in it. But this is one of my most prized possessions. This is something that I will keep forever. It's starting to get dusty. I'm gonna have to see about cleaning it, because that's actually starting to affect the color. I think it was the Midwest Rep Rap Festival where she gave me this. But look at that. If you drop this, it's gonna break. It's absolutely gonna break. But yeah, it's got dust all over it. But yeah, this is one of my most prized possessions for 3D printing. I absolutely treasure this print. You know, it's got lots of ringing and imperfect extrusion, because it was a dual head printer that she used to make this or something like that. It was one of the original multicolor printers. So, you know, you can actually feel these sticking out because the heads weren't exactly perfectly aligned. But yeah, I love this so much. When she said I could have one of these, I about fell down. I was just so thrilled. Does the head come off? No, it doesn't. Okay. She even did the little collar. Look at that. Look at that. I love this thing so much. I have a little curio display thing. It's part of my kitchen, part of the living room side, and I put my most prized stuff up there, and this goes up there. Oh, it's a bank. That's right. It's a bank, and there's a you can unscrew the bottom. I'm always so careful with it. So you could, oh, look at that. You can see the inside. Oh, that's so cool. That's cool. I never looked at that before. I think that's the first time I ever opened it. But yeah, this, what was her name? She made the goddess statue, the print. She got real mad at me one time for some, I have no idea why she got so mad at me. You know, maybe she's having a bad mood that day. I don't know, but I forget what her name is. Oh, what the hell? This is like 7 years ago, or more, 7 or 8 years ago. But yeah, I absolutely, this is Night Sky. That's what this elixir is. This is Ivory. You can still get this. Night Sky you can't get anymore apparently. I hope they start making Night Sky again, because that's the two best colors. Nightshade and Night Sky are the best. If you can get Night Sky and Nightshade, you can make some truly remarkable prints. But yeah, that's my baby. I love that. As soon as I'm done here, that's going right back up on the shelf. I don't want nothing to happen to that. Yeah, I made the Jaws diorama with the little benchy boat and the Jaws shark in the water and stuff. I did that in the elixirs, and oh, it was so nice. I wish I still had it. But that's the thing, you got to be careful with elixir prints, you know, especially when you make small detailed prints like that. Very easy to break because the layers don't bond well. Now, there is a way to get around that a little bit. It all comes down to surface area. If you use a bigger nozzle, you'll have better layer bonds with silk filament. So, you know, if you're using a 0.8 millimeter or a 1 millimeter nozzle, you're going to get a much stronger print with elixir. Still not as strong as regular PLA, but strong. Whatever, it's something to do with the elastomer that makes it shiny. That shiny metallic finish, that inhibits layer bonding. And but of course, if you're using a 1 millimeter nozzle, it's going to be pretty hard to make something beautiful like that, unless you made it 3 feet tall. And now you're using $500 in plastic. But well, maybe I can find her name. 3D printed. God, is that you? She has a beautiful goddess statue she made where the figure has both its arms up like this. I have the pieces in my closet here. figure. I forget what her name is. What I'm hoping is I can find the model, and then it'll tell me who made it. But apparently there's a lot of goddess statues. I bet you she's the one who made the cat. Did she just... She had like many different versions of the cat. 3D printed cat bank. Nope, 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 nope. It's none of these. None of these. No, there's too many 3D printed cat banks. Oh, there it is. Oh, but it's on Yegi, which means I'm probably not going to find out who made it. Lewis Driggers. That's her name. Lewis Driggers. Her name is Lewis Driggers. And here's the other cool part. Even the eyes are multicolor. Yeah. This doesn't look pretty on top because there's dust. I gotta clean this off. Yeah, she makes some very, very nice models. I really like her work. Ooh, from shaving this morning. I see what the doctor means about the rosacea. I can see it in the camera. This discoloration on my face here. It's something called rosacea, whatever that means. I could probably find it. Hang on. Let's see. Driggers cat bank. I'm pretty sure she's My Mini Factory. Yes. Loading. Yep, and it's only $10. Luby 3D. That's, I remember the name. Luby 3D. Yeah, it's cheap too. So go there, scroll down a bit, you'll see it. It's $10 for the cat. And she has different versions. Some of them are a little cheaper. I don't see the star cat. Well, she has a whole bunch of different cats. Here's the sorceress spellcaster that I was talking about. That one might be free. Yeah, the spellcaster is free. I printed a 7-foot tall, 6-foot tall version of this. I'd like to get around to paint. Here's the spellcaster that I made. Yeah, I like her work. Oh, her ornaments are great too. Oh yeah, I forgot I made these. I gotta see if I have one of the big ones I made. I took all the little ones, and it dawned on me, I printed a giant one, and I filled it with the little ones. It was so much fun. There's the bauble ornament. Beautiful print. Beautiful print. This is a great way of using exotic, expensive filaments to make very pretty models without using a lot of the expensive filament, because you only need a few grams. The little slices, the orange slices you see, those are inserts. You insert them into the model. I don't remember whether they glue in or if they slide in, but you insert them. I think they glue in. Yeah, they glue in. So here, I'll show you. This is a great way of using expensive filament to make something really pretty without wasting it, because you print the bauble in whatever filament you want, and then you use your expensive Protopasta and Zyro and Elixir filament to print these little slices. And then you just glue the slices in, and that makes the bauble. So you can make these really beautiful prints without using a whole lot of really expensive plastic. And yet it looks like it's made of that plastic when it's just a skin right on the surface. So that's a wonderful way of doing that. I printed up a whole bunch of these, and then I'm going to print them again. Oh, nice. You didn't make me log in. And then I printed a gigantic one, and then I put all the little ones in the gigantic one. So the gigantic one was my storage container for all my little baubles. Here's the Sorceress. I love that print. It's just such a beautiful print. Oh, from the... I didn't know she did that. From the... Because that would actually look appropriate in that color without having to really paint it. Ooh, Tiki Cat looks cute. Oh, that's cute. Little tiger salamander. The magpie is beautiful. Wow. Yeah, she makes some great models. I really like her models. Dreidel light caps. Nice. They look like Dreidel. Oh, no, it's 3D printer nozzles. Oh, even cooler. Oh, yeah, I need that. I thought they were Dreidels. Nope, those are 3D printer nozzles. Very cool. I made a big squirrel, too. I don't think I have it still. I think I got rid of it, but I had a big squirrel, too. But yeah, these are the cats. I don't see the star cat. That might be a one-off she did. With the stars on the back. Huh. I thought it was this one. Maybe it's different versions in the same print? Wow, that might be a one-off that she did. Like maybe it's not available to download. This is a nice print too, actually. I'm not normally into the naked prints, although she does have an outfit on. But it's a pen holder. Very nice. Haha, eating the eyeball. Look at that unicorn light. Wow. That's beautiful too. Yeah, she makes some very beautiful prints. I'm glad to see she's still around. Sorry, I was actually looking at the... I wasn't looking at the chat because I was looking at that screen. Oh, next row, first cat. It's right there, is there. Oh, is it? I missed it? Where? These don't have stars. I mean, it's the same cat. I'm talking about the multicolor one with the stars on it. Oh, there it is. Right there. That's actually... I think that's actually the model I have right here. Yeah, it is. Uh-huh. See that section right there? See the imperfection right there? And how it gets a little stringier down here? Oh, you didn't see that. Oh. See that section right there? Oh, you can't really see it. There it goes. Right there. Hey, right there. So that's actually a picture of this bottle. What a model. People like her are, they're like aliens. It's like she's not human. To have that kind of skill, to be able to do things like that, it's just phenomenal. It's just an incredible amount of skill, I think. I wish I had a fraction of that. If I had a fraction of that kind of artistic skill. It's nice, isn't it? When you see something that nice, when you look at something like this, it makes you want to do that. It's so nice. I could actually do this. I have an IDEX printer, so I could do something like this. And I think he gave me the download for these files. I think I have the files for this. I think I paid for it, actually. It was so nice. But I think I paid for the $10 one. I guess I didn't realize there was a difference. But yeah, I love this. And because these are separate pieces, you can actually do it in 4 colors easily. I think the eyes are a separate piece, and the well, use cheaper filament. And I think she does have some cheaper ones. Yeah, as little as is this it? It's a multi-material file. Okay, so you won't be able to print the whole cat with that. What about this one? Okay, so they have a single material model. It's multicolor because you print separate pieces. You can get this Murphy the Library cat. It's only $7. The multi-material ones are the expensive ones, $10 and $15. Looks like the Star cat is $15. Yeah, the British short hair cat in a box is $10, and this one is $15, the one with the stars. She had a couple other varieties too, because she had a few different cats there. Although it may have just been different versions of all these. What a print. Eventually, I'd like it if one of these manufacturers made like a Neptune Max kind of printer, but with an AMS kind of system. You know, it doesn't have to be fast. I don't need fast. I just want that easy multicolor functionality. But I want to, if I'm going to have that much poop, then I want to print. You know, I want to print this cat. 500 millimeters tall. You know what I mean? I want to make it big. I want to be able to stick challenge coins inside of that thing. But yeah. The next thing I'm working on, I'm still at the thinking phase of it because I got to figure out how to do it. I want to make a minimalist 3D printed stool that I can sit on. That's also deconstructible, meaning you could break it down for travel. Because I need it to be tall, so it's got to be 400 millimeters taller or taller. And what is is it? Because I made my toilet paper roll. You guys know I 3D printed a toilet paper roll over the COVID period. I made basically the entire. I made a 3D. I made a 3D model of a toilet paper roll, and I printed it gigantic. Oh, I'll show it to you. I got it right here. Oh, I gotta get up again. Oh, my knees are not liking this. I don't even know how the hell I'm going to show this to you. It's so freaking big. I guess I can put it on my bed so it's farther from the camera. There we go. Toilet paper roll. And this is all in vase mode using a 1.2 millimeter nozzle on my Anycubic Chiron. And it's 2 pieces. So this is the toilet paper roll, and then there's a lid. So this just, you can see, when you print with a 1.2 millimeter nozzle, it prints big. But this is made to hold toilet paper. I could put 20 rolls of toilet paper in here. I think it was 20. Yeah, I think it's 3 or 4 rolls in each slot. So it's either 16 or it's either 15 rolls or it's 20 rolls of toilet paper fit in here. So I actually use it as toilet paper storage. And well, it's also because of the 1.2 millimeter extrusion, and this is vase mode, by the way. This is all vase mode. This is all printed in vase mode. Because of the massive extrusion, I sit on this. So this is a seat in there for me to sit on when I'm sitting at the printers in there. And so it's you know, all it is a cylinder with this little tab that comes out, so it looks like a toilet paper roll. And so like here's the flap that you pull on, you know, to pull the toilet paper. So it's amazing how simple it is to make a big toilet paper roll like that. And, it's not the cleanest extrusion, but I printed this in a day and a half, I think it was. Yeah, day and a half I printed this. But yeah, I like big stuff, and especially it's useful. It's a permanent part of the house. It just sits in here. It's something I use, and I like big stuff. I like big stuff and tiny stuff. It's really weird. I like either doing it really tiny or really big. Like I actually really want to do this, and I might do it before Rocky Mountain Murph. We'll see. I want to print this 1/4 scale. Actually, theoretically, I could do it 1/5, but I'm going to do a 1/4 scale. So I want to do one of these 1/4 scale. The whole thing, hinge, drawers, everything, all fit together. Except that I can't use filament to put it together. I'll have to go buy music wire because you can't get filament that that small. But I want to do a 1/4 scale version of these, so it's going to be about this big, but with working lid and drawers and everything. And I'm going to do it with the 0.2 millimeter nozzle. Just because I can. No other reason, just because I can. I might have to try experimenting with the print a base in PETG and then print PLA on top of it so that I can separate them. I'm gonna have to experiment with that. The problem is I never tried to use multiple STL files to print on top of a raft. I've never tried to do that because you really have to use a raft when you print with that. The layer precision is not high enough. Although I have an Ender 5 with a 0.2 millimeter nozzle, and it is precise enough to do that. Ooh, I might have to dig out that Ender 5. I should dig that out anyway because that's just a good printer to have running. And I have another Ender 5 with a 0.8 millimeter nozzle. I should dig that out too. It's just a good, reliable machine. I gotta find them and dig them out. But oh yeah, 0.2 is fun. You cannot use anything with fibers. You cannot use anything with fills. The only filament I got away with printing, and I still had clogs every now and then, was Prusament, because they use a very fine mica powder for their glitter effect, and that's able to pass through the 0.2 nozzle most of the time. But anything with anything in the plastic will not work. It needs to be a native PLA or PETG, pure, nothing in it. Otherwise, it's gonna clog. And I think you can get nozzles as small as 0.15. I think I saw a 0.15 nozzle once. But yeah, it takes a very long time to print anything with a 0.2. But the resolution you can get is just phenomenal. You can print things with, I print 0.04 layers with an FDM printer. Do you remember the Joelbot, the little Joel doll? Not the articulated one, but it was a static. It was a little Joel doll thing, Joelbot thing. And so at one of the Rep festivals, I printed out entire plates of them, like 40 at a time, with a 0.2 millimeter nozzle. Do you know what the trick is with a 0.2 millimeter nozzle? First of all, a kinematically stable printer. Like the Ender 5 is perfect for this because it's a bed dropper. It's a standard Cartesian printer, but the bed drops instead of the carriage lifting. And once you tune that first layer, well, it's very easy. I made the first layer 0.1 millimeter. Just use a thick first layer. That's it. And now you're printing on top of plastic and it sticks every time. Works perfectly. But yeah, I printed out an entire plate of little Joelbots, and I had a bowl of little Joelbots for people to just take as trinkets, and they were like a gram each. It was like no plastic; they were so thin. I'd like to see pictures of that, Conrail, or John, because Conrail's the nickname. John is your name, but I'd like to see pictures of that. I love flowers. But I also made Micromax rockets, little rockets this big. But never tried to fly one yet. 3? No, 0.3 millimeter. And I have 2 printers with a 0.2 millimeter nozzle. Now, of course, you know, every time you cut the nozzle size in half, you quadruple the print time. So it's it takes a long time to make a print, but it's only a long time to make a print if you make a large print. If I use a 1/4 size nozzle, but I make the print 1/4 the size, it's about the same print time. So it just depends on how you do it. But it allows you to make some very, very tiny things that look great. And like these look like resin prints, but you know they're the quality of a resin print, but they're clearly FDM. And so you can do that with a 0.2 millimeter nozzle. Do you have problems with your first layer? Use a goddamn raft. What do you care? So your raft is going to be this big. Oh wow, you wasted 1.5 grams of plastic on a raft. It's not like you're printing, this on a raft and you're using, 200 grams to print the raft. When you're printing, something this small, the raft is really small. So just use a raft. That solves all your problems. But yeah, but just remember, nothing with a fill. I wouldn't even use heavily dyed plastics. Like, I would not use King Rune white, because whatever they're using to make it white is very thick. And I'd be worried about it jamming. But like the Tech Bear's white, that looks like more of a native plastic, that milky color, that would be perfect for this. Any pure PLA, and PETG should work as well, will print fine with a 0.2 millimeter nozzle. It's wonderful. What are you gonna do? So I'm trying to get together my next order for Temu. I've got an extra $11, and I got $19.40 in credit. So that means I can order $30 worth of stuff. There's a few things I need. There's a couple of shirts I want to get. Of course, the Hiss shirt is not available anymore again. It's like it's $6. It's like just I want the goddamn shirt. But there's this it's only $3. There's this it's like a thing it's like an apron, but it's like crosses over your shoulders, and it's basically a basket, a soft basket that you wear on like an apron, and it's a laundry basket. So I could sit here in the chair, reach down, pick up all my dirty laundry, put it in the thing, and then just walk over to the washing machine and feed it into the washing machine. And then when one of the problems I have is when I go to switch the clothes from the washer to the dryer. I got a hangnail. Hang on. These are great for getting rid of these freaking little hangnails. I think I got it. Nope, it's still there. Come on. Got it. Yeah, these are great for getting rid of those little hangnails. I gotta find my God hands. I bought a pair of God hands and I can't find them. Those cost me like $40. There's a specific set of side cutters like this. The Gundam model builders use them to cut the sprues off of the models really, really cleanly for tiny parts. They're called God hands because they're super, super, ultra precise side cutters. And it's great for cleaning up those little 0.2 millimeter print models. And I can't find the damn things, but those were great for taking hangnails out, man. They could reach anywhere and just dink it. What the hell was I just thinking? I think I forgot already. Yep, it's gone. Whatever it was, Airhead, it's gone. It's just gone. I think I'm gonna have to print a hairband. One of those plastic hoop things to hold your hair. I don't want to cut my hair again. I prefer longer hair. I'll deal with the consequences. But I'm gonna have to 3D print because I can't. I went to the dollar store to look at them, and none of them are big enough for my gigantic head. And so I'm just gonna print one. And let's see, flowers, 0.2 millimeter nozzle, God hands, nippers. What else? I don't know. Whatever I was thinking of, it's gone. It's history. I think that's it. Yeah. Mike, let me know what that shipping is. I'm super, super excited about that. In fact, I'm going to start clearing off space. So I'm going to need some serious space for the printers that big. Yeah. I'm going to need some serious space for printers that big. Jeez. Oh, that's going to be wonderful to have 3 444 machines. Wow, that's going to be amazing. Because the Chiron's also 400 by 400, 420 by 420. And so the Chiron, the Max 3, and the Max 4, I'll be able to do 3 400 millimeter prints simultaneously. And I'll have to be careful when I do that because that's a lot of electricity. But I could print a lamp in a day and a half with that. Because I could print 3 chunks simultaneously. So overnight I'd have half the lamp done in one evening. That'd be amazing. That's the nice thing about having multiple printers, is that you can go faster simply by splitting the print up into multiple printers. So bigger projects can go faster because you can task multiple machines to do those projects. And so, like, if these, I don't think they're going to take off. I think people are just going to print them themselves because they're pretty easy to print. But if people decide they want me to make these, I can have one machine printing the 2 sides and the shelf. I can have another machine printing the back and the hinges, and another machine printing the lids. So I can dedicate multiple machines to do this all, and I can print an entire box in 4 hours, because you'll combine the work of multiple machines working simultaneously, and go from there. But also, I'll be able to make some things bigger. Like I could make this. I really want to make this a little bit bigger. It's not quite as big as the Home Depot one because I'm limited by size. But with a 500 millimeter build volume with a 420 by 420 XY, I could make this bigger. And I will. I will make it bigger. That's good that I made it that size. It is good to design for 300. I typically refer to printers by their dimensions. So things that are the size of an Ender 3 or a Prusa, I call that I3, because that's just what it was originally. But then you like you have 334s, 300 by 300 by 400. A 444 would be a 400 by 400 by 400. The S5 is a 555. It's a 500 by 500 by 500. So the Neptune 3 is what I would call a 445. It's roughly 400 by 400 by 500. But I should design most things for 334s because that's a common build volume that people have affordable access to. CR10. Although the 444 build volume is becoming more popular. With printers like the Anycubic Cobra Max and the Elegoo Neptune Max. That size is becoming a little bit more commonplace, but still, it's not a common thing people can print. If you want it to be truly universal, it needs to fit within 220. Because it's annoying because the original Ender 3 could do 235 by 235, and I have to remember that a lot of these newer ones are limited to 220 by 220. And so I got to remember that. Like, I'm still trying to figure out how to shrink down the bottom chest. Right now, the sides are 226 millimeters. I'm trying to figure out how to shrink that to 220 millimeters. I got to figure out a way to remove 6 millimeters from it. Because if I can remove 6 millimeters from it, then an Ender 3 can print it, and a Prusa Mark II, Mark III can print it. Bamboo I have no problem because they're 256 by 256. And I wish they'd make a bigger one. I wish they'd make a 334 bamboo. Obviously I would love a 444 bamboo, but having a multicolor machine that can do a 300 by 300 by 400 build volume, to me that would make multicolor printing worth it. Worth it for the waste. And I also got to talk to one of the guys who, like the guy who does the Python script with the bricklayer. So here's an idea I came up with. Let me show you guys this. So have you guys watched that video on the bricklayer? Glare printing. So here is a 3D print, okay? Here's your extrusion. Let's radius it so it looks more like a filament extrusion. Okay. Control D. And then Control D. Oh, I nailed it. Wow. And join this together. Stop using that stupid freaking color. So, here is the problem that I have. Control D. Flip. Now I'm going to exaggerate this to make it easier. Let's join this together. All right. Control D. So when I do my multi-mode my multi-wall vase mode print. As you know, there is a point where the filament finishes a perimeter and it comes around and it does this. It comes across, it goes inside, and then it finishes the inside like this. So actually, to be more precise, if I did this. There we go. That's more correct. So here is the way I do my prints. The way I do a vase mode print with two walls is I put a cut through the wall. That cut is 0.02 millimeters thick. It's basically zero. And so this allows you to draw a filament path. Actually, I can slice. Let's just do the tube. So you can see a very simple version of this right here. So let's go to 158. There. So here is, why can't I move this? That's two layers. There. So here is one layer of the vase mode print. So here's your start. It goes around. Then it comes inside. It comes around. It moves out, touches the outside wall, and then comes back again. Goes around, out, touch, come back, out, touch, come back, out, touch, come back, out, go around. There you go. I just completed the circuit. So here's a structurally reinforced multi-wall complex shape that is vase mode compliant. Now a blow up of this looks like this. So here is that section where it goes all the way through the wall. Now the section where it doesn't go all the way through the wall is going to look just like this, but this part of the wall here will be intact. What I want is I don't want this to line up. Because some printers, for some reason, I don't know why, I can't figure out the differences in the slice. I can't figure out what the difference is in hardware, but for some reason, I do not get fusion. This is supposed to be 0.02 millimeters. It's so close together that the plastic fuses. But sometimes it doesn't, and I can pull the print apart, and I don't know why, and nothing, even over extruding, unless I over extrude so much that it ruins the print, doesn't fix it, and I don't know why. I know how to fix it. What I need is somebody who can do this for me. Take my seam and do this. Take every other layer and shift it. But here's the trick. Don't shift this here. Just shift the seam every other layer. Because now this fuses to this. This fuses to this. This fuses to this. Now there's no longer a continuous gap all the way up. If there was a way to do that, post-process the file, that altering the shape of the file, just make my Z seam a zigzag instead of a straight line, that would solve the problem and make the part substantially stronger all around. And seeing as how he's able to do that bricklayer thing, it should be possible to do this. You just shift point. Basically, you're just shifting the only line here. These two lines, not these. Don't shift those because then you won't have a cylinder anymore. You'll have a wall like that. All right, but just this section right here. Elongate this and shorten this so that this line moves over a little bit. And then the next line, don't do that. The next line, do it again. If I could do that in the slicer, Now the trick would be, I would probably have to have some way of printing this to show it wanted it to do that. But if I could do that, basically I need, I need a kind of a random, how you can have a random seam. I need a slightly shifted seam in vase mode. If I could figure out how to do that, boy, would that make these parts so much stronger, even when I make them thin. But I have no idea how to do that. The H2D, the new one from Bamboo. Someone posted some sneak stuff. Did this get shifted? No. But yeah, if I could figure out how to do that, boy, would that make things so much better for vase mode printing. It would just make it so much stronger. But, alright, it's 7:30. I am cold and I am hungry. I haven't eaten yet, so I'm gonna go destroy lasagna. Tonight's lasagna night. Actually, it's gonna be 3 nights of lasagna because they had a $3 coupon for a party-sized Stouffer's lasagna, and I didn't realize just how big that is. That's like 3 nights of lasagna. So that's what I'm gonna have tonight, lasagna. But that's it. I will see you guys later. Don't forget, use my Amazon link, use my affiliate links. That's how I earn my income. If you want to support me, if you have something you think I could use, like the incredibly generous Mike is sending me and the very generous David is sending me filament, thank you very much. I really, really appreciate it. That's an incredibly generous gift. I mean, that's $800 of printers. One's $450 and one's $350. That's $800. That's incredibly generous. That's it. I will see you guys later. If you want a box in a specific color, if you want me to print it for you, I'll do that. Simple colors, probably $40. But, nicer colors, going to be $50 or $60 depending on the cost of the filament. Or just go to printables, download the files, and you can print it. And what I'm going to do is, another thing I'm going to do tonight is I'm going to get garden flags made up with some of the company logos that help me out, like Vision Miner and Nano and Diamondback nozzles and stuff like that. So I'll probably make an Anycubic one too, just because I like the Chiron. I'll make an Elegoo one too, because now I'm gonna have 2 other printers. But that's it. I will see you guys later. Have a good night. Print something. Design something. Go on Tinkercad, play around, and make something. You'd be surprised how easy it is to use. It's really surprisingly easy to use. And you can make some very cool stuff with it. I mean, everything you see me made, this was all made in Tinkercad. You guys watched me do it. This is all made in Tinkercad. It's a shockingly powerful program that's has almost no learning curve because it's all visually oriented. So it's very, very, I think very... I want to say visually, but that's not really how I think. I don't see anything when I think. I know it's weird. Some people do, some people don't. When I close my eyes and I imagine an apple, I'm currently imagining an apple, but I don't see anything. There's no visual aspect to it. It's I don't know how to describe it. It's strange. I can visualize it. I can turn the apple around. I can peel it apart. I can disassemble it. I can do all that in my head. But it's not a visual process. How do you imagine something visual without it being visual? I don't know. Whatever it is I'm doing, that's what it is. Apparently, that's a common thing. Some people, when they visualize an apple, they see a picture of an apple. Some people, they just see black. When I close my eyes, I just see black. Well, I see the light through my eyelids, but you know what I mean. But I'm very good at that kind of visualization. Like, I scored 99 percentile on 3D visualization for testing and stuff like that. I can look at something and just take it apart in my head and figure out how it goes together. I'm just very, it's not an issue of being smart. It's nothing to do with that. It's some people just can. Well, I'm one of those people who just can. It's a natural part of how my brain works. But Tinkercad is very amenable to that kind of thinking. So if you are very visually oriented, you're going to latch onto Tinkercad really fast. I would kill for an offline downloadable version of Tinkercad. Boy, would I love that. I'm pretty sure they actually have an app for Tinkercad on the tablet, but I'm pretty sure that requires internet. Let's find out. We're going to find out right now. Tinkercad. Yeah, see, you have to log in. Boy, I didn't know you had to log in. That's annoying. Personal. Email username. Okay, I am logged into Tinkercad. Now let me kill the program. Now let me disable the internet. No mobile data either. Disconnected. Please check your device settings and reload. So it does require internet connection to work. It won't work without the internet. Damn it. I knew that was too good to be true. Oh, let's see the pictures that John sent me. Oh yeah, I've printed those. The pretty little roses. Yeah, I've printed those. But you sent some more. What else did you send here? Oh, dude. Oh, I so need to print one of these. He got a warp core, baby. Oh, dude, send me a link to where you got that. I need that. Oh, I'll put that out in my front freaking yard. I'll put a solar panel on top of that with some RGB lights inside. That'll be yard art, baby. Oh, yes. Wow. I remember seeing that a long time ago. That was awesome that you printed one. And wow. Look at that Saturn V. That's a rocket. Jesus, you printed the whole launch tower too. Wow. How much filament did that take? Wrapping text isn't hard. Wrapping text isn't hard at all. Well, depends on how much you want to wrap. If you want to put text on a curved surface, that's actually really easy. Let me show you real quick. Now, if you want to wrap it all the way around, that gets a little harder, but not too bad. So let's do a new workspace. And I'll even show you how to make it equidistant. So let's say I want to add let's see. I want to add text to the side of this. Well, let's add text. First of all, make it thicker. And then we are going to rotate it this way. And let's say I want to put this text right in here like this. Okay? Very, very easy. You don't do this, because otherwise you're going to end up with a nasty little mess. And it's going to look, well, not really a mess, but it's not going to be great. You'll see you're going to end up with a flat back and some deeper and shallower than the rest. But there's another way to do it. You take your cylinder, first you turn this back into a solid. You take your cylinder, you duplicate it, you turn it into a bowl, and you cut it from the text. There. Now your text has a curved surface. Now let's say you want it to be a half millimeter depression so that I can print this in vase mode with a 1 millimeter nozzle. I drag it this way with the shift key, negative 0.5. I turn it into a hole and I join it with the cylinder. There you go. Now you have text in the side of your art. That's equal depth, equal distance. That's easy. Super easy. Now if you want to wrap the text all the way around, that gets a little harder. And that's where you're going to need to break your text up into chunks. Though this would be like 5 or 6 chunks. And rotate it around. You'd use your master ring to do that. So for example, let's see here. What's a good way to do this? Yeah, anything longer than this, anything longer than about 50% the size of your curve, you're going to run into problems. You can just use my trick for that. To do more than this, to do longer, you need to break it up. And so if I wanted to do today's 3D print, I'd probably have to do it like in 4-letter chunks. Oh my God. And then rotate that around the object. And spacing, you'd have to play with the spacing to get the spacing to look right. But like for example, to do that real quick, let's delete this. Let's go TODA, Control C, no, Control D. Today's 3D print. All right, so this one TODA Y. Now, one way you can get away with this, today's 3, is to make the space a part of the text. DPRINT. So I want to spread this around the model. Okay. So the first thing, well, oh shit, these got misaligned. That's annoying. How did they get misaligned? They somehow got misaligned. But anyway, here's what we're going to do. We're going to take these and we're going to align them on center. Okay. Now, of course, it would really be helpful if we made these different colors. So let's do that. Okay, so now we have 3 different colors. Okay, so those 2 are aligned properly. This one needs to move this way. Good. Okay, we're aligned. Nope, this one needs to come down. I must have moved these when I made them, but yeah, now they're all on the same plane and they're all centered. Okay. We take them all and we make them bigger. We take the whole mess and we rotate it this way. Okay, and we get it where we want it, which is going to, we're going to actually group this together. Let's say I want this right in the center of the cylinder. Okay, so let's align. We're going to do a center here, center here. So now we are center vertically and horizontally. Now we take this and we split it apart. We take this and we duplicate this. 1, 2, 3, 4. So we have 4 of them. I'm going to take the one orange one and I'm going to hide it. I'm going to take all 4 of these and I'm going to turn them into holes. Okay. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to select the cylinder and I'm going to select the yellow one. Join. And then hide. Select the cylinder again. Select the purple one. Join. hide. Select the cylinder, select the blue one. Join, hide. Red with the cylinder, join. Bring everything back. Now, I'm going to take all of this without the cylinder, just the letters. Actually, it's easier, just select everything and then unselect the cylinder. Now we shift this in. Let's say I want to do my 0.5. Let's go 2 walls, so let's go -1. So now we are correctly aligned. We turn and put down a master cylinder right here. Radius, sides. We join it, no, align it with the cylinder, freeze the cylinder here and here. Now the trick is, you got to make sure the footprint of these letters is inside the footprint of your master ring. Just in case, I'm going to make the master ring just a hair bigger. Okay, so now I have my master ring. The letters are all in the correct position. They are inserted into the model the correct depth. So, here's what I'm going to do. The first one is going to be today. So that's the T. We turn it into a hole and we join it with the cylinder. Now we need the Y. So let's hide the purple and hide the blue. Oh, hide the red. So now I take this, turn it into a hole, and it'll help if you make it shorter. So make it closer to the model like this. Now you hold shift, select your master ring, and what we do is we rotate it. Go outside and we rotate it until it lines up. There we go. And now we have days. We join this with this. There we go. Today's 3. We unhide, and the D is what we need next. Select this part here, and we just rotate it approximately around, like that. Ah! I went off the screen, so it locked. Would you freaking unlock already? So again, turn this into a hollow. Well, we're not going to shrink that down because it'll screw up the model big time if we shrink that down. Why did it shift like that? Oh, because we're out of rotation. That's fine. But you get the now. Shift, select your master ring, grab it, and then rotate it until it's roughly in the right spot. Join it. And then grab the red one with the master ring, and again we're going to rotate it around until we get around to this side of the model, and then we're going to come around here again, same, turn this into a hollow. And if you want to shorten them all while they're in the home position. Select your ring, get in position where you can see the ring and see this. Get it into the right spot. That looks good. Select and join. Oh, that's perfect. There you go. Just 3D print around this cylinder. No problem. Easy. That only took 3 minutes. But yeah, that works pretty well. How many letters you could do at a time depends on how. Basically, you stop at about 50% the width of the cylinder. So I was using, because of the size of my letters, I was using 4 at a time. That includes space. So TODA, and then AY, or I'm sorry, Y''S space. And actually, I think I used the 3 too. Yeah, I included the 3 in there. And then D space PRI, and then So yeah, it was pretty easy to get the spacing. It looked like this was professionally done. You couldn't tell that I just cobbled that together in 4 pieces. Let me switch back so I can see what you guys are saying. Same deal. You've got to figure out the curve of the dome and place a master ring. If it's short text, it's pretty easy to do. If it's long text, it's a bit more work. But basically, the dome would be similar. Now, of course, if the text is tall enough for perspective to become an issue, where the letters need to be shorter at the top and bigger at the bottom, that gets a lot harder. But just simple text on a dome, that's not that hard. So let's see here. So if I were to do, say, here it is. Here's a dome. And we make this dome bigger. Okay, the same concept works. All you have to do is, why? Why would you do that? Oh, because I'm turned around. So you have your text here. First thing, again, make it taller. All right, rotate it. Figure out where you want it. Let's say I want it to be like this. All right, now what I would do is I would get the face where I wanted it. So let's say right about here. And a little higher. Now I would rotate the angle to the dangle until I got it to be approximately similar to the dome's rough angle right there. Okay. Now, here's the tricky part. Put the work plane on the front of the text like that, so that now you can move the text into the sphere without shifting it. All right. So all the text is, nope, not all of it. You got a little more. There we go. Now we do the same thing we did before. We select the sphere, we duplicate it, we turn it to a hole, and we join it with the text. There we go. Okay, so now that is the shape of the text, the sphere. Now, to push this into the sphere, again, you have to put the work plane on the text so that we're pushing the text at the correct angle into the sphere. And now hold down Shift to limit it to this axis. Okay, negative 4.25, so let's do a -1. Turn it into a hole and join it. There you go. Now I have properly equidistant wrapped on the sphere. I could probably get away with 5 letters, but more than that, and you're going to start noticing the text isn't quite aligned, and you're going to have to start breaking it apart like I did. Now the tricky part with that is going to be creating a master ring at the appropriate points, but you can also guess. You can also approximate the position of the text and just adjust the angle manually. And if it's close enough, you're not going to be able to tell. But yeah, that's it. It's no big deal. But the real trick with the sphere is that last rotation that I did, so that it's at the angle with the sphere, as the sphere arcs. As long as you get that right, you'll be close enough. Hi, baby. Hi. Yeah. Mm-hmm. All right, I really got to go. It's 8 o'clock. I'm hungry. I'm really hungry now. And I'm getting cold. I'm starting to actually shiver. And, but that's it. I can't order donuts now. I got to wait till tomorrow. Shit. I knew I should have ordered them earlier. And they would have been waiting for me now. I like those cinnamon donuts so much. It's been so long since I've had them because I can't get them around here. And every now and then they'll get the box of donuts that comes with the chocolate, the plain, or not the chocolate, the plain, the powder, and the cinnamon. And but I only ever got to order that one time, Every other time it got canceled because out of stock. But yeah, you think about it visually. If you can think about it visually, oh, I saw that tail. Tinkercad is pretty goddamn powerful. It's amazing. I wish it had just a tiny bit more resolution. I wish cylinders could be 128 faces, and I wish basically double the resolution. Just double it. I don't need 200, 300, 400 faces. 128 faces will allow me to make a pretty smooth cylinder on any size printer that I'm going to have access to. 128 faces, you're pretty much not going to notice the facets unless you're printing in an 800 millimeter cylinder on an orange Gigastorm. If anybody has any contacts with that company, I'd really like to get one of those. But yeah, Tinkercad is wonderful. I mean, and remember, when you start getting glitches, open up a new workspace and move what you're currently working on to the new workspace. And then once you're done a part, simplify the part. Export it, re-import it back into your original workspace, but keep the secondary workspace so that you can still edit that part later if you need to. You got to learn to use the multiple workspaces, because when you get too much crap in one workspace, you saw what happened when I was doing the bracket. It put that slice in there that wasn't there, and that was because it got too complex. I forgot my cylinders have a lot of complexity in them, and so once I exported and re-imported those models as simple models, you saw how fast it sped up. And what? What's the matter, baby? Yeah. You see the kitty cat? You actually think that's a cat? Or is it just that it's something new? It's just something new. Okay. He saw this new thing sitting on the desk and he was trying to reach it. And I was like, you knock that over, I will skin you and turn you into a coon hat. Oh, what do you want Puffy Tail for? Maybe you did think that was a cat. Give me that tail. Yeah. I love petting his tail when it all puffs up. It feels so soft. I think he thinks that's a cat. No? What are you doing? You crazy cat. But your puffy tail was worth it. I love puffy tails. His tail gets so soft when it goes puffing. And something, if I get into real CAD programs, I'm probably going to go with SolidWorks. It's only $45 a year or $50 a year for a non-commercial license, which does allow some sales. I think 10 grand in profit or something like that. As long as you're under that, you can still use that license. And they're far less likely to start taking features away from you like Fusion keeps doing. It's also a very industry standardized program. So if I were to expand beyond what Tinkercad can do, I would probably go with SolidWorks. Ow! And I know SolidWorks works offline. Like reliably works offline. You scratched me again, I'm going to kick you in the head, cat. I'll turn you into a football. Yeah. Oh, new shirt. Wolf head. This is like $7.40. It's incredible that I can get shirts this nice, this cheap. That's just incredible. I like the polyester shirts. They feel nice. Except they get stinky. Your armpits your sweat can't go anywhere because the polyester doesn't absorb sweat. So normally a cotton shirt, the shirt would absorb the sweat and then that would evaporate to the air. But because polyester is not absorbent to that, the sweat just stays there under your armpits and you get stinky. So you got to make sure you wear a good antiperspirant. But otherwise, I like the polyester shirts. They're nice. Especially I can get cool designs cheap. I like cheap. And this has got a good neck too. It doesn't. Some of them, the necks are a little smaller, so they constrict me. I have a big neck. My neck's like 24 inches. But this one's got a nice neck. It's nice and comfortable. So They have some nice button-down and polo shirts too, really nice ones. But man, the price jumps right to $21. It's $21 each. You don't get no $6 shirts at that price range. I guess these are a lot simpler. But that's it. I'm going to go put something in the oven, and I'm going to go put this cat away before it gets damaged, because I love my Luby cat. She's my baby. I will see you guys later. See you next week.